Welcome to day one of competition for the 2024 ISA World Parasurfing Championships, presented by Visit Huntington Beach.
section, incredible turn. Wow.
Good morning. Welcome to day number 2 of the 2024 edition of the ISA World Parasurfing Championship here in beautiful Huntington Beach, California. My name is Anthony Vela, joined by the legend Roy Tuscany. And what an exciting day of action yesterday. 248 total waves ridden. Excellent scores, excellent day. What were your thoughts on yesterday?
You know, yesterday, originally that forecast came out talking about what the day was going to look like for waves. Reminder, use the eyes, not the internet. And the eyes definitely prevailed to show some incredible waves yesterday. You know, we'll get to talk about some of them as this day gets going, as our competitors are getting going right now. You know, pretty cool thing here happening. The Neil division has expanded. A lot of the guys that are in the above knee standing have moved over into Neil, and now we've got a really deep competitive field here of competitors. You know, looking at the heat sheets, you know, we're talking potentially up to 8 different guys that have a chance to take that top of the podium. And then there's some unknowns too, you know, some folks that, you know, come to ISA Worlds that really come here to showcase their sport. And we're going to see some really good surfing this morning. And the waves, I was just out checking them. I don't think the pier bowl's firing as much as it once was, but man, that right is long. It's nice and staying up, and I think we're going to see some really great waves here. And in this opening heat, one of my favorites, Altier Olivares from Chile, incredible surfer, moving over from above knee stand down into Neil. Elias, who used to compete in the sit division, has moved over to here. And then Maxime Cabena from France, another French. The French have a ton of surfers here.
Yeah, and we see our current conditions there, 2 to 3 feet, maybe plus, winds coming out of the south-southwest. And our forecast for the week looks good. Looks like it's dipping a little on Friday, but then a new swell filling in on Saturday. And the best part about the forecast, which we saw yesterday as well, is light winds forecast for all the week.
And nice temperatures. As we were walking over here this morning, we were chatting about what is the temperature? Is it hot? Is it cold? Is it too hot? And I think it's just right.
It's perfect Southern California day here in Surf City, USA. And there you see our lineup from France, Maxime Cabane in red, Elias Valencia from Chile in blue, and Altier Olivares from Chile in green. And these rounds are seeded based off of the team placings from last year's events. And then after the first qualifying round, they'll be reseeded by the athlete's performance in qualifying round number 2. From there, we'll go on to advancement rounds. We have 3 surfers in these first 3 heats, and then 2 heats with 4 surfers. So 5 total heats in the Neil division, the men's Neil and upright. So they're starting off their 2024 edition. So there's the numbers, 151 total athletes competing here, 25 national teams, and the women have been coming more and more in numbers. About 1/3, a little over 1/3 of the field is women, and the ISA has always been pushing for that equal inclusion, and parasurfing is right there, almost at 50% coming in the next couple of years.
You know, this past Sunday they held an event here for all the women competitors. They ended up taking the competitor shirt, tie-dyeing them, making these special edition shirts to really highlight the women that are competing here. So if you see a tie-dyed competitor shirt, that means that that is a female competitor, and as you mentioned, more than 33% of the field is made up of our female contingency. And here we go, start of the day, first heat, 7 a.m. This is round 1, heat 1 of the Neil division. You know, my inside here kind of info is all on Altier. Altier is finishing up his college degrees, a civil engineer down in Chile, spending his time between the ocean and hitting the books. So we'll see how much he's been hitting the books versus surfing waves right now to see how he does in this opening. But Elias, again, has been kind of shuffled around. And the one thing Elias does is Elias always catches a lot of waves. He's going to use a little bit different of a seated position than the typical kneel. But as I mentioned, the one thing Elias does is Elias catches a lot of waves. And here comes the first wave into the zone. Everyone kind of passes on it, Anthony.
So as we check the tides for today, similar to yesterday with about a mid-tide right now, going up to a higher tide a little bit before 10 o'clock, and then the tide will be draining for the remainder of the day. So a little bit of an earlier start today to take advantage of those light wind and higher tide conditions. And Eric Kramer, our contest director, adjusting the schedule. And there you see you were just talking about that seated position. And I think a little bit harder to physically paddle into waves in that seated position versus laying down and prone paddling. And so in order to catch these waves, especially at this high tide, we were talking about it yesterday, he's going to have to position himself a little bit further in than the other competitors because maybe not able to get as much speed.
Yeah, you know, the one thing that definitely gives him a little bit of a harder time is that weight that goes on the back of the board. But as I mentioned, I've competed against Elias numerous times in many heats all around the world. And the one thing that you always see is Elias never misses catching waves, and he catches a lot of them. Last year, that was kind of his secret in the 2023 ISA World Championships as he was competing in the sit division, is he just caught a lot of waves, and they gave him a great opportunity to put up scores in those conditions last year that were just kind of firing, and we're hoping to see the waves start to pick up right now and start firing as well.
And you can join us on Instagram, pardon me, at ISAsurf.org, and be sure and share all your photos, tag us, and of course tag Surf City USA. Here's some posts that we see from the last few days, representing Australia 9 times there from Mark Mono Stewart. We'll be seeing him coming up later today. Put in 100% effort and hopefully end up with that team medal, something we're going to talk about today, as Australia has never won the team medal. There's our first ride of the morning. Elias, as you're mentioning, on rail on 2 turns there, using both his left and right arm to engage those rails, and a beautiful rail grab turn right into the pier, right into the position to paddle out. You can see the water moving out next to the pier, and that's a great opening ride.
Yeah, great little opening ride showing that, you know, the left over to the pier is opening. As I was walking up to chat to some competitors this morning, Jose Martinez and Johnny Marinovich from Canada, we look up and a local just shot the pier this morning, took it from this side to the other and just kept it going as he went through the pylons. The judges are not awarding through the pier scores, but it was a spectacle to see this morning. And on the replay, Surfer in blue here, really looking at the wave there, coming back to the white water to get that extra push as he continually makes some really nice turns and utilizing his hands to initiate and finalize each of those turns. So he'll be our first surfer of the day to catch a wave and our first surfer of the day to gain a score.
I love that first turn. It was a long, drawn-out cutback on rail, just a beautiful carving turn. You can see he's in sync with his board, and I think that will give him some great confidence going into the rest of his heat. Like you said, he likes to stay busy, and he's getting busy, the first one to put a score on the board for the day. And if I can just set up the day, we're in the men's kneel round number 1. We've got 5 heats of those, and then we'll follow that up with here's another replay, a slow motion replay, and here's just what I was saying. This first turn, he leans into that bottom turn with the grab rail, then releases, and just a beautiful turn right into the pocket right there. You can see his board is going right where his eyes are looking, switching hands, switching rails, and the judges are having a couple looks at it so they can decide where to set the scale on that opening ride of a new division.
Yeah, and you know, it's 7 a.m. too. The judges like you and I have just got here, so you know they're definitely going to take a second before they give a score. And here we go, Surfer in yellow from Chile getting on and just barely missing this wave.
We're going to see that throughout the morning as we saw yesterday with these high tide conditions. And that's one of the things about Huntington Beach. You really have that inside shore break and then a distinctive kind of deeper section and then the outside break. And a lot of times on the higher tide, it's a little bit difficult to catch those waves. So we'll go into men's prone to round number 2. So we saw round number 1 yesterday, some spectacular scores, which we'll talk about, but we'll have round number 2. And then athletes will be eliminated. So 12 athletes will move on from 18. So 6 of those athletes will be eliminated today. Then we'll move into the women's kneel division, round 1, 3 heats there. The women's prone 1, round 1, 3 heats also. Following up with the men's prone 1, round 1. And then the women visual impairment 1, round 1. Men's sit, round 1. And we'll finish the day with the women's sit, round 1. 1 qualifying heat. And last year, we recall, that was a spectacular division that we saw for the first time.
Yes, you know, my favorite surfer in this competition, Elena Nichols, scoring the first 10 of that, of many 10s last year that were put up, but she really set a standard and got that going for it. We'll hopefully see some 10s today. And, you know, as it looks like our surfers are now starting to kind of disperse out into the ocean to kind of find different places of takeoffs as some waves are starting to form. Still waiting for that true set to come through, as we've seen a lot. And here we go, seeing lines out the back. Surfer in red, Anthony from France.
That's Maxime, and gets caught behind that wave a little bit, continuing on with it. And then there again is Elias on the left. He's found his little section and pulls out right there before the pier in perfect position to paddle out. And Altair is trying to get his campaign started as well, pulls out of that one. But still a few more waves. He's out there by himself, so he'll have selection of any wave that he wants.
And, you know, we're still awaiting Elias's score from his initial wave that kind of kicked off this. And here comes Altair in the green from Chile.
And just a quick in and out. You can see how bouncy it is, which we saw yesterday. It's smooth and glassy from the wind conditions, but it's the current and the bottom that's a little bit churned up as it being a sand bottom. You're always going to have these bumpy waves, even though it looks glassy, especially from the drone angles. And the judges took their time. They lock in a 4.0 for Elias Valencia's first wave, and he backs that up with a 1.83. He's also going to have first priority, the priority judge just locking that in. We saw a score for Altair with a 1.73. And staying busy again, here's Elias.
Elias in blue, as I mentioned. One thing that never is a doubt is his wave count. Elias catching his third wave of this heat already. Really just enjoying that left. He's kind of found his sweet spot. He's also found a really easy kind of conveyor belt back out as he dips off the back of the wave. And now awaiting the next scores from Altair and everything, but this time it looks like maybe Elias went a little too far as he is now inside of the pylons. Luckily for us, we've got incredible water safety here to ensure that each of our surfers are safe, remain safe, and have the ability to get back out into the break. Now, this is not one of the assisted divisions, so he will not have someone pushing him out or getting him back, but it looks like he's going to shoot the pier and then just make his way back out, get beyond the break, and then come back over to see what types of waves are left in this heat with about 11 minutes remaining in this opening heat of day 2 of the 2024 World Para Surfing Championships here in Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach, being put on by ISAsurf. Go on ISAsurf.org to check out all of the great things from the heat structures to scoring to also the live feed where you're hopefully watching Anthony and I talk to you about this great day of surfing ahead.
Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach, the host once again of the ISA World Para Surfing Championship. Huntington Beach was also the host last year and has hosted many events in previous years, including the World Surfing Games, one of the most prestigious ISA events, which is a Olympic qualifying event as we get closer to the Olympics. That was held here in 84, 96, 2006, and most recently in 2022. Also the juniors, the World Juniors were here back in 2018 and 19, as well as 2005. And then, like I just mentioned, this is the second year of the Parasurfing World Championship. So huge thanks to Visit Huntington Beach. You can check them out at Surf City USA, and they're quite active on their social media. You can see a number of posts from the event, from the parade. Great to see the mayor involved and all city officials. And what a great location for a surf competition. And so they're surfing for individual titles, but they're also surfing for the coveted team title. And you've been around for quite a long time, and we have seen USA winning 3 times. Obviously, the USA on their home court will want to win again. Oh, and here we go. There's a schedule. So we had the opening ceremony back on Sunday, and the HSS Taco Truck Dinner. Huge thanks for that. And Huntington Surf and Sport been around for a long time, family run and operated. And I was talking to the owner, and he was saying, if it wasn't for surfing, we'd be rich. They spend all their money on surf trips, and also giving back to the community. And so thanks for that. We've got communication happening with all of the local businesses and surfers. And thanks to the locals for allowing us to have this competition here and being respectful all week. So here's a look at the 2024 season of events that we've had for the ISA. And we had the World Surfing Games earlier in the year, then the World Longboard Championship. We most recently had the Surf and Paddleboard World Championships in Denmark. So the ISA putting on annual World Championships in many different disciplines, similar to the parasurfing where we see many different divisions as well.
Yeah, exactly. And here we go, surfer in blue, Elias, catching another wave. Again, that left, really just finding that sweet spot to fade back into the pocket. This time, not as long as a ride as the last, but it's really been his sweet spot of where he's catching waves and where he's going. He's caught 3 so far. He's looking, there's my boy right there, Dariel Melendez de Villa, surfing in this Neil division. The Costa Ricans getting him fired up. He'll be in the next heat against last year's above-knee standing champion, Henrique Sarava from Brazil, along with Scott Patterson from Canada. Dariel, not only is he an incredible surfer, but last year I took him around to about 8 different ski resorts in America and taught him how to ski as a 3-tracker. So now he has found a second love beyond surfing, which is skiing, and really excited to see what Dariel can do in his opening heat in this new division that he's been moved over to from Neil, as the above knee stand has been combined with Neil now. Here we go. We've got surfers catching this one as they decide not to. They peel off. But there's more lines in the back, and we will see some action here very shortly. I imagine Elias is going to catch another left here, as he has continually done that throughout this heat, and has him currently in the lead with a 6.93, with a 4 and a 2.93 for scores. Still awaiting a second wave from Altier, as he has a 1.73 and finds himself in third. And then second place currently, the surfer from France with a 2.33, a 1.33, and a 1 for wave scores.
And this is a great shot right here of Elias's strategy. And in order to stay on that left, he has to keep paddling towards the pier. And so it's constant motion just to stay in place, kind of like he's on a treadmill. And then when he sees a wave he likes, he then makes his way south to get into the peak. But you'll see his hands constantly moving and paddling because the water is constantly moving out there. So I love this shot, and a great strategy that he has, staying busy, because if he's on a wave, that means somebody else isn't going to be on that wave.
Exactly, and if he's on a wave, it means he's just catching more than everybody else. It's a fact I brought up, and the wave scores right now are showing it, as he has doubled every other competitor so far in this heat with the number of waves caught. Quick little description of this for those watching at home. Parasurfing kneel upright is for surfers who ride waves in a kneeling or upright position. You'll see a bunch of different ones depending on the lower extremity deficiency of the competitor. Mark Mono Stewart with a single leg really uses a driving forward knee, while his missing leg is almost just there as it's embedded into the surfboard. You see folks like Altier who really truly kneel on both knees and kind of surfs it in almost just a truncated version of a standing surfer. And then other folks like Maximia from France really just kneeling as a human being, would just kneel on the ground and surfing the wave in that direction as well. So even in this division, the classification, there are many different ways that surfer really sits or kneels or kind of stands on the board, and it really allows for this to be a very styly division, as there's many different ways for the surfer to be there. Here we go. Surfer in yellow, I think, is going to go. Nope. Decides as more lines come out the back.
Altair having a look. There's the surfer from France, 31-year-old Maxime, having a look here, and just needed a couple more strokes, but Altair is in position. Whitewater takeoff, gets to that kneeling position off the top, tries to use his hands to push down on the nose of the board, and it'll be interesting to see if the judges deem that a completed maneuver, because he came off the top but didn't ride all the way back down. And here's our Busy Bee with live action. You just see he's smiling. He knew that wasn't going to be a high-scoring wave, but sometimes it's good to just stay in that cycle and catch a wave just to reposition himself. So maybe that was a little bit of a positioning wave.
You know, and also I think, like, as you're out there for 20 minutes, that lull when you're just sitting there saying, when's that wave coming? When's that wave coming? It's good to keep the busy mind sometimes moving ahead and catching those, as long as it doesn't put you out of position for a really good wave that you decided to take a smaller wave to go in. But with 3 minutes remaining in this heat, I agree with you 100%. I think that was more of a positioning move from Elias, just keeping himself busy. He's caught 6 waves in this heat compared to everyone else catching 2. So we know he's not one that likes to sit around and stay around in one spot. And as you mentioned, he has to constantly be moving, as that current is pushing him, pushing away, pushing into the pier, and he's really only focusing on those left. So keeping a constant motion for his body is helping him position himself for that incoming wave that, is hopefully better than the last one that was more of a smile wave than it was the competitive wave.
If I can give any piece of advice to any of the surfers in this division, it would be to get a nickname. As we look back at the past world champions, everyone has a nickname. 2022 and 23, Sponge Williams. 2021, Mono Stewart. And in 2020, La Pirata, the pirate. So you've got to have a nickname to win this event.
I think that is a great way to look at this. Spongy, Mono, Pirata. Yeah, a great way to see yourself sticking out in this very competitive field. Here we go. Surfer in yellow, Anthony.
Altair, screaming down the line. Beautiful turn there, throwing lots of spray. And again, you can see him trying to hop to get down into the reform. And there's the surfers in the next heat having a look. And he's stoked on that one. That was a great turn. I think that's going to be the best score of the heat. He had a nice open face and was really on rail with lots of speed. And that's going to come in as a good score. Live action here for Maxime from France. And that was a similar turn, but just not as much speed. And so that score is not going to be as high, but a great wave. Oh, here, he's getting the connection all the way in. This is the first wave connecting all the way. He's going to get some bonus points here. Beautiful section right there, coming all the way in next to the pier. Minute 26 to go. He's trying to debate whether to paddle back out or to call it a heat there, but great closing wave right there.
One thing you mentioned, Anthony, yesterday on the broadcast was, how do people get off waves? And I know that's not always the sexiest way that people see, but as you just saw him get off that wave, it really showed how much confidence he has in this water. And there's that great turn that you were talking about from Altair. Really great turn, and then gets in that Huntington hop to ensure that he gets another. Surfer in red here. At first, we really thought this was going to be about a 1, maybe at best 2-wave combo, but as the wave picks up, it really connects with that other forming wave, and it allowed him to get an extra bonus, maybe 4 or a bonus of about 4 to 5 additional turns. And then also, as he came in by the pylon, here's what I'm talking about, just the way that he turned back into the wave and got himself ready to go back out. And even with a minute left, he said, no, I'm going to paddle back out. It's that joy that you talked about yesterday after catching a wave, and after you catch the wave, how much faster you go out when you're just kind of typically paddling out to catch your first one.
Yeah, it's like the nitro boost in a video game when you catch a good wave. Looks like one more set to close out the heat, so these athletes will have to be on the wave under their own power with 9 seconds to go. And it looks like Altair has priority, late takeoff. And that's going to be an unridden wave there to close out the heat.
But as you mentioned, that 5.17, our top wave score of the day, was from Altair's wave there that we spoke about as being the biggest.
Yeah, the biggest score of the day so far. You can see a joyride after the heat. He's making his way in. And we'll make our way back to heat number 2 right after a short break.
Hello and welcome to Huntington Beach, California. I'm Kelly Miller, President and CEO of Visit Huntington Beach. Known as Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach boasts 10 miles of coastline and the most consistent waves on the West Coast. Huntington Beach has it all, with endless summer weather, year-round events, outdoor activities, and oceanfront resorts and spas. So get ready to be inspired, be connected, and be here, Huntington Beach. Plan your visit at surfcityusa.com.
Parasurfing has the power to bring us together. Together, we push the limits, further the sport, and go for gold. You've crossed countries to get to the World Championships. Let Access Tracks simplify crossing the sand. Access Tracks, the official beach access pathway of the ISA World Parasurfing Championships.
Welcome back to the ISA World Parasurfing Championship, the 2024 edition. Beautiful Huntington Beach, Surf City, USA. Thank you, Access Tracks. They're really laying the groundwork, the tracks, all the way from the event site here, right on the berm, close to the water, and laying a road all the way to the back so the athletes, spectators, and everyone can have a nice entry as we set up heat number 2 of the men's kneel round 1. Enrique Saraiva from Brazil in red, Scott Patterson, our surfer from Canada in blue, and Dariel Davila from Costa Rica in green. Your friend, your favorite, and someone that you've been spending some time with.
Yeah, you know, Dariel last year after this competition came and lived with me for nearly 6 straight months, and I took him all over America teaching him how to ski. They missed one of his names. It's Dariel Alberto Melendez Davila, a total of 4 names that he likes to go by. Dariel, back when he was 11 years old, unfortunately lost his leg in a train accident, and ever since then has been finding new ways to travel around this world. And last year we taught him how to slide on snow, and he's an incredible skier. And hopefully maybe we can get Costa Rica their first ever winter ski athlete. And here we go, surfer in red, it looks like, is going after this long right that's going to form here.
And
nope, left.
Enrique trying to get under and around the section, and maybe that he got a little bit caught at the top there, and that didn't enable him to get enough speed to get around the section there. He took a couple of extra paddles we saw, and maybe he should have gone right, like you said.
Yeah, I thought it was a right, and he went left on it. We've got a pretty good bird's eye view of these directional of the waves. And, you know, it looks like, you know, Dariel is seeing something that other competitors are not seeing as he's paddling way down to the zone. And hopefully this is going to be a fruitful ride for him after what he's chasing.
We saw surfers that far south later in the day as the tide was lower, but during the morning and during the higher tide conditions, mostly everyone was closer to the pier. But Dariel, no stranger to competition. And look at this huge wall right there. You can see it all the way across the screen, a little section in the middle for Scott Patterson from Canada, and he goes down on that ride.
You know, it looks like as we were looking at the first heat and talking about the surfer in France, when they get behind it, it's really hard to get back out in front. Here we go, Dariel on the right. Big snap. Oh, yes, Dariel. What a snap to start the day. And I think we're going to see a lot of that surfing as long as the waves keep coming. Going to have to duck dive under this one. But what a great little opening snap for Dariel to get going here. 3 surfers in this heat. All surfers have already gotten their first ride within the first 5 minutes, and really going to see how they showcase this Kneel Division Heat 2 Round 1 on our second day here in Huntington.
Oh, that was a great turn as we have a look. You can see him looking right, looking left, and the judges are looking for commitment and degree of difficulty, and this had both. You can see that nice bowly section right there. That thing just hits the bank perfectly. He gets on his hand and foot and then drives down the line, setting up right here, double pump bottom turn. triple pump bottom turn, and look at him eyeing the lip right there. And he just comes off the top. Bang! Look at all that spray.
Buckets galore of water spray from our surfer from Costa Rica, Dario Alberto Melendez de Vila, getting a 2.43 for that opening score. What a shot from the drone there that we get to see, and really see how committed he was to that lip. This is going to be such an exciting morning of these 5 heats of Neil. Here comes our surfer from Brazil. Still wants to go left on these waves that I swear are going right for him.
What a great looking turn. That may have been into the excellent range on one single turn had he landed that, just because of the critical nature of that. We saw 8 waves yesterday in the excellent range. That's a score of 8 or higher.
Let me guess. I'm going to just take a guess, and I'm going to say at least 3 of those came from our surfer from Brazil, David Teixeira, who absolutely showed up yesterday in a force, ready to surf waves.
Top 3 scorers were all by David, a 9, an 8.87, and an 8.83. He threw away the 8.83. That's how good he was surfing.
Oh, what'd you do today? I threw away an 8.83.
And just by comparison, that is the total heat scores for some of the other surfers as well. So it was a combination of that heat having great waves, him having great positioning, but then also executing the maneuvers and ticking off every box of the scoring criteria: commitment, degree of difficulty, progressive maneuvers, combinations, variety, and then my favorite, the speed, power, and flow.
And another thing to remind ourselves is David's been coming here for over 10 years now. And when he first started coming here, he was at best a tween. You know, not even a teenager. He was a tween. And if you've seen him lately, he's a full-grown adult now. And I think he also now has a really strong competitor's mindset after being here for such a long time and seeing the evolution of the sport and the waves that he's being able to surf here.
Yeah, Saraiva from Brazil on a nice-looking left. He finally found the left that he was looking for. Not able to necessarily get any critical maneuvers, but still going to build his confidence, and he's found the section that he likes. He talked about Davi and his connection with California. He talked about it being like a steel cage MMA match out there in the surfing heats. Great post-heat interview that he had with Ben Way. So as this heat's setting up, we've got 5 opening round heats. Qualifying round number 2 will also have the same 5 heats, and then athletes will qualify into the semifinals from scores of those 2 heats. So they get 2 heats to earn their top 2 highest scores, and then they'll be ranked. The top 8 will advance into the semifinals for this division.
You know, I think right now we're seeing a little more consistency from what we saw in the first heat to the second heat. You know, more waves that are showing up. Look, Scott Patterson, it looks like he shot the pier, and he is finding his way back out to the zone on the opposite side of the pier, which sometimes is the safer route. And it looks like the locals are being super supportive and also ensuring that, you know, there's giving him the aloha that you find in Hawaii here in the water here in Huntington. But again, this isn't anything that's uncommon. It's usually done to get the surfer back out there in the safest way possible. And Scott's making his way back out into the zone. Scott from Canada, a fellow competitor that has competed in the alpine skiing world and now has really devoted his life to surfing underneath the Canadian flag. Canada shows up once again with a massive team, but they are missing 5-time world champ Victoria Feige, who is not competing this year in the Neil division, which is going to allow us to crown a new women's Neil champion this year, along with the men's sit division happening later today, missing the superstar of the sport, Felipe Kizu Lima from Brazil, who has not journeyed with his team here this year, and they will be surely missing the points that he annually gives to the Brazilian team here as we talk about the team battle that happens every year as well. Last year, France being the gold medal. We've heard them on the beach. They probably have the loudest cheering of any countryside. But the Australians, the U.S., the Brazil are all here to also try to dethrone them as the gold medal returning champs. I don't think anybody wants to see back-to-back champions. Everyone wants to see a new one, and everyone's vying hard for that position.
So Brazil winning in 2016 and 2017, so they haven't won in several years, so they'll be looking to win again. USA with 3 victories, Brazil with 2, and France and Spain having 1 overall team title respectively for themselves. Who's your dark horse to take out this team title? We've only had 4 countries winning overall, USA with 3, Brazil with 2, France and Spain with 1 each. Who's your dark horse to take it out this year?
You know, I don't know if they have enough people, but, you know, last year Costa Rica ended up 4th. Costa Rica brought a bigger team this year than they did the year before, and with them getting 4th last year, it really showed how much focus that they're putting towards that team competition as they've increased the team size. Do I think they have to take down the gold? I don't, but I do believe they're going to mess around with the podium a little bit and have a chance to be on there. The dark horse this year, I think Team USA has really restructured. The Olniks, Kevin and Samantha, the parents of Parker, who's in the Prone 1 division, have really spearheaded under the direction of Team USA to create this unity amongst them, from having a full setup on the beach to having physio on the beach to having food on the beach. They're really coming with this team atmosphere, and I think at the end of the day, that's really what's going to push a team to the top step of the podium, is who has the most structure of creating that homeostasis among the team that really allows them to focus on every aspect of the sport, not just surfing. Here we go, surfer in green going for one. I don't think they'll, I think they're going to deem that, I think he's going to lose his priority is where I'm going with that.
That was definitely a paddle. And also to add on one more thing for Team USA, bringing in the local Courtney Conolog to help with coaching as well. So as you talked about, having not just the athletes here like many teams do, but having a full support staff like many sports do to support the team, the physios, the trainers, the coaches, the spotters, people to carry your boards. Those little things all add up to make the athlete feel proud of themselves and want to go and compete, not just for themselves, but also for their team.
I think also you see with that team, focus that Team USA does, it really allows the surfer to just focus on surfing. You know, if you have a great insight from a great coach, if you have all your nutrition there, if you have the physio there, you show up and you know that every aspect is taken care of, and all your job is to go out there and surf the best wave possible. And we've seen some really great surfing from Team USA members throughout this. Jose Martinez yesterday, Quinn Waitley, Ashley Bunting. You know, Team USA is definitely bringing a lot of surfers into every division and trying their best. But I swear, every single time I look up, there's another surfer from France in one of these heats. As opening heat today had a member of the French team.
And the French performed well yesterday. So your friend Dadiel, he's going to need a nickname in order to win the world title. So
Papi. He's already got a nickname.
Okay.
His nickname is Papi.
Papi Davila.
Papi Davila. So he's got the nickname. He's going to need another score that's closer to that first wave that he got. That really amazing, and there's one of the most famous nicknames of them all. Sponge Williams from the Welch team.
Llewellyn.
Llewellyn. We got to have Sarah, his partner in crime right there, who's his board caddy and everything. And then, Llewellyn getting a great amount of advice right there. Probably just more stoke from one of the most amazing volunteers. We spoke about him yesterday, Adam Land, one of the most incredible humans. And here we go, surfer in green, Anthony.
That's Dadiel. Poppy, beautiful bottom turn there and bringing it back into the whitewater. You can see him eyeing down the line. He's going to go further into the whitewater to hopefully have that double up reform, which it does not do, but he did have a couple of opening maneuvers. And that 2.43 he got for that incomplete turn. So the judges awarding him for the huge bottom turn and the commitment to go off the top. That score is going to be similar to, that wave is going to be a similar score.
It'll best his 1.1, but really getting a great open maneuver out in the face, coming back to the whitewater, hoping that it was going to kind of reform. It never really does. In initializing, as soon as he realized that, to turn himself back out. Little view from the beach here, really showing that nice little bottom pump, the feature of getting out in front and then coming back to the whitewater. Our surfer from Costa Rica here is definitely going to best his 1.1. Let's see if it'll best him to the top of this division, as him and Henrique are definitely battling for who is going to be winning Heat 2, Round 1 of this Neil.
From that drone angle, you can see there's so many different waves coming in different directions, and we saw from that drone angle this kind of side wave coming through, which fattened up the wave and didn't allow it to reform, but it also affected his turn. He came off the bottom, and there it betters his score, 4.33, to back up the 2.43, so the judges liked it.
But as you mentioned, Anthony, there, that first wave, the 2.43, definitely was more critical, had a more consequential kind of lip coming over, but he didn't complete the ride. They're really looking for completion of ride. As you can see, it nearly doubled his score on something that we didn't hoot and holler as much for as we did with the first, but that second one right there, the 4.33, really being awarded the completion of the wave, riding it fully through, and then exiting off the wave.
Exactly right. But I was hooting and hollering. You just couldn't hear me because I was doing it quietly. And again, that drone angle, you can see some of these side waves. So we predominantly have a northwest wind coming from the right of the screen to the left. So you can see some of those residual bumps that are going through the lineup. And you can see on the inside, there's waves that are coming from the top of the screen down or from south to north to go along with this sideways wave that we see breaking by the pier. And it's just, it's difficult to navigate out there.
It definitely is. I mean, our drone pilots are definitely giving us a bird's eye view of what we get to see and make it sound very easy to navigate these waves. Now, when you're out in the ocean, you don't have this view, and you really have to look at how are the waves structuring, how are the waves coming in, and understanding the different currents that are existing out in Huntington Beach's surf here today.
You can see the water just moving right through the lineup there. So there's the sandpipers on the beach, beautiful birds that are always pecking, looking for some sand crabs and different sea life to eat. And our surfers are spread out in the lineup. We have priority as well. And you can see P1, priority number 1 is for Henrique Saraiva from Brazil. But the priority system, typically in these earlier rounds, don't come that much into play because the surfers are seated and they're more spread out. As we get closer into the elimination rounds, and then we start to see priority being used more. And we were talking about it this morning. Athletes maybe don't always have a chance to use the priority system at their local or national events. And so just learning how priority works, how to look for it on the priority board. There's a big priority sign on the judges tower that changes. And there's also one judge, and his only job is to work out the priority.
You know, and we saw it yesterday in an interference call in one of the heats, how much it really affects your score. Obviously, if you get an interference call, it's going to have your best score. If you get a priority, it's going to zero your best score. And that really makes it hard for you to move on in an event that's got high scoring wave totals if all of a sudden you're trying to combo a score with a 0. 0 does not add up quickly. 0
does not add up to anything. As we see our next heat getting ready, we saw it on the screen there. We're going to see Paulo Souza from Brazil, Josh Bogle from Hawaii, and Sponge Williams from Wales. And that will complete our 3-person heats. There will also be 2 4-person heats coming up in Heat 4 and in Heat 5. Several world champions in this division. And this is the first round. And we'll have one second round division today. So this will be a division where they'll be surfing and gaining their second scores. And we'll have some surfers being eliminated today.
And as you were just mentioning, that's where priority is really going to step up. Here we go. Surfer from Brazil, who I've been saying should be going right all day, finally goes right. And let's see if he can get out in front of this. I don't know if he will. It looks like he's trying real hard. There he goes. Grabs that last little open face part of the turn. And I'm imagining he might call this one in as a minute left. Here we go. Papi from Costa Rica. You can hear everyone on the beach cheering for him. Getting out, really nice, beautiful turn. He's going to get a couple more of these as this wave is right on the pocket, right on the shoulder, gets that head down low. Let's get some of that hair wet, Dariel, as our surfer in green from Costa Rica. That big smile. Papi is excited. I think he knows that he combined enough wave totals here to hopefully get the top position in this heat.
That's the way you want to finish a heat also, and you can see his smile. He's stoked. And I'm going to say that's going to better the 4.33 for sure. He had the combination, like you mentioned, a lot more open face to work with. That 4.33 was a smaller wave. And so he's going to, you can see he's got that Channel Islands. That's just your regular shortboard there, and he was ripping that thing. Well done.
I bought that board for him last December after this, realizing he didn't have the right equipment for last year's event. High Fives Foundation came in and purchased this board for Dariel, so he had the right machine to take on these waves. And I agree. There we go, 6.5. So combos a 6.5 and a 4.33 to best to the first double-digit overall score for the day. I think Dariel is really excited. His countrymen from there, Roy Calderon from Costa Rica, bringing him his hat, carrying his board up, and look at that, big hugs all around. For one of the most positive people on the tour is Dariel Alberto Melendez de Villa.
And he knows the secret in smiling. You surf between 3 and 33% better while it's smiling. And we'll get back to many more smiles right after a short commercial message.
This message is for all surfers in the world. The oceans need us today more than ever. The Sands of the World ceremony is our way of uniting the world in peace through surfing.
Now let's begin the Sands of the World ceremony.
It's the ISA symbol, and it symbolizes what we know: peace in the world through surfing. It's a meaningful ceremony in which you bring sand from your beach, you pour it there with your teammates. This ceremony stays with them for the rest of their life. When it came to Tahiti, Tahiti embraced the opening ceremony with the Sands of the World. And the beautiful box that we have today, it's staying in the Teahupo'o.
To be a surfer is not only to go surfing. It is also to take care of the oceans, to be good people inside and outside of the water.
Welcome back, and we see right up and riding Sponge Williams right off the break, and he is staying lively here with that opening wave. We'll get a replay of that, but great message from ISA President Fernando talking about being a surfer and what it means. It's not just going out and surfing, but it's also giving back, taking care of the ocean and taking care of the community. And right now, Sponge Williams taking care of business to open the heat.
You know, I don't think it's ironic at all that the words steward and surfer both start with S. There's another alliteration for us, but I think as a surfer, you must steward yourself in and out of the ocean to ensure that we always have the opportunity to be surfing. Josh Bogle, just about to release a new film. I got to watch it called True North, which talks about his journey through the loss of limbs. He's a quad amputee that happened from some altercations from medical issues, and Josh has really taken on this storytelling approach, and it's going to be amazing to see his film. And Anthony, I think we're sending it down to the beach.
All right, guys, we are here with the men's kneel round 1, heat number 2, representing Costa Rica, Dariel Melendez de Villa. Papi, congratulations.
Thank you, Bang. Why? Oh, so exciting.
Well, exciting for us, and also really exciting for everyone as you're entering a new division and showing what you've got now in a whole new division. How does that feel?
Well, I'm really excited about it. This is going to be a lot of competition. It's going to be a tough contest because now I'm in Kneel division, which is one of the top divisions in the game. So, yeah, I'm just excited. This just like kind of like, just made me thinking all those things that I have to improve, that I have to like push, you know. And yeah, I feel like this is better for the sport. We're gonna have more people and hopefully made it for the Paralympics.
Well, word around town, a lot of people are going, hey, man, we heard Dariel's in Kneel, and now they're worried as well. So today's conditions look kind of tricky. It looked like a strong offshore, real steep takeoffs, and it looked for some of the riders kind of hard to get into the wave. How did you feel out there?
Yeah, it's definitely an offshore wind that you can feel it when you are trying to make the drop. And the end there, it's just Huntington Beach, you know, like it's known for being one of the trickiest I would say surf beaches over here. So yeah, it's it's good. It's looking good from the outside, but once you're out there, you can realize then, yeah, you have to like be a cat.
Bueno, finalmente un mensaje para las ticas y ticos que te están apoyando desde Costa Rica, Mae.
Mae, no, muy feliz de estar acá. Muchas gracias a todos en casa que están apoyándome, a mis hermanos, a mi papá, a mi mamá, a toda la familia. Muy agradecido con todos. Muchas gracias a High Five Foundation por apoyarme para venir a este torneo. También quiero agradecer a la municipalidad de Matina, al gobierno local. Muchas gracias por el apoyo. También agradecer a Surf Adaptado Costa Rica por todo el esfuerzo que hacen para traer a esta increíble selección acá. Y una vez más estamos aquí dejando el país en alto, poniendo los colores arriba de Costa Rica y vamos por ese podio, vamos con todo. ¡Pura vida!
Pura vida, Mae, gracias. Back to you guys.
Oh, pura vida.
Pura vida is for sure the energy that Dariel shares. He is truly a steward of surfing, as we mentioned there, as Fernando brought up. And another steward is what Lionel Sponge Williams is doing here, just inching his score up each time, an opening 4.83, followed by a 6.33. Sponge knows that there are new competitors like Dariel in this, and that he is going to have to really continue on the path that he has done for the last 2 years as our reigning back-to-back gold medal champion here in the Neil division, but also here we go on green.
And I think this is a 6.33. We saw this on screen while we were watching that. Oh, look at that turn right there. Huge turn off the top on rail, cutting back into the whitewater. And that was the 6.33 that we saw on screen. And here's a right. This is his first wave, the 4.83. You can see how he uses his hands to grab the rail there and switching right to left, opening up with a total heat score of 11.6 in the first 5 minutes of the heat.
You know, Spongy is never afraid to get waves and getting a lot of them.
So there you see the other surfers waiting to open up their heat. But that interview was awesome, and it was great to see the energy from Dariel. And also, you heard the word apoyo, which means support. And so he was, in his message to his country in Spanish, he was talking about all the people that have supported him, his family, his brothers, the government. He talked about the High Fives Foundation, and he was just thanking everybody. And you can tell he's so stoked and so thankful. But we haven't even seen, we saw just a little glimmer of what he's capable of when he gets waves, and I'm looking forward to watching this young kid surf.
You know, as this restructure of the Neil division, I think the semifinals, you know, a lot of times you say, oh, this could be a final. And I think that's what we're really going to see here in Neil when the semifinals. We're going to see two incredible heats saying this could be a final, when really it's just formulating to the final.
And Spun Williams staying busy. He had a look at the right. Oh, how's that turn? Put a little bit of flair on that. And a combination, again, using that weight on the forward part of his board. A third turn there. And a little bit of water pushing him off that wave. But two turns, his positioning on the top of the wave, the judges are going to like that. Sometimes we see kind of those mid-face turns, but those turns were right off the top. I bet if you were out the back, you would have saw fins on that one. That was a great wave.
Yeah, the buckets came up, the fins came out, and I actually thought from that little bit of ripple, we might have seen a little bit of air coming out of Spongy as he made that last turn into that wave going into the pier. You know, one of the things you'll see here as he's caught 3 waves now in less than 8 minutes in this heat, Spongy's out here every morning training leading up to these events, really understanding what are the waves to go on, where are the waves to take off on. Here's that surfer in red kind of getting a bit wild right there, and somehow, look at that, shook his head, got the water clear, and came out victorious, and then got a little extra pump inside of the whitewash. But really that takeoff, I wouldn't say the individual ever truly got to what would be his surfing position, but to stay on that board, that was a wild ride right there from our surfer from Brazil. And here's the replay of the surfer in yellow green from Welch, and here it comes, that turn that we're talking about, really getting out there and really extending his one leg as he came back into that turn.
Yeah, if he would have landed that last turn. That would have been a score in the excellent range. But we're going to go down to the beach with the winner of heat number 1 from Chile, Elias Valencia. Take it away, Ben.
Thanks a lot, guys. So we got the system up and running. We needed to catch up with this guy. He did an amazing performance. The winner of our men's kneel round 1, heat number 1 for Chile, Elias Valencia. Muchas felicidades. Congratulations.
Muchas gracias. Estoy muy contento de estar acá, de haber pasado primero en mi hit. Es un orgullo estar representando a mi país, haber conectado con el mar, tener buena ola. Estoy muy feliz.
So he's super happy to be here, to have gotten some good waves and gotten some good scores, and he's very proud of representing his country. So my first question is going to be, he's out there with Altair, who's an ISA silver medalist, also a fierce competitor in the same division. And my question is going to be, had they talked as teammates of the same country, that they would work together, share waves and such? Bueno, estabas ahí con Altair también representando Chile, y bueno, no había mucho oleaje, así que habían hablado sobre compartir olas, o si uno tiene un puntaje bueno, deja el otro, agarra uno. ¿Cómo fue la conversación?
Bueno, ahí hay mucha fiato con el equipo, hay mucha conversación. Altair le acomoda más a la derecha, a mí más a la izquierda, así que estábamos más o menos conversado eso de cuál era la estrategia para no toparnos unos con el otro.
Okay, so he said, yeah, they did have a lot of communication. If one was going left, the other one would go right. They wanted to make sure that everyone kept it clean and everyone had a good chance to represent their country. Bueno, finalmente, un mensaje a todos los que te están apoyando desde Chile.
Nada, agradecer a mi familia, amigos, al team Chile que nos está apoyando, Copachi, la FEDSUR, que han estado acá haciendo que esto sea posible y que estemos acá representando a Chile. Y nada, feliz de todo lo que está pasando. Atención, chilenos de corazón, CHI, chi, ele, le, chi, 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 le, viva Chile.
Muchas gracias, brother.
Gracias a ti.
Back to you guys.
Chi, 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 lay. That was awesome as we saw Sponge Williams right after the heat. Looked like a little mini tube ride, taking a shower this morning, and he's just building scores. We still have one score to lock in from that multi-turn combination, and then that wave right there. So he's got 2 scores still yet to lock in, but what a great interview. And Chile, our host for the Pan American Games last year, surfing included in the Pan American Games, 4 disciplines, shortboard, longboard. Here's the replay of Sponge's last wave.
Oh, look at him getting a little bit of cover up. Knew that was going to kind of close out on him. And even though there wasn't a high amount of turns on this wave, Spongy's still getting in the critical component, the critical section of that wave right there, getting a small little cover up, washing that beautiful gold locks of his, and allowing himself to still score, but still waiting for, I really want to see how they're going to score that left, which is one that we got a little excited as he got almost airborne on the last turn. But I think it's going to fall in between that 4.8 and the 6.33, upping his score here. And Josh Bogle in blue from Hawaii, the purveyor of stoke, the purveyor of positivity, Mr. Positivity himself, the guy who brings mana all around the world. Really excited to see Joshy get on some waves here as he's waiting for his real, truly first ride, as his first wave is a 0.2. But here goes Spongy looking back, knowing that this wave may be closing out on him, and he's still going to try to figure out a way to get the critical section and focus on, this is an incredible slow-mo right here as he gets underneath. Let's see how much he gets underneath, and it does cover him up. So a true little mini barrel. But again, you can really only see this in this incredible slow-mo that we got here from our great cameraman here helping us out with this incredible broadcast.
Great wave right there, and a number of great waves for Sponge Williams. I think that multi-turn wave is going to better the 6.33. I think it was a little bigger, and I think the judges are looking over that final turn where he was incomplete and trying to adjust the score with that, but he's going to stay busy. Little check turn to start it out. Grab rail, cut back into the white water, falls a little behind the wave, but I stand corrected, 5.5. So the judges deeming that that third turn, the little mini aerial, was not a completed turn, and so it did not better his previous highest score of a 6.33. But he's got now 2 more waves to lock in, that cover up and then the wave that he just surfed. So he's just taken over this heat, opening up with that 4.83, adding a 6.33, a 5.5. And so he's got 2 high scores already that are going to set him up nicely for advancement after the second round.
You know, as we've spoken, the inclusion of above knee stand into this division, a lot of really good surfers, I think has him knowing that he's going to go out, make a statement, and show people that he is the reigning and two-time defending gold medalist in this division, and making sure that people know that even if you add people, he's still a fighter in this. His other two waves, as we mentioned, you know, not as critical, not as many maneuvers, 2.5, 2.67. So he's going to be using that 6.33 and that 5.5 as his combining wave scores. He's already throwing shakas out there, 5 minutes left. And as I said, look, Joshy, who just loves to be positive out in the ocean, he loves being out there. He's just sharing stoke with folks as he's really looking to grab his first true wave score of this heat and get himself up on this board. Now, I know we saw our surfer in red from Brazil catching a wave into the whitewash and everything that they haven't given a score to. Not quite sure if they didn't deem that as a rideable wave or if they may have just missed it, but who knows. But I did recognize a wave ridden as we talked about the way he held onto the board and got himself into that position. Now, it wasn't as, you know, open face, but, you know, here we go. Joshy on the outside in blue. He's got a great forming wave here. Let's see if Joshy can paddle into this one and get himself his first score of the day.
A local at Ho'okipa in Maui, Josh is up and riding, taking that high line and adjusting his weight right there to continue with that wave. So he had a lot of speed on that wave, and Sponge Williams backing up on that one. He had a tube to the right, and now he has a little tube to the left. Didn't ride out of that one. But going to your point on our surfer from Brazil, Paulo, the wave that he rode, he never got to the kneeling position. So that was not a scoreable wave. In this division, surfers have to ride waves in a kneeling or upright position. So there you see right there, Sean Evans always in position, and Sponge Williams is going to have a couple of barrel shots that will be good for Instagram. Of course, he's going to mention and tag ISA Surf and also Surf City USA. Check out both of those Instagram accounts, some awesome content there, as well as following all the athletes and supporting them as well. So Sean in the spot, Josh getting the shot.
Yeah, and you know, earlier today we shared some of those posts, saw the great post from Mark Mono Stewart, who's been here for 9 consecutive years representing Team Australia. Mark Mono will be coming up later in one of these heats in this Neil division. Joshy really waiting for that first score, and here we go. Surfer in red from Brazil needs to get up into that kneeling position for it to count. And again, I think as you mentioned, and thank you for that clarification, Anthony, as why that first wave did not get a score. I imagine that might happen here. Joshy going for the second, surfer in blue, Anthony.
And Sponge Williams on the outside, way far away from the pier, so he's caught a million waves as Josh Bogle getting up and riding. And you can see he's trying to put it on rail right there for a nice turn, taking his speed into the pier. He's waiting for the reform, and pulls out right there with 2 minutes and 40 seconds left as Team USA, Team Japan close together watching all the action.
Oh man, there is the legend himself, one of the greatest watermen in the world, Chuck Patterson, standing there on the beach. Chuck Patterson is known for doing many amazing feats, but one of the feats he has done, he has skied, yes, skied, down the 3 biggest waves in the world in Portugal, Northern California, and at Jaws in Hawaii. Chuck showing up here today to wave some support, to help watermen some of these athletes, but Chuck Patterson right there is an absolute legend when it comes to being a waterman in this sport, being a steward of this ocean, and doing some things that I don't think anybody wants to be doing with a set of skis strapped to their feet.
He's talking to the local legend, Courtney Conolog, and also Chuck Patterson, an accomplished skier before, I think, or maybe at the same time, but growing up in the Tahoe area. I know his family's from there, and he's used to hold or might still hold some world records for huge drops on the snow, but also on skis in the water. And to think about that, it's crazy because, you know, those ski boots are heavy. Excuse me, the boots are heavy on those skis. And so if there's a wipeout, he's got to figure out how to get himself back to the surface of the water. And Josh Bogle in the water right now. You're talking about his new film coming out, Maddie Schweitzer from Maui, helping create that movie and looking forward to the release, but you had a chance to see it. Tell us a little bit about it.
Yeah, I got to see it before it's been color and audio corrected, and really got to see the message of the film and really documenting and highlighting Josh's journey through his recovery process and how much joy he has found and healing he has found from the ocean. And Josh, as Fernando speaks, really doesn't just see himself as a surfer. He sees himself as a steward of everything that happens out in the ocean. As we close out this heat, what an opening start to 3 heats in this Neil division. Incredible surfing that we've gotten to see from Elias, from Dariel, and Sponge Williams as each of the heat winners. Excited to be having 2 absolute amazing humans and our friends Rachel and Sam coming on to keep this broadcast going, and then the amazing opportunities that Ben gets to share with each of these heat winners on the beach. So please stick around as we get ready for more action here and some new voices joining the broadcast.
Sponge Williams finishing the heat the way we like to finish heats, riding all the way to the sand for his 8th wave ridden, perhaps one of the most amount of waves ridden thus far. Sponge Williams staying busy, getting himself on the 2 highest scores of that heat, so 6.33 and a 5.5, as we see one more replay of Sponge Williams flying down the line off the top right by our photographer Sean Evans. And Sponge Williams here banks it off the top, throwing spray. And we're going to throw it to a commercial break, and after the break, we'll be back with Sam and Rachel calling the action.
Hello and welcome to Huntington Beach, California. I'm Kelly Miller, President and CEO of Visit Huntington Beach. Known as Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach boasts 10 miles of coastline and the most consistent waves on the West Coast. Huntington Beach has it all, with endless summer weather, year-round events, outdoor activities, and oceanfront resorts and spas. So get ready to be inspired, be connected, and be here, Huntington Beach. Plan your visit at surfcityusa.com.
Parasurfing has the power to bring us together. Together, we push the limits, further the sport, and go for gold. You've crossed countries to get to the World Championships. Let Access Tracks simplify crossing the sand. Access Tracks, the official beach access pathway of the ISA World Parasurfing Championships.
Welcome back to the action. Thanks so much for staying with us. It's day 2. Of course, we've kicked things off in style with the men's Neil division. We'll continue with the men's Neil. I'm Sam Bleakley, joined in the booth by 2 times WSL World Longboard Champion, 2 times ISA silver medalist for the longboard, Rachel Tilley.
Thank you so much for having me. Stoked to be here.
Of course, your dad from Huntington. Talk about the conditions this morning.
Gosh, this morning is quintessential fall in Huntington Beach. It is so beautiful. We have some nice offshore winds, and we have that pushing tide. It's still coming in, getting a little bit more full, and just is so beautiful. Looking at that little texture on the water just makes me feel at home.
We've got Ibon Origi from North Spain, Kasuki Tsuri from Japan, Isaac Hare from Wales, up and riding right now. The school teacher from Wales with a nice top-to-bottom connection there. Gets that second turn in, just goes into the dead section, takes a fall. And we've also got Munad Al-Maki from Team Saudi Arabia. So we will continue through the men's Neil round 1. We've got heats number 4 and 5, and then we'll shift gears into the men's prone round 2. So it'll be the first division to go into its second round, up and riding right now. The Spaniard from Zarutz, North Spain, Ibon Origi, really nice first turn, hooks it back in a second and a third turn, and then navigates this slower section, kicking out. So a good start for the Welshman, Isaac Hare, and for Ibon. Ibon might well get the edge of that exchange, Rachel. 7 minutes remaining, good start for the Welshman and the Spaniard.
Yeah, I think something that we just saw on that last wave, as he goes into the inside, it does kind of die out. That's something that we will see a challenge as the tide continues to fill in, is that the waves hitting kind of that deep spot on the inside. So the surfers really being able to capitalize on the outside and fit in their maneuvers before they hit that will help them find those high-scoring waves.
Great to see Munard representing Team Saudi Arabia on the inside there. A little side slip floater takeoff for Keisuke from Japan. Locks in the rail there. But what an incredible ability to have caught that wave in the first place, Rachel. It was one of those, I call them the floato takeoff, like a floater takeoff. You literally take off on top of the foam. Very difficult to drop back down into the face.
Yeah, like you said, very difficult to drop back down. So easy would have been to just go out the back of the wave. So his commitment to push down forward into that, as we see a replay from our surfer from Wales, getting that opening maneuver, but unfortunately coming unstuck. It is our surfer in red that really got the better of this opening exchange, those first two maneuvers, and that by that third maneuver, hitting that deep spot. And this is that, what did you call it? The floato.
The floato takeoff. It's not the floater takeoff, it's the floato.
No, the floato, right. Yeah. Of course. And that was a great way for him to open his account. You know, there's something about getting a wave within those first few minutes of a heat that can really change your mindset and put you kind of into this almost commanding feeling, rather than if you don't get your first wave until, let's say, 10 minutes remaining, you're kind of feeling like you're needing to play catch up. So 3 of our surfers so far already opening their accounts. This will be a good heat.
Yeah, absolutely. This is the second year for Munard Al-Maki representing Team Saudi Arabia to compete at the World Parasurfing Championship. Originally from Riyadh, the capital of Saudi Arabia. Does a lot of fitness training and Ironman competitions. And someone who is an absolute Ironman, going for his 3rd ISA world title from Abersoch, North Wales. Llewellyn Sponge Williams is with Ben Way on the glass.
Thanks a lot, guys. Winner of the men's kneel round 1, heat number 3, Llewellyn Sponge Williams, representing Wales. Congratulations.
Thanks, Ben. It's a pleasure being here again. The sun's out, the waves are great, and it's my first interview with you, so yeah, loving it.
Finally, it's been only 4 years or so. So just before you headed out, you were doing some practicing out there. I talked to Sarah, and she was pacing in circles because you had switched boards last minute, and you're having a little change of mind looking at the conditions today. Luckily, you went back on Old Faithful.
Yeah, so last year I bought this board out and it was kind of new before I came out, so I wasn't getting the feel of it. So I used my other JP board, and then we've been working on this one. I've got another one off JP two days before I arrived here. So yeah, I've been switching boards every morning, having like 3 heats per morning to try and decide which is best for which conditions. And yeah, the Old Faithful, the one I bought last year, it seems like it worked. So yeah, happy with that.
Yeah, when we first met, you had one board that someone had handed you. I think it was Bird Surf Shop or someone, and you never got off that one board. And this looks quite similar to that original design. I think you should just stick on this one.
Yeah, so the Bird gifted me a 1984 knee board. I think it was Ramonsky from Oceanside. So yeah, we've been working on that model. A local guy that lives at home from Canada, he shaped me the red board I've been using. So yeah, we've been working between them 2 models and trying to adapt and see what works better.
And as I see the sticker of one of our most famous characters of our community that we recently lost, Sean Lewis Bigfoot, looks like he was on there sending you some surf.
Yeah, he had the best vibes around. Like, he was crazy. Everyone knows he was crazy, but he was lovely. He did everything for everyone, and he had a huge heart for everyone. So I thought, let's have a sticker and bring a couple more for other people to use as well. So he's still with us in spirit.
I love it. I want one of those things. Well, we look forward to seeing you in the next round, man. Any words to home?
Thank you. Thank you, everybody at home watching. Diolch fawr iawn I teulu a ffrindiau adra watchad. Our support, the support from the mailing room and Tindon Caravan Park and all my sponsors at home. Thank you very much for supporting me this year, and let's make it a good one. Phew.
Thank you, Spongy. We'll see you in a bit.
Thanks, bud.
Fantastic stuff. Congratulations, Llewellyn Sponge Williams, kicking things off in style. Great performance, strong, dynamic, lively, and someone who is looking very good as well in this heat, Rachel. Ibon Origi gets his 2nd score, kicks off with a 4.33. I felt like that one was going to go a little bit higher.
Yeah, I think so as well, as we see our first opening ride from White.
Munard takes the drop onto his knees, grabs the rail, heads towards the pier and just engages that rail, and then switches planing edges to rebound, redirect, turn south, demonstrating an ability to really lock his fins into position, and a great bit of improvement I have seen. That is incredible. Rachel, I really need to emphasize, I've seen Munard compete last year, and now I'm seeing someone who has improved radically. Just those 2 turns alone, and you could see the Stoke factor. He's new to wave riding.
Yeah.
And yes, it wasn't open face surfing, but we really need to appreciate the context of Munard's journey and the lack of consistent waves he has at home in Saudi Arabia and the progress that we're seeing.
Absolutely, and his ability to, you could see his head constantly swiveling on that wave and and looking and reading the wave and getting that redirection towards the end. I think, like you said, yeah, should be noted.
And it looked like he was just having a look inside to get a little bit of insight from his team, whether he should paddle back out in his current position, which he's chosen to do. As we get to see the replay here, Rachel, and then just really appreciate the progress. I mean, this guy was just trimming straight last year, but now he's starting to engage the rail and turn.
Yeah, absolutely. Using that outside arm and then switches arms there to redirect towards that right. You know, when you're going through the whitewash like that, leaning against the whitewash, and we'll see it here, an example of red too, you can really lean into that whitewash like it's a wall. You know, you can put all your energy into that and it'll give back to you and help you project forward. And that's exactly what Red did here, and was able to make his way back out to the open face and get 3 excellent maneuvers. You know, I think that's just come in as a 4.57, did improve his opening ride. I think something that limited it from going even higher was that it didn't have that opportunity for an outside section maneuver. He kind of spent a lot of that time trying to make it around that initial section. Had that stayed open for him to do one maneuver out the back, I would have seen that going in the 6s or above.
And how do you think the conditions will be affected or improved now by the incoming tide, bearing in mind we got high tide at 10:22 local time?
Well, it's going to get more full and maybe a little bit more difficult to catch the waves. We will see there is that deep spot on the inside near the shore that the waves tend to run into that gutter and die out. So finding waves that follow the sandbank all the way in and allow those running maneuvers will be crucial and critical.
Ibon Origi staying active in first position, in third priority, sitting deepest, as we can see the absolute icon of adaptive sports, the mighty Australian representing, captaining Team Irukandji's Mark Mono Stewart, sporting a pretty cool new beard. Has he shaved it off this morning? No, still got it. He did say if he gets to the final, told me this yesterday, he's going to shave it off.
Oh.
I was disappointed to hear that. I am absolutely loving the look. I think that could be a lucky charm for Mono to keep the beard.
Well, I guess it might be the lucky charm, because he's saying if he makes it to the final, then he'll take it off and be anew. So we'll see if it gets him to the final.
Yeah, that's a very good point, Ashley. Mark, coming up, he's going to be surfing against Michael Footy from Australia, Juan Martin Martinez from Mexico, and Roberto Salmaron also from Mexico. That'll be heat number 5. We can just see our surfer in blue. That's Michael representing Team Australia, surfing against his fellow countryman, Mark Mono Stewart. Mark, of course, very competitive, but he is certainly a team player. So this is quite an interesting one, shifting into our final heat, because we've got 2 Australians and 2 Mexicans. Now, have you had this experience, Rachel, as a competitor in ISA divisions, where you have been in a heat with a fellow countrywoman?
Yeah, yes, I have, and it can change the dynamic in terms of strategy and wanting to work together, but also trying to play your own game, you know. I think it's interesting when we see it happen twice over in the same heat. It's just 2 teams out there, team against team. So it will be interesting to see if any strategy plays into that from our surfers.
Wow, Ibon Origi didn't have first priority there. He was looking, he was hustling, he was moving, but he had to give way to Isaac Hare, but Isaac didn't catch that wave. So no significant scores will come through. Munard up and riding on the inside, locks into trim there. You just see how he followed that leading arm, using that right hand to just grab that rail. So he's going to get another score on the board. He's got a couple of low scores, that 1.27. He's going to back that up with a 0.73. It's been a low scoring heat. I feel like Ebon and Isaac set the scale quite low at the beginning with pretty significant waves, but obviously then the judges using that scale as a benchmark, as we can see our team Japan there watching, our team Portugal. We can see flags, we can see energy, and the community spirit here at the World Parasurfing Championships is just incredible. Everybody here all day long supporting their team, and it really is electric. And I do recommend coming on down and watching the action if you're in the neighborhood, as we can see Sean Evans just getting the shots, Rachel.
Yeah, and on to your point about the scale before, too, you know, we're in heat 4 of this round, the second to last heat, one more heat to go in this round. From heat to heat, the judges might adjust a scale subtly based off how the conditions are ever changing. However, they are trying to keep it into account within the round as a whole as well. So, you know, they're keeping into account the scores that they dropped earlier in the last heats and the heats before, and those excellent scores. So, you know, keeping everything relative.
So Munard looking to head south there, Rachel. What do you think the strategy of this attack is? Opting to go further south, maybe looking for some of those left-handers?
Yeah, maybe so. They might be looking down the beach. We can't really see it from our angle here, but might be looking down the beach and seeing these running lefts and wanting to just go and capitalize on those.
So Isaac Hare in second position, looking for his backup score. He is a school teacher at Penarreal Comprehensive School, so a big shout out to the school, supporting him, letting him have a little bit of time off to come out here and represent Wales. A regular at Llangennith on the Gower Peninsula, surfs a lot in that Swansea area, does a lot of surfing with Surfability. Big shout out to Ben Clifford, the founder of Surfability, as we get to appreciate the real locals. Now the question is, are they Atlantic Dolphins visiting, or are they Pacific Dolphin locals? Rachel, over to you for a bit of analysis.
I'd have to say that those look like the classic Pacific Dolphin to me.
Well, they look like they're certainly enjoying their little roam of the lineup. What a fantastic opportunity to appreciate the beauty of Huntington Beach. Of course, the second time we've hosted the ISA World Parasurfing Championships here in Huntington. And there's not only the south and north side of the pier, Rachel, there's so many stretches of beach break area, 10 miles of waves in the Huntington area. What are some of your recommendations if you want to catch a few waves away from the north and south side of the pier?
You could go south to River Jetties in Newport, or you could go up to Bolsa Chica. I love Bolsa Chica. There's such a stretch of waves as we see up and down for Isaac there.
Wow, that looked like a good opportunity for Isaac to get a strong backup score. Takes the drop, takes a fall, so he will get a score on the board. It's not going to be super significant, but up and riding right now. Kisuki for Japan, nice foamy section, but then driving and climbing for the re-entry and unable to ride out of that turn, Rachel. It felt like there was a lot of scoring potential on that section if he could just have driven out of that final turn.
Yeah, I think drive is the right word that you had there. He went in with speed, but needed to execute and engage that inside rail in order to drive back down, and unfortunately wasn't able to really lock in on that inside rail, and so you saw his speed carry him back out the back of the wave. So it does improve his situation, though.
Ebon Origi looks locked into position for a really nice left. Up and riding. Is it going to run away from him? It seemed to have so much potential as he was paddling into position, but that wave just ran away, and it's not going to go into his top two. But Isaac Hare looking pretty deep on this section. It's going to be a super tricky one. He recognizes that he's going to have to press the eject button there and not commit to that wave.
Yeah, I think something else too is that with this high tide, sometimes you do start getting that reverberation back from the water coming back off the shore, and in the form of some backwash and just some bump in the water. And so you can see the surfers trying to navigate that during the takeoff can make it tricky.
So these are the surfers in our kneel division, riding waves in that kneeling or upright position, and we've got a few new names. We've seen our surfer from Costa Rica, Dariel Melendrez de Villa, really looking good. We've seen our reigning world champion, Llewellyn Sponge Williams, kicking things off in style. We've seen some great surfing from Altier Olivares from Chile, he was looking very good. And we've got Mark Mono Stewart coming up in heat number 5. Still remains top 2 waves counting, a panel of judges delivering those scores out of 10, the highest and lowest eliminated. And that's why when you take that average, you get those decimal point scores. A lot of the judges would deliver a score perhaps in a whole or a half number unless they really needed to compare it against a specific ride. But as soon as you do the maths and you get an average from removing the highest and the lowest, that's why you get those decimal point scores. But it's a great little maths game for kids getting into surf competitions. I always set challenges for my son. I get him to, when he was younger, watching surf contests, to do a little bit of maths. You know, what does that person need based on the scores that you've seen?
Yeah, oh, that's a great point.
Yep.
That is something that I've had before, where maybe the beach announcer is just saying your heat total, and so you're trying to go, okay, well, I know I have this, and I know I need to then improve upon this. And but fortunately, our surfers out there right now have excellent beach announcers that would be telling them their current situation within the scores that they have, and then the scores that they need to improve upon their situation.
Kasuki riding Justice boards from Japan, as we can see Munard on the inside, again engaging that rail, changing direction, moving towards the pier, swinging back and moving in the south direction. And you can just see the joy. He's proud of the way he has performed. There's a lot of personal satisfaction with his progress. And I think this is going to be a very important statement to recognize the training that he's done to be here.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think something we've really been pointing out is that use of that arm and helping him redirect. And you know, it's not just his arm that's helping him. You don't just put your arm out and lean to the side. You really have to open up that chest and drive forward in order to engage that rail. So there's a lot more technique there than maybe even meets the eye that he's executing.
Absolutely, and especially considering that he has been surfing for less than 2 years, as we can see Ibon Origi from Zarautz in North Spain on a really nice right-hander, climbing and dropping, attacking this section. It does run away from him, but he had that nice open face section at the beginning. Is this going to get a bit of a reform on the inside? He may well just get a little chance of the inside section, looking to replace that 4.33. Nice hook back turn, back into the face there. Nice float to end things. And Rachel, it feels like that could go into his top 2, but it's going to be borderline.
Yeah, I think it may fall just short, just because he spent a lot of that time racing around and thinking back to those couple of 4s that he does have in his score line. He got some significant critical turns on those.
Well, Ibon Origi is going to take the win. Isaac Hare stays in second as we get to feast on the Spaniard. We'll be right back after these messages, because we got Mark Mono Stewart for Australia coming up real soon.
We are Team USA. Welcome to this year's opening ceremony 2024. Let's go!
Welcome everybody to this beautiful get-together again of the para surfers of the world under the ISA. These are going to be amazing days of surfing in Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach. What a wonderful place, full of history for the ISA, for World Championships, for US National Championships, for legends that's been surfing in Huntington Beach for decades and decades and decades. It's part of the history of surfing in the United States. So enjoy these days, enjoy your friends, your colleagues, your fellow competitors from around the world. Thank you very much. Muchas gracias to everybody from the bottom of my heart. Thank you.
Thank you once again, and I would now like to declare the ISA Para Surfing Championship open.
That was the opening ceremony, and of course, the ISA is the world governing authority recognized by the IOC and the IPC, the International Olympic and International Paralympic Committee for the Sport of Surfing, and all wave riding activities. The ISA's mission is to create a better world through surfing, and we have some absolute icons in this heat. Mark Mono Stewart, Michael Footy, Juan Martin Martinez, and Roberto Salmeron. 2 Mexicans, 2 Australians representing Irukandji's Team Australia, a really great opportunity a couple of years ago when Team Australia rebranded themselves with the symbol of the Irukandjis, not only a First Nations community from the northeast of Brazil, but also the most venomous, poisonous, stinging jellyfish on the planet. So bringing the sting, the Irukandjis, Mark, Mono Stewart, bringing a lot of pride. What do Australians bring to competitive surfing from your own experience, having had many battles with really big-name Australians through your career, Rachel?
I think the culture of Australia really embodies just their knowledge in the ocean. You know, they have a lot of really great ocean programs for kids in their Nippers program, and just a lot of really great all-around water people. And I think that knowledge of the ocean and that connection to the ocean translates into their ability to just be strong competitors.
And you speak from experience, having lived on the Gold Coast, studied at Bond University, and up and riding right now. Michael Footy representing Australia. Nice line, good open face start to that wave, engaging the rail, a little bit of climb and drop. Good, smooth, elegant surfing. I like the control. I like the style. I like the grace as well. And I like the fact he's got a quick start. But watch out, Mark Mono Stewart up and riding on a left, pumping, driving off the top, coming out of that top turn with control, and then just recognizing that this wave is not going to deliver much more. But you feel like that one maneuver alone could well get the edge over Footy's opening score.
Yeah, I think it'll be interesting to see where the judges go with that. That was Red's was a slightly bigger wave, but only one maneuver. I think I'd lean more towards Blue, although it was smaller. He got those two maneuvers in there, so we'll see where they go with it.
I'm putting my money on Mono just for that one dynamic maneuver, but I do like what I saw from Michael. I like the grace. I mean, I feel as if there's a lot of composure, as we can see. Juan Martin Martinez from Mexico, nice bowl, takes off right in the hook, cuts back, throws some spray, locks himself back into the pocket, looking lively, looking agile, ready to attack things. Great style, really interesting technique there, Rachel. Just see the way he's lifting all of his limbs off the board and really using the hand and the rail grab to initiate some of those dynamic turns. So I feel as if that's going to get the best of the first few exchanges.
I agree. You could really see the speed and the drive he had through that, and that back arm, or his left arm, kind of sitting up farther back on that rail. So he's really lifting, and that's forcing his inside rail to drive on that the hard tail that would be in his board.
As an American, did you learn manual or stick? Can you drive gears?
Well, as an American, I definitely learned automatic.
Automatic.
But as I've traveled, and manual is a lot popular in most other countries, I have learned. I'm not great, but I could get you to the hospital if we needed to get you
Well,
there.
I recommend it because it really brings the joy in driving. And I really felt a great analogy with what we saw from Juan Martin there, the way he was working the gears, you know, the way he was kind of first, second, third, you know, went up to fourth, not quite up to fifth, but there was a lot of clutch control. And I really appreciate the nuances of his technique. It comes in at a 4.0. Mono does just get the edge on Michael, a 2.97. Great scoring from the judges there. They had a lot to pick apart. I think they did a perfect job.
Yeah, I think they did great there. And I think Juan getting that that 4, really showing that dominance and that his knowledge of equipment in that performance there.
And a good performance from our man from the Basque Country, North Spain, Zarautz, Ibon Origi on the glass with Ben Way.
Thanks a lot, guys. Winner of the men's kneel, round 1, heat number 4, representing Team Spain, Ibon Oregi. Congratulations to you.
Thank you very much.
So before your heat, you and I were looking at the waves. That offshore was really kind of closing out the sets, and we were talking about which set wave is better to get. And you were able to find some nice open face, considering the conditions, to get some really nice scores, 4.57, 4.33. Seems like you found the best waves out there.
Yeah, it was more pretty than good, maybe, but there are some good waves. I was thinking what you worse, but it was difficult when you are in the water, no? And I make all the best that I can, and it's not bad. It's not bad. You always like more or bigger scores, but it's okay, I think.
So you've had a nice season in the Basque Country. You sent me a video of your son on probably one of the best tubes at Mundaka in the year. And so have you had a lot of time to practice, a lot of time to stay busy in training?
Yeah, we train a lot the last weeks But breakpoints like Mundaka is so busy, too busy for me. It's difficult. I usually went to other places, but the Basque Country is amazing to surfing, really.
Were you training in beach break knowing that you were coming here and trying to find a less perfect break up in Galicia or the north of Spain?
Yeah, I usually surf in Zarauz or Rua. Zarauz is a beach break similar, quite similar. Maybe we have more waves than here. It's more slowly. The waves are coming slowly or less sets, no, than the Basque Country, but it's quite similar, the wave. I like this kind of waves.
Just a little bit better food in Zarauz.
Yeah, so much better.
Well, thanks a lot. If you want to send a message in Spanish to everybody at home that's supporting you.
Bueno, eskerrik asko guztiagaitik, beti atzian egotearren, y gracias por todo. Baina benetan, hor zaudeten guztioi, eskertze dizuet.
Eskerrik asko, agur.
Hala, mila esker, agur.
Back to you guys.
Great stuff. Big shout out to the Basque community in North Spain. A fantastic wave riding area. He referenced Arula Beach in San Sebastian. So route's a really nice, fun right-hand wave that has created a lot of fantastic surfers. That whole north coast of Spain alive with great culture and food. But right now it's our Australian from Nowra. He is backing up his opening 2.5. So that'll be a small score, but it's Juan Martinez from Mexico with a good start. Rachel with that 4.0. Now into first position, Michael Footy with a 1.67, but expect fireworks from Mark Mono-Stewart when he gets the opportunity to get a set.
Yeah, and as we just heard from Yvonne from that post-heat interview, really talking to the fact that the sets are a bit inconsistent right now, and so it is about taking advantage of when the wave comes like this is right now.
Wow, that was a beautiful setup. Great bottom turn, big arcing top turn cutback in the pocket. A lot of grace and a little fin slide there. Nearly rides out of that on his quad. I really appreciate that opening turn. What I'm seeing from Footy is a super smooth surfer, and I hope that he gets rewarded for that turn because that was real nice.
Yeah, I expect that he will. I think that'll be the best of his scoreline for sure. And there's something to be said. He just caught that 167 and was paddling back out. And sometimes that's an advantage when you're under priority and you're still paddling out. You can kind of finagle yourself into the position and turn around straight away. As we take a look at this replay, really leaning into that inside rail there, wrapping it around. You could see the spray coming off of his board, demonstrating the speed and flow that he has throughout that and getting unstuck on the inside, but the hard work was already done. Let's take a look at this replay of our surfer in green utilizing that back arm. Look at how far back that is and really pushing that his weight onto his tail so he can drive through with lots of speed and control. I really like that technique from our surfer in green.
Yeah, really using that arm on the rail, really lifting the body weight off and then applying it at the right moment as we can wait for that score to come through for Michael Footy, and it's a 4.67. So like you said, Rachel, you talked about a great reference there. You used the word finagle. Is that what you said?
I said
that
finagle,
was a
yeah.
rocking word. That was the word of the morning. So is that the description of when you're out of priority and you get a really good score on the way back out?
I mean, we'll come back to that.
Wow! Mono-Stewart, little head dip. Vidal Sassoon really adding to the trim of his beard with a bit of shampoo there, and he doesn't quite come out of that tube, but nice wall ahead as well for a big re-entry for Juan Martinez. He rides out of that with control, and that was ballistic. That was a finagle.
He finagled himself into that one. Absolutely. That will go into the excellent range, I'm sure.
What a great exchange. Fantastic wave for Mono there. Looked to get the barrel, pulled into the barrel, got a bit foamy, not really a clear exit, and then straight in that wave behind our Mexican. Huge vertical projection as we can see another South American representing Brazil, Davi Teixeira, who's at the top of our highest scores of yesterday. He's going to be coming up in the second qualifying round for the Prone 2, and that's going to be really exciting.
Yeah, having a look at some live action again.
Mark Mono Stewart drops in, bottom turns, really radical cut back, hooks it, throws spray and then cracks that foam and drives out of the turns. And look at the aggression and the dynamic ability. This is one of the maestros. I mean, you can really appreciate, Rachel, the power and the control and the technique. It really is dynamic surfing. And as much as that was a smaller wave, I think the judges are really going to start to recognize the degree of difficulty, the control of those turns.
Yeah, that was an excellent wave, and he's looking to replace that 297, so I expect that to go up there and more. I'm looking forward to seeing where Green's score drops in at, and I think we could see Mono's going around that same area.
Yeah, comes in at a 6.50, so it puts him up into first. Waiting for a score now for Juan Martin Martinez from Mexico. He needs a 3.18. We're expecting it to be something big, but how about this for Mono? I think this is the one where he pulls into the tube there, Rach.
Yeah, looking for that. Look at that hand placement before, really leaning on the front of his board to try and find that drive through, and then gets covered up, disappears, and unfortunately gets unstuck.
Great effort, though. I mean, he was doing exactly the right thing. I thought that was going to open up a little bit more for him, but he pulled in. That wave just foamed out, but he didn't get a score that went into his top two, but then he did back that up with a 6.5.
Yeah, excellent surfing from our surfer in red, and there it is, our score drops for Green.
Wow, an 8.33, that is incredible, and we just had a little bit of our dictionary work from our colleague Ben Way. Finagle, the official definition is to obtain something by devious or dishonest means. So maybe it could be a priority interference. Or you know when you get snaked, you finangled me then, mate.
Well, I definitely didn't mean the dishonest or devious ways, but it is it's something that I use of going like you're trying to just insert yourself into a place.
I know why you've won 2 world titles now, 2 silver medals. You are the maestro of the finagle technique, Rachel. Marta Pastor there, fantastic reigning gold medalist representing Team Portugal in the visually impaired category. She's an incredible athlete, a brilliant surfer. We're going to get the opportunity to watch her compete later on this morning as we move into the last 6 minutes with a big score, an 8.33, and deservedly so for our Mexican Juan Martinez. Mark Mono Stewart in second with a 6.5 and a 2.97. He just needs a 5.84 to move up into first, but it's a qualifying round, 1 of 2, so you will get the opportunity to get another session. Here we go, Rachel, enjoy this.
Taking a look at this replay, look at that. All that weight he has on the front of his board, allowing him to drive up with speed, gets to the top of the lip and really snaps it around. You can see him use that upper body, that weight and that shoulder to whip it around, and then just drives down, holds on to it, disappears for a second. We're not sure if he's going to make it.
Wow.
And then comes out nice and clean and in control. You can see that excitement from him, hopping up and jumping off.
That was upside down, and I saw that Sean Evans would have got the shot. As we can see, Mark Mono Stewart, speed, attacking things. I feel as if when you're watching Mono, he's going twice as fast as all the other competitors. He really is dynamic. Look at his ability to find the speed and the attacking angles there, really connecting. That's certainly going to go into his top 2. Comes out at a 5.13.
Yeah, really using that core strength too. You can see him at times lift both of his hands up and kind of just whip around with his shoulders.
Pretty chilled, the Irukandjis there. They're certainly not at a rugby match, a footy match right now. They look like they're watching a morning session at the beach. But I think the energy is going to increase day by day for Team Irukandjis. They know this is, early situations. When it comes to the knockout stage, that's when you're going to hear the noise from the team.
Yeah, in round 1, they have confidence in their surfers to be out there and performing. And so there's not that maybe antsy anticipation, because they know their surfers have this ability. Can our surfer in green get it? But no, it's our surfer in blue.
Michael Footy behind the section here, but then comes out onto the open face, hooks it back. Nice turn there. But this wave not really allowing much scoring potential, just running quickly. But a good opportunity there for Michael Footy to replace that 2.50. Difficult to know if he's going to do that, though.
Yeah, I think he did have that one little opening section where he was able to do that, actually put it on rail and cut back. But other than that, it really was just racing down the line and him hoping that it would give him a breath of fresh air in order to actually open up. And unfortunately did not, so I don't imagine it will go into a scoreline, but could be close.
You can see, Rachel, there's a real spread of where the competitors are sitting. You know, is that harder at Huntington when there's a lot of options on the table? It's classic Huntington, where you can go Pier Bowl, Middle Peak, all the way down to the left at Machado's. There's a lot of choices.
Yeah, it can be really difficult as a competitor because you have so many different strategies being executed, and if you're, you pick, let's say, the Pier Bowl, and your competitor's getting a whole bunch of lefts down the beach, and you're going, oh shoot, do I stick to the strategy that me and my team made, or do I move down to where they're scoring waves? And it can be really, it's such like a push and pull in your mind.
I mean, I've watched so many heats here over the decades of surfers who've decided to just chase things, and they've got nothing because they've not just stuck with the original game plan, or they've not then changed the game plan and stuck with the new positioning. They've just been chasing waves and missing them. That can be a disadvantage.
Absolutely. I think it's then when you don't commit to either one, and you're kind of in this lukewarm position and not spending enough time at either peak to ever get into the rotation of the sets there. But someone who is in great rotation with the sets are Surfer and Green.
Wan. Big lake drop off the bottom. Hooks it, snaps it, throws spray with control, drives out of that opening maneuver, and then stands up, kicks out, keeps it cool. He's going to drop a big score. I think that's going to replace that 4.
Yeah, not going as critical on that one as his 8.33, kind of turning under the lip a little bit more than he did on that excellent score we saw from him. So not expecting it to go as high as that, but probably higher than that 4.
Wow, this is a new name for me in Neil, and he is red hot, Rachel. He could be a contender for a medal.
Absolutely. I mean, posting excellent scores like that, look at how he drives off the bottom. I love that technique that he has, utilizing that front arm and how he almost lifts up that back rail so he can drive through on the inside rail. I think is just really interesting technique that, at least in this heat, we're not seeing from the other surfers.
Yeah, fantastic performance. He's from Mazatlan. He's also a musician in a reggae band, but up and riding right now. It's mono, big charging section there. Floats it, hits it, hooks it. Doesn't ride out of that maneuver, but he's got a 6.5 and a 5.10 to his name. He's sitting in a good place. He's in second. He'll be pleased with that 6.5. He'll look to see if he gets the opportunity to replace that 5.1 as Michael Footy for Team Australia. Nice arcing cut back there. Beautiful smooth surfing from Michael, representing Nowra on the south coast of New South Wales. Grew up as a keen skateboarder, keen bodyboarder, keen snowboarder. Had a big accident in Canada in 2014, falling 25 feet, resulting in a spinal cord fracture. But out here, absolutely shredding, Rachel. And what I really appreciated about Michael is the smoothness of the way he surfs. Very stylish.
Absolutely, and he's here with his wife, actually. His wife is competing as well in the prone unassisted division.
Yeah, unfortunately with Team England as well. Yeah, so that's going to cause a bit of a divide between the Australians and the English.
It is.
But that's great to see, husband and wife combination, family time, here, sharing the competitive experience. But what a great performance from all of these surfers. Roberto Salmaron didn't get a wave, but congratulations, Roberto, representing Acapulco in Mexico. And what a fantastic performance we saw from all of our competitors there. We will be shifting gears next. Stay with us, Adaptive Sports fans, because we're moving into the second qualifying round of men's Prone 2.
Hello and welcome to Huntington Beach, California. I'm Kelly Miller, President and CEO of Visit Huntington Beach. Known as Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach boasts 10 miles of coastline and the most consistent waves on the West Coast. Huntington Beach has it all, with endless summer weather, year-round events, outdoor activities, and oceanfront resorts and spas. So get ready to be inspired, be connected, and be here, Huntington Beach. Plan your visit at surfcityusa.com.
Parasurfing has the power to bring us together. Together, we push the limits, further the sport, and go for gold. You've crossed countries to get to the World Championships. Let Access Tracks simplify crossing the sand. Access Tracks, the official beach access pathway of the ISA World Parasurfing Championships.
Welcome back to the action as we move into qualifying round 2 for the men's 2 pro. Jesse Balawa straight in there, the Zen Master up and riding. What a great way to kick this heat off with a nice top to bottom turn there and a big sweeping down calf cutback, just readjusting that rail line and really appreciating the subtleties in that beautiful elbow movement, rail to rail work from Jesse Balawa as he floats it, redirects it, hooks back, and then goes all the way through to the inside. Rachel Tilley, that is a fantastic way to start for Jesse Balawa.
And within the first minute and a half of the heat, definitely a great way to kick off. He'd be happy with that.
Absolutely, fantastic start, straight into the moment. He had a really great one standout wave in the opening round 1, but he did need to get a significant backup wave. Here's the replay.
Taking a look at this, like you said, it's all in the subtleties of his elbow movement and allowing him to get that down carve really nice. And I love how he reads this, pushes himself into the whitewash there. You can see him driving off and then coming back down. All very intentional movements to milk the wave all the way into the sand.
David Teixeira up and riding, top to bottom stuff, hooks that turn, doesn't drive out of it. And Rachel, super important to reference the difference in technique between Jesse Balawa and David Teixeira. Jesse is a quadriplegic. The movement is just only in the elbows, the arms, the hands, the vision, the movement in the neck. But for David Teixeira, who had amniotic band syndrome when he was younger, he's got that core strength in his spinal cord, so there's the drive and the turns, and it really gives a different approach for these 2 different types of surfers. So we'll enjoy watching more of that as this heat unfolds. But first of all, let's get down to the glass because our Mexican from Mazatlan, Juan Martinez, is with Ben Way.
Thanks a lot, guys. Winner of that last heat, representing Mexico, Juan Martinez. Felicidades, congratulations.
Muchas gracias, bro. Aquí estamos surfeando las olas de Huntington.
So he said, we're here, we're surfing the Huntington waves. So my first question, I spent some time with him in his hometown of Mazatlan, and they got some really powerful surf, really punchy long waves. And what I'm going to ask is if those under the lip maneuvers are something that he practices on a normal basis, because that was just so spectacular. Bueno, estuvimos en Mazatlan surfeando Los Pinos, varios lugares que tienen punch, que son muy vertical, y esa pegada que te dio 8.33, ¿es algo que practicas por lo normal o qué? Chocando el labio con la pulmonía.
Sí, exacto. Las olas están un poco cerradas, abre mucho. Es muy curioso en Huntington porque en la mañana le pega el sol a la ola, entonces vas de derecha y vas brillando con el sol, pero sí, tratando de impactar en la zona crítica y bueno, disfrutar de los amigos y buenas olas aquí.
So he said Huntington's always really tricky. It really comes down all at once, and then with that morning sun, it's really hard visually. But his strategy was to go out there and really make contact with that lip. Bueno, finalmente vamos a dar unos saludos a toda la gente de México que te están apoyando desde Mazatlán y el resto.
Muchas gracias por seguir aquí la transmisión. Aquí estamos representando Mazatlán, Sinaloa. Muchas gracias al Instituto del Deporte de Mazatlán y por supuesto a CONADE que nos permite estar aquí. Aquí estamos representando al país. ¡Viva México!
Órale, amigo.
Órale.
Back to you guys.
Viva Mexico, representing the Mazatlan Massive. You went to Mazatlan last season, Rachel. What's it like?
Yeah, well, one of their main waves that they have this left coming right off the point is, I can see why he is so good off the bottom like that. It's such a critical wave, and you have a lot of surfers sitting really deep in front of these rocks and just pulling in and having no, I guess, no other way of they have to make it out.
Yeah.
Is what I'm saying. You know, like they
Powerful wave. You've got to hook under the lip to drive through those sections.
If they don't make it out, they're on the rocks. So there's nothing they can do but force themselves to go and
you got to attack it.
Yes, exactly.
Well, talking of attacking it, fantastic opening score there for Jesse Bilauer, a 4.33. The Zen Master looking good, and then Davi Teixeira with an opening 1.50, and then backed up with a 6.17 that you would have seen on your screen during the interview. Here it is, Rachel.
So taking a look here, he scoots himself back up to the front of his board, maintains speed, pushes himself back as he goes into that cutback again. So really pushing that weight towards the back of his board so that he can really lay it on rail and wrap it back around. And then it's important in those in-between sections to get your weight back up forward, and so you can kind of allow the board to flatten back out and plane and gain speed again before your next maneuver. So he did a really good job at maneuvering that.
Davi Teixeira, the reigning gold medalist in Prone 2. Jesse Bilauer, the gold medalist at the inaugural ISA World Parasurfing Championship. Onda, up and riding, representing Team Spain. Last year, a copper medalist, a European champion from the Basque Country. Surf Zarula, San Sebastian, same territory as Ibon Origi, as we can just see the water safety team getting close, but here's his pusher, who's the first to get him and just help Onda just position himself as he gets back up on his board, and then his pusher's just using his swim fins to work out in duet, back to the peak, back to the lineup. It comes in at a 2.07. So in the driving seat right now, Jesse Bilauer taking off. Beautiful right-hander, climbs and then accelerates and then puts the board out onto the shoulder with a beautiful slicing cut back there into the foam, right out of that turn. That was incredible, Rachel. The ability to read that line and do that big sweeping cut back turn and then just project off the foam, and now just accelerating, cutting, driving all the way through to the inside, and Rachel still delivering top to bottom maneuvers right through to the shallows.
Wow, that was beautiful. Like you said, a really sweeping cutback. He went so far out on the shoulder before he redirected, and that was just so nice, really graceful, a really beautiful line drawn.
Davi Teixeira riding 2-3 turns, loose, lively, hooking back into the pocket. This wave still delivering some scoring potential as he throws a little bit of spray through the inside where his catcher was positioned, and he's still milking it right through to the shallows. A little float, a little pull forward. He's done, he's good, he's happy. He's going to replace his 1.50, but the question is, what will Jesse Bilauer get? I really appreciated that turn from Jesse.
Yeah, and his ability not just to redirect it and bring it all the way back around, but he didn't just go under the whitewash, he banked it off the whitewash and completed that full roundhouse. So I am excited to see where the judges go with that score as well. Let's take another look at this. Gets speed, stays in the middle of the wave, so he maintains that speed, wraps it around until he brings it all the way up and hits the whitewash. So really well read from our surfer in green. And then gets a little floater climb there, and one more before he makes it onto the sand.
Amazing. And also a little bit of intel from Ben Way. This board being ridden is a collab design between Ben Way and Bob Hurley for Jesse Bilauer and Roger Baltiera, and it's a step-tail rocket board, and it looks to be really working for Jesse as we get to appreciate the replay for Davi Teixeira all the way through to the inside, Rach.
Yeah, you know, I think this wave was well surfed by Davi, but we'll definitely go into his top two because he's looking to drop that 1.5. But unfortunately, especially if we saw it from a drone view, you could see that left really angled in towards the beach and didn't run along. So it required him to kind of maintain on those short, sharp maneuvers. And really what you're looking for in a wave out there is something that provides the opportunity to do both.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, Jesse's more kind of elegant, drawn-out approach, very much influenced by his spinal cord injury, has a completely different capability in his upper body compared to Davi Teixeira. So in my humble opinion, I would appreciate actually almost seeing two categories here, and the quadriplegics or surfers with spinal cord injuries or impairments almost having their own category compared to the surfers with that core trunk strength who have a much different technique. But of course, there's many factors to consider, and it's that collaboration between the ISA WTA and the IPC, International Paralympic Committee, that drives the classification process. And there's many moving parts. It's continuing to work and it's continuing to change. But it is interesting that most recently at the US Open adaptive surf event, they do now have separated these different approaches for Prone 2.
Yeah, you know, the new, there's that world tour for the adaptive surfers where they travel around and compete against each other. So all of these surfers would now be quite familiar competing against each other, not just here in the ISA, but in other events that happen throughout the year. So they're able to learn each other's craft in terms of competition and competing against each other strategically.
And up and riding, bronze medalist from last year, the Spaniard from the Basque Country, hooking and driving, engaging the rail, dynamic surfing. This is going to be a really strong score for our 20-year-old Spaniard as he just comes out of that float and bounces through to the inside as his catcher collects him, and he's going to deliver a good score for that, Rachel.
You know, the goal, at least at a minimum, is always to get those 2 scores on the board for a heat, because that's how you get your heat total, right? And so that's kind of always, until you get those 2, you want to get those 2 on the board, and then from there it opens up that pressure's kind of off, and then you go, okay, what are we looking to build upon there? So he's already built upon his opening ride of a 2:07 with the last score coming in at a 3:83. And this wave really stayed open for him with these high tide conditions, just giving him a real nice opportunity to get multiple maneuvers there, back onto his third cutback, leaning back on that inside rail. And he's looking at that right, but decides to go left, waiting for, you can kind of see that lump in front of him there, waiting to get around that until he drives it back towards the right and finishes it off on the sand.
Live action, Jesse Bilal for his third wave, goes left. Beautiful line off the top turn and then cuts back and now arcing all the way through back to the pocket and then gracefully, elegantly, the Zen Master in control right in the moment there, just eyeing things up, weaving back and forth and then seeing that there's an opportunity to just accelerate through this little bowl section here as he little hooks it, little collects back some speed and still out on the open face, kicking out with cool. That is the master at work, Rachel.
Yeah, that was calm, cool, and collected at its finest. Really elegant surfing, really nice lines drawn, and I just love how he's able to milk the wave all the way into the very inside and continue to make, even in those as the whitewash dwindles away on the inside, he's able to make maneuvers that add to that scoring potential.
Absolutely, as we can see, David Teixeira on a nice long left, good opening turn, and then again into a nice tight arcing cutback, radical approach here as he drops down lower, and just look at the way he repositions his body on the board, able to slide forward to accelerate and move back to initiate the turns as he tries to hit that last section. He's already got a 6.60 and a 6.16, but it's our top 2 waves from both rounds, and yesterday David Teixeira carried a 9 and an 8.87, so he's looking in great territory. His result here may be insignificant for him because he's already carrying 2 excellent range scores, but this is very important for Jesse Bilal because he has already dropped now a 5.5. He's just replaced his 4.33 with that last wave, comes in at a 4.57. What about this for David Teixeira, Rachel?
So his wave before that 6.6 was that kind of shorter, sharper one, and we were talking about how it didn't run down the beach and allow him to get these nice drawn out maneuvers, and this wave did exactly that, ran all the way down the beach, and he was able to basically start at point A and run all the way at point B, and the judges will look at that and see how much distance traveled and how dynamic that ride was in between point A and point B. So really utilizing that, moving that weight forward to back. And on the inside here, unfortunately, unable to ride completely out of it, but I think that could very well go into a scoreline, if not will be close.
Jesse's pusher, also called Jesse, looks to really be tuned in the conditions because he's potentially looking to get this bowly right, recognizing that that wave's going to die off, but also may well not be in first priority, as we can see the priorities not yet been deemed as we get to appreciate the technique of our pusher, just helping initiate the duck dive for our athletes. Jesse Balawa out there on the right side. Davi Teixeira on the inside. This is going to be great to see the duck dive techniques. I think Jesse can just go over the top, as we can see Davi and his pusher duck under. I used to surf like this with my daughter and my son when they were small. Did your parents do that with you as well? Yeah, the best thing is we can see Balawa having a look. High line, beautiful face ahead, into the foam. Nice sweep of a turn, throws some spray, and then cuts back, and then eyes up that float. Looking to ride out of that float, just about keeps control. Incredible maneuver for Jesse Balawa. The degree of difficulty in that roller coaster was next level, Rachel. That was incredible. And I really hope that the judges appreciate the subtleties, the nuances of what we're seeing from the master here.
Yeah, I think they will, because that performance was undeniable on that wave. Really well surfed. As we see live action from our surfer in red. Oh!
Whoa, looking for that big hook under the lip there for Davi Teixeira. Of course, all of his martial arts training will come in to the forefront here as he just comes back up for air, grabs himself onto the rail of that board, holds on tight, doesn't ride out of that maneuver, waiting for scores to come through. Moving into our last 3 minutes. We've now got a bit of a leaderboard, Rachel. This is where you have to get your maths head on. Did you pass your college level maths? Are you a mathematician?
Yes.
What did you study at Bond University? Was it sports science?
Sports management.
Sports management. Probably had some maths in it.
Did, a little bit.
Maths are going to come into the fore now for prone 2.
Okay, but don't test me.
I'm not going to test you, but we need to look at some of the scores that the surfers are carrying. Up and riding right now, under. Beautiful approach there, off the bottom, off the top. Takes that high line, drops back down into the bowl. Now in the low set, little funky fin slide and nearly rides out of that. I mean,
goodness.
we would have to invent a new word for that maneuver had he landed it.
Absolutely. Wow, it really inverted the fins there and wrapped it back around. Unfortunately, not just riding out on the inside, but wow, that was really exciting.
And look at the handling there. So he's got almost like that rope around the top.
Yeah.
But let's appreciate this fin slide at the end, Rachel.
Yeah, gets up high, maintains speed, increases speed. There he kind of redirects, and look at this.
Oh, I love that. Rock and roll.
Pauses at the top of the wave there, has that little moment of a floater before wrapping back down, and oh man, that would have been really exciting had he been able to complete that, but still comes in as his highest score in this heat.
Wow, some big scores dropping. Waiting for that last ride for Jesse Balawa to be tabulated, but Onda drops a 4.43. So he had a pretty good performance in his opening round. He got a 3.83 and a 3.53. So both of these scores now will be significant. It looks like the 4.43 will go into his top 2. The 3.83 is the same as his highest score from the qualifying round 1. Davi Teixeira has already got 2 excellent range scores. Jesse Balawa now carrying a 5.5 and a 4.47. I think the last score is going to easily go into his top 2. So that will improve Jesse's situation to qualify in the top 12 athletes for the quarterfinals, as we see Davi Teixeira charging, hooks it, cracks it, lands that turn with control, and look at the joy and the eruption of stoke. He has been building up for that maneuver all heat.
Yeah, he has. We saw him go critical on that 157, becoming unstuck, but not on that wave there. And Sam, we could hear the beach erupt on that one too, being down here next to all of the action. Everyone was really excited from that. You could hear the energy and, of course, see it on his face. He's stoked with that one.
Yeah, absolutely. And a 5.93 for Jesse Balawa's last ride. So it does go into his top 2. Onda on the inside here. He's looking to replace a 3.83. Jesse Balawa has improved his situation, looking solid to qualify in the top 12. Onda has certainly got one ride that will go into his top 2. Will this wave also make a difference? Davi Teixeira is safe. He's going to be booking himself a spot, as we can see Jesse, the pusher of Jesse Balawa. And what have you spotted, Rachel?
Well, it looks like we just saw our surfer in red's last score just drop. Excellent.
8.10, fantastic there. So Davi Teixeira gets another excellent range score, and he's going to be happy about that. Let's enjoy this vertical projection from our Brazilian gold medalist. We'll have a short break. We'll be back real soon. Coming in, Anthony and Roy to call the action.
Hello and welcome to Huntington Beach, California. I'm Kelly Miller, President and CEO of Visit Huntington Beach. Known as Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach boasts 10 miles of coastline and the most consistent waves on the West Coast. Huntington Beach has it all, with endless summer weather, year-round events, outdoor activities, and oceanfront resorts and spas. So get ready to be inspired, be connected, and be here, Huntington Beach. Plan your visit at surfcityusa.com.
Parasurfing has the power to bring us together. Together, we push the limits, further the sport, and go for gold. You've crossed countries to get to the World Championships. Let Access Tracks simplify crossing the sand. Access Tracks, the official beach access pathway of the ISA World Parasurfing Championships.
And welcome back to the 2024 ISA World Parasurfing Championships. We're here in heat number 2. We saw an amazing heat number 1. This is our first round number 2 division, as Alfonso Faria from Portugal up and riding in green. And he's heading towards the pier, gets a lot of speed, slip sliding down the whitewater, angling right again. And Alfonso Faria right off the bat in the first 2 minutes getting a scoring ride. We also have in red Freddy Marimon from Colombia and also Angel Luis Curiel from Spain in blue. So 3 surfers in this heat, similar to heat number 1. There will be 5 heats, round number 2, and the men's Prone 2 division. So this is going to be an elimination round. The top 12 athletes will advance into 3 4-person quarterfinals, and then advancing 2 from those quarterfinals to 3-person semifinals, which are always fun. So here's a replay. Look at that, right off the bat, angling right. That wave is so steep, right in the pocket, off the top, free falling to the bottom.
Absolute, just great opening to the men's Prone 2 here, and I'm absolutely just mesmerized right now. Anthony, did you create this sheet that I'm looking at?
No, that's the boys from Refresh. So Refresh Technology, they're working, getting all the stats together, and the statistics are important as we move into the rounds, because these athletes will have 2 rounds to carry their top 2 scores, and the top 12 will advance. So right now, we'll see who's on the bubble and who's already in. I would dare to guess David Teixeira finished his heat. He got an 8.1, but that's not even going into his overall heat total, because yesterday he had a total heat of 17.87. So that's so far first place, and we're going to look to see how the scores come out through the rest of this round. Heat number 2, Spain, Portugal, Colombia.
And I mean, David yesterday actually threw away an 8.83. So his best score today from the previous heat that we just saw him surf in against Jesse Belauer, he got an 8.1, which didn't even top his top 3 yesterday.
And speaking of David, we're going to head down to the beach with Ben and hear from our winner of heat number 1.
Thanks a lot, guys. Here with the winner of the men's Prone 2, round 2, heat number 1, representing Brazil, David Teixeira. Parabéns, congratulations.
Thank you so much. Muito obrigado. Bateria foi irada, curti demais, principalmente a última onda. Sorry, in English, right?
That's all right.
Yeah. The last wave was the best for me. All the hits I like, but the last wave was the best. A little bit small today, but I had fun.
Well, your equipment looks super good. I know you've been working hard with Edgo, and not to mention your team, but Edgo's been constantly always changing your designs. While we were in Rio this winter, we worked on a design together, and how important is having a shaper that pays so much attention to your needs?
that's like I'll have a lot of important, you know, because have a shaper that who cares about your surf, really cares about your surf stud, your movements, your turns, how can you make it better, and it's part of the team. Just like the coaches, they make part too. So I'm really thankful of you, of Edigo, of everyone that helps me to get in this surfboard that I have sure this is the magic one.
Looks great. Also, let's talk about your team. You've been working constantly with Bibi Lima, Andorino, and to have the consistent team, consistent communication, not to mention friendship between everybody, it has to make a much better experience in the water.
Yeah, for sure. We are one, right? So like I said in the last interview yesterday, they are my legs and my arms. So that's so important for me. I'm really thankful for them too. And when I'll be champion again this year, they will be with me.
All right. Well, parabéns. Finalmente, por favor, dê uma mensagem para todo no Brasil.
É isso, galera. Tamo junto. Muito obrigado aí quem assistiu. Obrigado, galera, que torceu. E vamos que vamos pra cima. Tamo junto. Em nome de Jesus, a gente vai ganhar de novo.
Obrigado. Tamo junto.
Isso.
Back to you guys.
And with that, the claim from Davi Teixeira claiming that he will be champion again. And with those scores from yesterday and also today, that 8.1, he's showing that yesterday was the first round and set a statement, and then again today.
You know, he's got a big field here. You know, there's 18 competitors in this men's Prone 2. It's our largest division here at the 2024 ISA World Para Surf Champion. And there's not, it's not a light field either. The likes of, you know, Freddie Merriman, who's in this heat, the likes of Jose Martinez, Jesse Belauer, Claudio Morales. The list goes on. So David is in a tough heat, and for him to already put out the Babe Ruth point to the stands home run claim is really a testament to how well he surfed yesterday and then how he adapted his surfing today to smaller conditions, as he mentioned, but still putting up an 8.1 that doesn't even factor into his overall score. As yesterday, he combined out to a 17.87 and is currently definitely in the lead and in control of this division.
4 world champions in this round. We have Davi Teixeira, who's won the previous 2 years. Also, Jose Martinez, who will be coming up in heat number 3 next, is also a previous world champion in 2021. We saw Jesse Belauer, who was our world champion in this division in 2020. So we've seen some significant scores post already. That 5.17 for Afonso Faria, that will go into his scoring. He's currently sitting in 12, so he's in the bubble position. He's carrying a 4.1 and a 2.4 from yesterday, but that 5.17 is already better than his highest yesterday. So that's going to go into his scoreline and help his situation. For Angel Curiel, he's got a 6.5. His highest score yesterday was a 4.17. So both of these surfers having their highest single wave score, which is going to help them. Curiel was in 9th, Faria was in 12th, and they're trying to improve on those positions to advance to the quarterfinals.
You know, and as we just saw in the last heat, our heat leader, David, did not better one of his scores, so meaning that probably today's scoring potential is not at as a high a level. So to see these bigger scores, the 5.17, the 6.5, is really showing how well they're executing on these waves. And then it's going to take some math to figure out who moves around. But, you know, Claudio Morales, an absolute incredible surfer from Chile, has an incredible team that he has built while surfing the different zones of Santa Cruz. Rob Jarvis, one of the best watermen out there, is a part of his team. You know, he's sitting in 15th right now. So the amount of movement that's going to happen amongst these 18 individuals within the men's Prone 2 division is going to be a lot. And when all the dust settles at the end of round 2, the top 12 will establish who moves on. And there's going to be some names probably left out of there, as there's a lot of competition here and a high level of it. Still waiting for Freddie to grab his first wave here. Yesterday's overall second top scorer in this division. I'm guessing he's probably sitting and waiting, knowing that he has two really strong scores, watching what David just did, not bettering one of his. I'm imagining Freddie's waiting for that one wave that'll better. You know, yesterday's scores, he had an 8.67 and a 7, so he's looking for an 8 or better on this wave. He's not looking to catch a bunch of waves in this heat. He's looking really just to move himself further up and to secure his position among the top 12.
So halfway through the heat already, and Freddie yet to catch a wave. Former champion Freddie Marion from Colombia. And you said it just correctly that needs to get higher than a 7. But there's two strategies, and I think different surfers will like to do different things. Some may want to stay busy. Some may look to better their score. At some point, after not having caught a wave in the first 10 minutes, he may readjust and just say, okay, I'm going to just go catch waves and have fun out there. I have the south side of Huntington Pier with 2 of my other buddies, and I'm going to just go out there and have fun. He's sitting pretty in second place overall from Cartagena, Colombia. And interesting note, his favorite surf break is Las Velas.
Ooh.
So that's, as Anthony Vela, that is not my surf break, Las Velas. Vela in Spanish means either candle or sail. So more in the Spain, Spanish, Vela is like a sail. John Florence came out with the movie called Vela. It wasn't a movie about me. It was a movie about sailing. And Las Velas, I would guess, would be maybe a windy beach or a beach where they make candles.
Okay, the amount of information that you're getting from your schooling, and now I understand why you must make class today, and we'll miss you in the later half of today, but the amount of information you just dropped is more knowledge than most people will gain in an entire day, and you're getting that while watching the live broadcast of the 2024 World Parasurf Championships presented by ISA. Visit us on isasurf.org, and don't forget, where are we? Well, we're in Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach, and the translation from that means surfing's really important here. Surfer in red, Anthony.
And there's Freddie. He's been waiting. Oh, and just catches a rail. You can see, I think he was trying to hit the pause button there and get a little bit of a cover up, but he had a lot of speed off that bottom turn and just put on the brakes maybe a little too much. And you can see his pusher body surfing right there. Freddie Marimon from Colombia. And he's going to get back out there with 8 minutes to go. That's his first ride. Just a low score coming in at a 1.77. Alfonso Faria from Portugal looking to better his 3.0 that is in his score line right now. He's got that 5.7, which is going to be a keeper.
And he's got that 4.1 from yesterday, so he's really looking to better not just the 3, but also the 4.1 to pair with that 5.17. You know, he technically is sitting on the bubble before the reshuffle after everybody kind of gets their 2 best scores from this round-robin approach here. But right now, he is technically the bubble sitting right there. So he's definitely looking to better that 4.1. And here is Freddie up here. On the replay, you can see he really is eyeing down it. And as you mentioned, as that wave started to form, as that wave started to have the potential of making a critical cover-up for him, he put on the brakes, buried the rail, and unfortunately popped off the wave before he really could put a maneuver. 1.77 for his first ride. But again, he's looking to better a 7 here to pair with his 8.67 from yesterday. He is, I would say, locked in to moving on, just like David is locked in to moving on as well.
I would agree with you right there. And Faria, the 26-year-old from Carcavelos in Portugal. And Faria with that 5.17 to go with his 4.1. He's going to move from 12th kind of virtually up into that 8th or 9th place, depending. Here's Freddie again. Beautiful cutback right into the pocket, gaining speed off the top. Off the bottom again, beautiful off the top, off the bottom combination. And Freddie again sprays his pusher or catcher. Another turn, just a succession of rail-to-rail maneuvers. And here he goes to finish it off. Excellent wave. Oh, with the 360, come on. Oh, yeah.
How fast do you think he is going to paddle out after that expression coming in? You know, so far we've seen, as you've mentioned numerous times, Anthony, that after a big wave, how fast the individual gets back out. He's not even waiting for his team. He's just getting on his board. The volunteer is even trying to help, and nope, he is just on a mission. His energy, I think, is peaking right now.
He's just straight out there, and that was non-stop action on that wave. The judges are going to love that score. Take us through it.
Here we go from the great drone. Oh, actually, we're going to go back to just show him how fast he's paddling out, which is more exciting right now. But back to our drone shot. Freddie on an absolute beautiful wave. Kind of been waiting the whole heat to get one of these, looking to better that 7. Freddie coming down the line, just endless maneuvers going back to the white ball. It continues to form, and then at the last second grabs a little quick air into the body varial 360, and then the claim, the pump, the excitement. You talk about a guy. Here's from the beach, another view. You really get to see about length of ride here. Not only does Freddie continue to make critical maneuvers down the entire wave, getting back to the power of it, but as he works down the line, he continues to see eye on the prize, noticing as it's starting to form, it reforms, and then at the last second here, waiting, and drops down. But then the excitement, a little 360, and then what? The excitement that arrives from surfing.
Oh, I wonder what he was saying right there. So let's check the judging criteria. Commitment, degree of difficulty, check. Innovative and progressive maneuvers, check. Combination of major maneuvers, check. Variety, check. And speed, power, and flow, check. Add in the claim. He put a stamp on that one. Fold it up, put it in the envelope, and send him into the next round.
You know, yesterday his top score was an 8.67, so just to make the math easy here, he decided that his top score today would be an 8.67. The judges award that last ride from Freddie Merriman from Colombia. So he is currently looking at just shy of David, with David having a 9.9 and an 8.87, but Freddie has himself in the mid-17s as well. So we are two top competitors so far are in the upper 17s. And as you saw, Freddie was paddling out. The man from the U.S., Captain America, Jose Martinez, is in our next heat, who currently has an 8.5 and a 6. But we still have 3.5 minutes here, waiting to see what Freddie might do to try to best that 8.67, and then really looking for second wave scores that are going to better the position of Alfonso and Angel from Spain and Portugal, so that they get off the bubble and lock in their positions in the top 12.
Wow, what an incredible wave. Like, I feel like I just caught that wave. That was so exciting. And I think that's a great sign for the following heats and for everyone watching and trying to figure out where to sit. He waited for that wave. Him and his team knew which waves they wanted. He caught the wave and executed those maneuvers perfectly, carried a lot of speed through that. So 8.67, and that's going to add to his other 8.67. He's dropping a 7.0. Yeah, let's look at it one more time. And just perfect positioning. And right here, he just opened up with the cruising turn and then a check turn right there. Here's where he got speed. Bangs it around right there and repositions, sprays this catcher, and it's just nonstop. Boom, turn after turn. Digs his limb in to get a little bit more speed there, and then that right there was the icing on the cake. He got a lot of speed, and it's tough to get that board up and over the whitewater, so his timing on that was perfect and well worth the claim.
And his excitement is shared with everybody who got to witness that wave. And I think Freddie also showed that you can up your scores, even though David did not up his from the first heat that he surfed in yesterday. And are they going to go for one more? They've got 2 minutes remaining. They're going on a right here, Anthony.
Late takeoff, carves it right back into the whitewater. And you can see where the board goes is where he's looking. And another fun little 360 here. He's got to move his body position. Oh, the handstand. What? That is not worth a score, but that's worth some cheering, and he's got me excited.
Oh, man, this is a fantastic little heat of excitement that our friend Freddie Merriman from Colombia is throwing down. He's not only surfing amazing, he's also finishing amazing with each of his own little special maneuvers. It's like he's got the cheat code to a Tony Hawk skateboarding game, but out here in Huntington Pier, and doing it with handstands, 360s, and lots of excitement. He is fired up. He's calling it a heat. He knows he's done his job, and he knows that he's locked himself into the next round.
Oh, man, I can't wait to hear the post-heat interview.
Ben Way is going to crush this one. I wonder who's going to bring more energy. I don't know if Ben Way can outmatch what Freddie just showed in the ocean.
And look at that smile. He's just exuding stoke through his smile, and his surfing showed it. His claims showed it, and wow, we're we're on the edge of our seats here. Take us through this one.
All right, look at that. He looks way back as we knew he got out in front of this wave, had a lot of speed coming off the initial drop. The wave doesn't quite form like the last one, as in having length of ride like the left that he took in. But what he does do is as soon as he realizes he's done his job on the wave, he adds a little bit of play, adds a little bit of fun, and builds on what he did from the last wave with a 360, then into the front handstand, handspring, and what a way to exit the ocean after such a fantastic heat. 5.33 for that. So his two-wave score will be the 8.67 and 8.67. Surfer in green here from Portugal.
Faria doesn't get into that one, but we've been talking a lot about Freddie, but let's also note, like we talked about earlier, Angel Curiel from Spain adding that 6.5 to go into his scoring. That's his highest single wave of the event for him. So he's going to better his 9th place position that he was in coming in after the first round. Also, Alfonso Faria from Portugal with a 5.17. That's going to add to his 4.1. And he was currently at the bubble, so he's going to move up as well going into these next heats. So a great heat overall for all three of these competitors.
You know, and now we bring into this next heat one of the other past world champions, Mr. Jose Martinez, the co-captain of Team USA. And look, he's already on a wave, as we get to see, as we're still focusing on the last heat competitors, and Jose Martinez is already on a bomb, so we'll be awaiting a replay there. And look at Freddie as we come out of this break here. Freddie really donning the red jersey here. This was that beautiful 8.67, his top scoring wave in this, and probably his top excitement wave as well, from the 360 at the end, and then the massive celebration as he got to the beach. And then, as you mentioned all week, Anthony, after a big, great wave, what do? Well, you paddle back out faster than you've ever done it before, and we saw it firsthand here with Freddie after this great wave. And off we go to commercial now.
This message is for all surfers in the world. The oceans need us today more than ever. The Sands of the World ceremony is our way of uniting the world in peace through surfing.
Now let's begin the Sands of the World ceremony.
It's the ISA symbol, and it symbolizes what we know: peace in the world through surfing. It's a meaningful ceremony in which you bring sand from your beach, you pour it there with your teammates. This ceremony stays with them for the rest of their life. When it came to Tahiti, Tahiti embraced the opening ceremony with the Sands of the World. And the beautiful box that we have today, it's staying in the Hupo.
To be a surfer is not only to go surfing. It is also to take care of the oceans, to be good people inside and outside of the water.
For the second year in a row for the event here, and up and riding Carlos Lopez from Puerto Rico. Yesterday had no ridden waves, so that's going to be his first score that's going to go into his lineup. We're in round number 2, heat 3. Setting up the heat, we have in red from the United States, Jose Martinez. In green, we have from England, James Price. In blue, Scott Davies from Hawaii, and Carlos Lopez in white from Puerto Rico. USA, Hawaii, England, and Puerto Rico.
You know, we also have Jose Martinez already on his first wave that came as we were going to break, a 6, which does not better his second best score from yesterday. Jose messing around with a total score currently of 14.5, combining a 6 and an 8.5. So Jose really looking to grab another in the range of 8 and above. You know, we've seen it already with Freddie with an 8.67 in his last heat, and then David in his first heat with an 8.1. All our countries that are being represented here, we also have flags that all have white and red in them, just for a fun fact for all you viewers at home. And we currently have Jose Martinez leading the heat with that 6, and then James Price of England with a 2.17. Carlos Lopez from Puerto Rico, as Anthony mentioned, did not catch a wave yesterday, but today opened up with a 1.07, and awaiting Scott Davis, surfer in blue from Hawaii, to catch his first wave.
Oh, this is a moment we've been waiting for. Freddie Marimon from Colombia, the excitement winner and the heat winner from the last heat. We're going to go down to him on the sand with Ben Way.
Thanks a lot, guys. Here with the winner of that last one. Probably one of the most exciting performances on a single wave that we've seen. Freddie Marimon, representing Colombia. Felicidades, guapis.
Gracias, guapis. Hola a todos, ¿cómo están? Súper contento, emocionado con la vida por permitirme estar aquí un año más. Agradecido con mi equipo de trabajo, hemos hecho un gran equipo. Aquí tengo a toda mi familia acompañándome. Quiero dar las gracias en Colombia, a la alcaldía de Cartagena, a la federación, a mi equipo. Saludos a mi barrio, a mi familia. Nada, esto fuera sido posible sin ellos y sin mis dos papás que están aquí atrás mío.
So he said he's super happy to be back here, another year here in Huntington, working hard with his team. This year he's got his whole family here supporting him, and really excited to be representing his country. So my first question is going to be that 8.67. Man, one of the top combinations that we've seen, throwing a reverse 360 at the end, a maneuver that we will probably not see by anyone but this guy. So we're going to talk about that wave. Bueno, tu mejor puntaje fue 8.67 para esa combinación con power, con flow, y luego lo terminaste con una 360 reversa ahí dentro, y te vi la emoción, te vi de la sonrisa. ¿Cómo estabas sintiendo en ese momento?
Bueno, demostrando todo lo que hago en mis entrenamientos. Mimo siempre me ha dicho que las competencias se hacen en los entrenamientos y nada, demostrar todo lo que hemos hecho durante este año. Y sí, confiado porque hemos estado entrenando mucho.
So really, he said all of the training, all the time that they've put in is really paying off, and he could feel it in that ride. My next question is going to be, he has worked with this team, with Andres and Mimo Jesus Capote, which is a pro-level bodyboarder, for a long time, and I want to ask about that relationship of working so closely with people that care about you. Bueno, estás conectado, son familia entre tú, Mimo, Andrés. Mimo siempre está buscando un diseño mejor para tus tablas, siempre esos dos deseando lo mejor. ¿Qué significa para ti tener una familia de amigos y estar luchando con ellos para arriba?
De que soy bendecido, Dios me ha bendecido y me ha premiado mucho desde que nací, desde que estoy en la barriga de mi madre. Primero que todo por darme una madre tan hermosa, por darme durante mi vida puesto personas, ángeles, y nada, culminando con estas dos personas que están detrás mío. Y nada, súper agradecido, y Nacho, faltas tú, la buena.
He said he feels completely blessed since he was born by the support of his family and having these guys behind him since the beginning. Bueno, my next question is, are we going to see some more reverse 360s, or do we have some other maneuvers he might be holding up his sleeve? ¿Vamos a ver más 360s en la siguiente rondas, o tienes más maniobras que no habías enseñado?
No puedo decir nada, solamente digo, esperen el proceso y un día a la vez. Dios sabe cómo hace sus cosas.
You can't share his secrets, but he's going one step at a time, and he's going to push it hard. Muchísimas gracias, guapis. Te quiero mucho.
Yo también, guapis. Saludos a todos.
Back to you guys.
Thanks, Ben Way, Freddie Marimon. For as exciting as his surfing was, the interview was tranquilo. He was calmed down. Very, very great interview. And notice a sticker on his board and on his hat, the city of Cartagena helping to support him. Live action, Jose Martinez trying to add to his score. Doesn't make it out of that tube ride.
He was almost just like a millisecond away from being able, but as you see, you know, as this right forms, which is definitely the bigger of the waves, it doesn't quite run as much as the left, but the size, these rights, you have to specifically be in that almost just too perfect to be good critical spot, and Jose was just outside of it from getting covered up. Scott Davis, as we were getting that amazing interview from Benway on the beach, surfed to left into the pier, kind of faded on him before he could get the last maneuver. 2 critically great turns on it, but 3.1 from our surfer in blue from Hawaii. Scott yesterday has a 5.83 and a 2.33, so that 3.1 is going to better his score. And as we have seen, everybody's been bumping themselves up. For the individual that was on the bubble, our surfer from Portugal, Afonso Stoke Fayara, definitely bettered his score, so it's going to be a big shuffle. There's 5 overall heats in this round 2 of men's prone 2. We're in heat 3 right now, and as this all comes together, we're looking to form the top 12 individuals that will be moving on to the quarterfinals.
And Alfonso Faria was sitting in 12th, but Scott Davies has some work to do because Alfonso passed Scott Davies from that first heat, and also Angel Curiel was in 9th and leapfrogged over that 8th place position from Scott Davis. So that 3.1 is going to help him, but he's going to need a little more to not be in that bubble position, as we still have, after this heat, we've got 2 more heats to go and some huge names. So this is exciting times, and you called it at the beginning before the event started that this was going to be one of the incredible events to watch. 4 returning champions, 4 world champions in this event, one from a previous classification in Freddie Marimon, but he's doing great right here in this classification as well. And man, the action is incredible. Surf City USA turning it on, and we're about 20 minutes away from high tide, but the waves are just continuing to give, and give.
You know, yesterday, as we mentioned, as high tide started to roll in, we really noticed how they were really kind of bringing the folks on the inside more to get that bit of pitch to get down. As we get this great shot from the drone, it looks like surfer in white Carlos Lopez of Puerto Rico, Anthony.
On his second scoring wave, and look at that, carrying so much speed into that, and just couldn't shift his body weight from that inside rail, and he goes down. That's our volunteers in orange. They kind of wait in the middle. The pushers wait out the back, the catchers wait on the inside, and we've got a staff of about 20 volunteers. Thanks for your time as this board washes in, and look at the sets out in the horizon.
We've got some lines on the horizon. We've got some competitors out in the zone. It looks like it's our surfers in blue, red, and green that are out there. Jose Martinez currently leading this heat with an 8.6 overall score. He's really looking to up the 6, as he has a 8.5 as his top score from round 1. This being a round robin, you can combine your 2 top best scores to create your overall score. So Jose really looking for another 8 to go along alongside that 8.5 that he got yesterday. Him and his pusher, Darren, are closest to the pier right now, as the other 2 teams that are out there are our team from England, James Price, and here you go, in white, surfer from Puerto Rico, really eyeing down the line, but I think as, you know, coming down this line, carrying a lot of speed, trying to get out in front of this. Great drop here, eyeing where, you know, the board himself want to go down this. The surfer from Puerto Rico here comes up, makes a great maneuver on the top of the wave. And as the surfer in me wants to say, you know, keep charging, went for a little bit of a ride up there, and then as comes down, just kind of buries that inside or the outside rail. You know, really surfing on those elbows to get the rails of this board to create action. And unfortunately, just a little bit too much pressure on that outside of that rail. But again, yesterday not seeing Carlos catch scoreable rides, to see him already grabbing 2 waves shows how hard him and his team analyzed what they did yesterday and translating it into a more effective plan today. All our surfers today are surfing incredible, and this heat here continues the excitement that we have seen in each of the heats of round 2 of men's prone 2.
Jose Martinez in this heat, if we remember, yesterday opened up this round, this division, I should say, with that 8.5 to start it off with a bang. Heat number 1, round number 1 in this division, and that's still his single highest wave. We see those waves come in different directions like we've been talking about. Some of them hook around, some of them angle Jose Martinez, the 36-year-old from Los Angeles. His favorite break is Churches, which is down the way. And as a former Army veteran, or a current Army veteran, he gets access to Churches and gets to park in the lot there. He's a triple amputee that survived a 60-pound IED explosion, internal explosive device, and he was told he'd be confined to a wheelchair. Little did the doctors know that he'd be dropping 8.5s at Surf City, USA in the Para Surfing World Championships.
And, you know, not only does Jose surf at a high level, he also brings the highest level of stoke to the beach. Why he's been named the co-captain of, there we go, Team USA there, many of the great supporters, many of the great individuals that are helping propel this team to hopefully another team gold medal. There's Kevin Olnick right there in the wetsuit acting as the manager and also waterman and also just overall amazing human being to ensure that these athletes are getting the best care. But Jose was named co-captain alongside Sarah Betancourt this year. There's Uncle Sandy and Josh Bogle purveying positivity out on the beach. Purveying positivity, another alliteration of our favorite thing that we continue to do here. But back to Jose, you know, the many reasons that he was picked are part of his leadership and, you know, his background as an Army veteran. But what really it comes to is Jose is always smiling. He's always stoked, and he's always sharing that amount of just excitement with everybody around him. And he cares so much about each individual surfer, regardless from what country, what division. And he just wants to make sure that everybody feels welcome. And that guy is the leader of inclusivity and just absolute a beacon of hope amongst our surf community, our adaptive community, and just for the overall human race. Jose Martinez is just one of those humans that you just love being around.
Team USA, under the leadership of Jose Martinez, looking for that overall team gold medal that France snatched away from him last year, having won in 2022 and 2021. And we saw Uncle Sandy and Josh Bogle cheering on Scott Davis, the Maui surfer representing Hawaii. Born in California, moved to Maui, had his injury about 20 years ago. And so, you know, we've talked about the road back, and I really love what you said yesterday, but that you can't hit the rewind button. You have to just continue to move forward. And it's such a great analogy for any problem, big or small, is just continuing. Oh, there's our camera crew up there. They got the shot coming from the pier. Thanks, guys. So 4 minutes to go, and Scott Davis currently sitting in 8th place on the leaderboard, but he's bettered his position as James Price from England. He's up and riding. James carrying some speed, going right. And look at him just engage that rail to get past that section, trying to change back to the inside rail. Maybe went a little bit too far onto the shoulder. Tough wave to read, as we saw from that previous drone shot, the waves coming from different directions. And there's our volunteers getting a workout.
You know, and James Price is on the opposite side of the bubble, sitting in position 13. Yesterday scoring a 2.83 and a 2.517. So really his two scores today, he needs to truly better them. And to see himself get on that other side of the bubble, we're going to need something in that 4 to 5 range to move him past sitting in 13th currently, which, you know, we've seen in previous heats, others bettering their scores, bettering their overall combination in this round robin format. So James Price of England on that last wave is really going to need to see something in that 4 range to get him off the 13th bubble and into that top 12 to move on to the quarterfinals. With 3 minutes left, I think I think Jose and Scott Davis are really sitting out in the back to really find that wave that's going to give them a higher scoring opportunity. Currently sitting with priority 1 is Scott. Priority 2 is Jose. So there's definitely going to be a little bit of a watch down the line as individuals are being sent onto this wave from their pusher. Jose really looking to better that 6 with another accompanying in the upper 8s with his 8.5 yesterday. So looking to see what Jose is going to pull off here in the last 2.5 minutes, seeing what Scott Davis is going to do with his priority, and then seeing if James Price can better his score to get him off the backside of the bubble.
And great job, Carlos Lopez from Puerto Rico, getting some scores today. When he was 18, he was the victim of a carjacking, which caused him to become quadriplegic from Caguas in Puerto Rico. We're stoked to have him here competing He enjoys offshore fishing, so when Ben and I come visit you in Puerto Rico, please take us fishing. And Carlos Lopez he's already improved his position from yesterday, from that 18th position, moving up one spot, as has James Price has solidified his position in 13th, trying to better it, not doing so yet. Scott Davis bettering his 2.33 from yesterday. So he's going to move up from 8th position, maybe into 7th. I just want to add a disclaimer. Everything we say about the leaderboard is 100% unofficial. We're doing the maths down here on our own. And it's important to try and recognize where these athletes are, as we see a beautiful looking A-frame wave. And in position right now, straight from the middle of the peak, we saw one competitor going right. Jose Martinez going left. We're going to stay with Jose. You can see him drag that hand in off the whitewater, carrying a lot of speed going towards the pier. Again, another turn. He's looking to better his low 6. He's got 1.6 today, 1.6 from yesterday. Will that wave be better than a 6? Currently sitting overall in 3rd on the leaderboard. I'm not sure that's going to do it, but a great way to come in after the heat, leading Team USA as the captain.
You know, he calls that little small stub of his on the right side Little Sharky. And Little Sharky is his special weapon that he has, and allows him to really power and get his arm off that board and maneuver himself down that face. Will that better his 6? Well, we hope so, as he needs to pair his 8.5 from yesterday with a higher score than 6, as that was his second best score. His current, there we go, 6.27. Gonna give Jose a little bit of a bump there, now sitting at 14.77, and extending his overall score. And I'm going to say he's locked in, sitting in the 3rd position right now to move on to the round of 12 and continue his journey to another world championship.
And exciting action here. We're going to come back with heat number 4, round 2 of the men's prone division, right after a short commercial break.
We are Team USA. Welcome to this year's opening ceremony 2024. Let's go!
Welcome everybody to this beautiful get together again of the para surfers of the world under the ISA. These are going to be amazing days of surfing in Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach. What a wonderful place, full of history for the ISA, for World Championships, for US National Championships, for legends that's been surfing in Huntington Beach for decades and decades and decades. It's part of the history of surfing in the United States. So enjoy these days, enjoy your friends, your colleagues, your fellow competitors from around the world. Thank you very much. Muchas gracias to everybody from the bottom of my heart. Thank you.
Thank you once again, and I would now like to declare the ISA Para Surfing Championship open.
Welcome back as we see live action right up and riding. That's our surfer from Japan in red. That is, we're waiting for our scoreboard to refresh. So that's Tomoki Fujiwara from Japan. The heat may not have started. We're waiting to hear the horn. We've got earphones on. So that's why our board had not reset yet. So we'll wait and see what the judges say. A lot of times at the end of heats, we'll take a minute or two as the judges refresh their systems and make sure that all the waves were counted. So we'll figure out whether or not that counted.
It looks like from the other teams that are out in the water, they look like they're pausing. They're not really hunting for that wave. I haven't heard a horn. which doesn't mean that I am correct or not. But here we go, heat 4, Anthony, if you want to read down our color, our country, and our surfers.
We've got Tomoki Fujiwara from Japan and Matthias Vanderguth Luna from Costa Rica, Ryomi Ubukata from Japan, and from Italy in white, Lorenzo Bini, Ryoma from Japan in green. 2 Japanese competitors in this heat. So Tomoki, he was the winner from yesterday.
Ended up 4th overall, sitting behind Jose and right in front of Cliff from Australia. He already got a little practice wave in, we think, since this wave hasn't this heat has not officially started, but that wave decided to come in, and it was too good to not be ridden. And our surfer from Japan took that in, and we will see where that'll translate into when we start at that practice helps. Yesterday, a 6.5 and a 5.33, so really looking to better his score just to keep himself in really good competitive position for this men's prone 2 division. We've seen Jose, Freddie, and Davi all bettering their scores and moving themselves up into the ranks, so our top 3 is not likely going to change much here. Tomoko has the opportunity to better his scores and to just have a better position sitting in that top 12. The ones that really need to focus on this heat are our other surfer from Japan, Ryomi, and then our surfer from Italy, Lorenzo Bina. Both of them are sitting outside of the top 12. Both of them yesterday looked like they had a little bit of a tougher time within the current conditions, and they're definitely going to need to better their scores to see themselves make it inside of the 12. That'll be moving on to the quarterfinals. Lucky for us, Anthony is continually doing math on our sheet here from the good folks of Refresh, and giving us the opportunity to make unofficial, once again, unofficial result claims for this amazing group of competitors. This division seeing 18 individuals that'll be dwindled down to 12, then dwindled down to 6, making up our final 4 for this Saturday's championship round.
And remember, we're not doing math, we're doing maths with an S.
Yes.
And it took me a while to figure out why people said that, but it's actually mathematics. And so in other countries, they say maths instead of math. So we always like to do things different here in the USA. And while we have some time waiting for this next heat to start, we can thank a couple of our partners, or our partner Access Tracks, for laying the groundwork for our athletes, competitors, spectators, and fans to make their way from the parking lot to the beach, putting down their access tracks on the sand. And also our official suppliers, H2O Depot. You can go get your fresh filtered water. And there you see some Instagram posts. There's from Davi yesterday, so make sure you mention at ISAsurf.org and at Surf City USA in all your posts. And there's one from ISAsurfing. So ISAsurfing, you can check out some of the best waves from 2023. Also, Hands with Heart, we'd like to thank them as well. So there you see ISAsurfing and at Surf City USA. You can also follow ISAsurfing on Instagram, YouTube, watch all the replays from all the years, and X, TikTok, and Facebook. And also would like to want to thank one of our official suppliers, Duke's Huntington Beach, the famous Duke's restaurant named after Duke Kahanamoku, who began the dream of having surfing in the Olympics. Fernando Aguirre, ISA president, following that dream, continuing that dream, and making it a reality. The next dream is for parasurfing to be included in the 2032 Olympics in Australia.
You know, and seeing the representation from Australia and hearing about the development that, you know, the country of Australia has been doing, from the likes of Jocelyn Neumuller and Mark Mono Stewart, developing that next round. I don't see it not happening in Brisbane from just the amount of focus. You know, this past year we went down there for the first ever and the first now annual adaptive Australian Championship, and what that country does and gets behind that event, and seeing folks like Mark Mono Stewart and his amazing wife Deb put that event on really shows how focused they are to further the progression, and has the country's backing. So hopefully 2032 will give us the green light and punch the ticket of getting parasurfing into the Paralympics. But for now, we are here at the 2024 World Parasurfing Championships being brought to you by ISA. Follow the journey on isasurf.org. And a big thank you to our host city, Surf City, USA. Visit Huntington. And Huntington is once again putting on a spectacular showcase of a venue with weather, waves, and also just the perfect temperature, as I can't quite figure out, is it hot or cold here?
It depends on where you are. The booth is cold in the morning, and then the booth gets warmer in the afternoon. But for right now, we're going to go down to the sand. And Ben, who do you have down there?
I'm here with the one and only Roll with Guru, Jose Martinez, representing USA, winner of the men's Pro 2 round 2 heat number 3. Congratulations, brother.
Oh man, thank you very much. It's super fun out there. You got to be super selective, but they're super fast, bumpy. So we got to stay on top of understanding our rails and what we were trying to do at the top of the wave. So it's been pretty fun.
Well, not to mention the cooperation of your team, pusher Darren, your catcher Cole, everybody really kind of getting you in the right position, and it's tricky as far as where you line up and getting a good one. So did you guys talk about that pre-heat?
Yeah, right before our heat, our coach Courtney came up to us and we're like, what are we thinking? We're like, we're gonna stay more closer to away from the pier, actually, just because we saw it a little bit more consistent. So we're definitely talking back and forth and our strategy of how we want to loop around, you know. We were thinking of probably paddling back, but we saw some sets coming out and we decided just to go right back up and reset.
Well, finally, here at the ISA, our ultimate goal is to create a better world through surfing. And how has surfing enriched your own life?
I mean, it's enriched my life, but keeping me here, understanding that when I have bad days, as long as I'm here now, I can go out in the water, understand that it's okay. You know, I love being in the moment. I love forgetting about the little minuscule problems that we really have, because they're truly minuscule, you know, and it's incredible to understand that the water teaches us how to be more patient, how to be more understanding, and more than anything, just love. Like, there's never going to be the perfect wave, but there'll always be the right wave. So that's all we're seeking for.
So speaking of love, let's talk about the support from Lisette.
Oh man, she's been incredible throughout this whole time. We've been doing this for 6-7 years now, and she's always right by my side, always telling me, like yesterday she said, if you would have checked that turn, you would have gotten barreled. So she's been understanding to the point where she knows how to read the wave, she knows what I should be doing on it and how it's supposed to look. So it's been incredible to understand that someone that's always with me has the same love and passion that I have for it in a different way.
Well, amazing. She always gets you to the beach, and we look forward to you stacking up some more scores in the next one.
Thank you guys for having us. Like we said, I love you, Lisette, everything, all of my team, because she's part of it as well, and more importantly, you guys for giving us a podium where we can actually get to show the world how beautiful we truly are.
Well, thank you for shining, man.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Jose Martinez, the 2021 world champion, shining in the water, shining out of the water. And I'd like to continue our conversation about what the ISA is doing for many different surfing disciplines. Obviously getting shortboarding into the Olympics, but they also have proposed longboarding and stand-up paddle racing, which were included in the Pan American Games, first in 2019 in Lima, Peru, also in 2023 last year in Chile. Beautiful down in Pichilemu. We'll go to this wave by our surfer from Japan, Ryoma.
Our surfer in green here, one of the surfers that is outside of the bubble right now, so really needing to up a score from yesterday. The wave doesn't really give a lot of critical opportunity here, but the wave has a long-standing, just pushing right, and our surfer there from Japan taking it. Now here comes our surfer from Costa Rica, Matias. Costa Rica royalty went down here earlier this year in the Costa Rican Open. This guy runs the country, has ATVs, has UTVs, has just a massive amount of support. His positive energy, his incredible just stoke on being out in the ocean and sharing it with others. And we are just firing through here. Here's our other surfer, Tomoko from Japan, who decided early in this heat to try and practice on a wave. And it looks like that same right that he got to practice practice on is resurfacing itself right here. This wave will count, taking it all the way down in a perfect little maneuver at the end and staying within that white ball. Our surfer from Japan there just went from 4th to 1st, catching his first wave of a 6.5. Matthias's wave that we just called a 5.67. Ryomi from Japan a 3.87, and Lorenzo Bini from Italy with a 2.33. Now Ryomi from Japan, yesterday's top scoring wave was a 2.5. So that 3.07 is going to pair well now with that 2.5 and hopefully push him up and over that bubble.
So currently, all 4 surfers, Tomoki, Matthias, Ryoma, and Lorenzo, all have scores that are going to their overall top 2. So we see that 6.5 that just locked in from the wave you just called. Matthias with the 5.67, that's his single highest score. Ryoma with the 3.07, that's bettering both of his previous scores. And also Lorenzo Bini with the 2.33, that betters both of his previous scores. He's in 17th, so he's got a lot of work to do, or was in 17th from the leaderboard from yesterday. That's changed around a little bit from our previous 3 heats. We're in heat 4 of 5, and there's a lot of shuffling happening.
There's a lot of shuffling. Our unofficial maths is all coming together right now to try to better who we believe is going to qualify into that top 12. Do not take our word for it. We're just going to do our best to update it. Anthony has multiple sheets, multiple pieces of paper that he's adding scores to as we go through this to really try to figure out who's going to make up this top 12 that'll move on to the quarterfinals for this largest heat of participants that we have in this ISA World Para Surfing Championship. 18 individuals from numerous countries are participating in the prone division here, prone assist, where there's a catcher and a pusher along with the surfer. So these teams of 3, we really got to look at it as a team of 3 participate in this. 12 minutes remaining in heat 4 of 5 heats of this round 2 of men's prone 2, and currently seeing Tomomuko from Japan with a yesterday top score of a 6.5. Now he's going to take his 6.5 from here and help keep him inside that top 12. Matthias, yesterday's top score was a 4.87, so this 5.67 that he got on his opening wave is going to increase his overall score as well. And as we mentioned, our other 2 surfers has bettered both of their scores from yesterday. So with 12 minutes remaining, a lot of shuffling that can still happen. Still excited to see Matthias really grab a long left or a long right. Once he gets up onto plane, he can just surf one. In Costa Rica, where we surfed down in Boca Barranca, I saw him take a left that he must have been on for 4 minutes by the time the wave finally ended. The second longest left in Costa Rica, only behind Pavones, is that Boca Barranca wave. And oh my God, did Matthias really show the amount of knowledge that he has on this space. It looks like he's chanting something of excitement out there, always smiling, following in the countryman's footsteps of Dario Alberto Melendez de Villa. The folks from Costa Rica are always expressing and sharing pura vida, and we're getting excited to see how each of these surfers on their next wave are going to hopefully better their top scores.
Talking about that 4-minute long wave versus the waves we have here today. Yesterday we heard Rachel and Sam talking about being a complete surfer to be a competitive surfer. You can't just surf your local home break of Churches or Pavones or whatever it is. You've got to be able to surf in all conditions. And as we saw yesterday, as the tide was draining, the wind was coming up a little bit, and it was a little bit more difficult. That's where the competitive side of surfing comes in. And it's important to be an all-around surfer. We heard from the interview with our previous heat winner. He was talking about listening to his coach, Courtney Conolog, and figuring out where to sit and where not to sit. And the execution of all of the strategy comes into play. I'm Anthony Vela here with Roy Tuscany. We're at the 2024 ISA World Parasurfing Championship presented by Surf City USA. And just want to say thank you to all of our judges out there. International panel of judges yesterday scoring 200 Almost 250 waves were ridden and scored yesterday. That is a lot of waves.
You know, and I think today with more heats, we're probably going to see over 300 waves. So it's not a, rest day for the judges. Their eyes, their ears, their every senses they have that go into seeing, feeling, and experiencing these waves that the competitors are taking on are really keeping them sharp. So a big amount of kudos going to that entire judging staff, the entire panel that fulfills all the requirements of getting waves scored, getting them scored in a timely manner, and ensuring that scores are evenly presented for the waves that are being ridden. And it's a masterful masterpiece that they put together up there, trying to stay in line. Oh, I know that logo right there. Little Ben Way logo showing up here. This looks like a custom board for, who's this? Kayla Wolpitz, Dr. Wolpitz from Team Hawaii. Look at that. That thing looks fresh. It's got the secret, step down in the back from Ben Way, the secret positions of the way he puts fins. It's got his signature on this. I mean, this is like looking at like a nice Mona Lisa, but out on the beaches. And here we go with some action.
And that is Lorenzo Bini from Italy for his second wave ridden in this heat number 4. And you can see him try to shift his body position a little more forward on the board to stay connected with the wave. Matthias Luna, the aftermath of something out the back that we missed while we were following Lorenzo Bini from Italy. So Matthias Luna, he's got his second ridden wave. We'll look to see if we can get a replay on that one. And also we see a 3.07, we see a small score of a 0.8 that was locked in for Ryomi from Japan. So a flurry of waves on that set.
And as we await the last 7.5 minutes of this heat, a lot of competitors, Tomoko and waiting a score for Matthias, are still searching for that second wave. Again, in this round-robin format, they can take a wave from their first heat, they could take a wave from their second round, and they can combine it, or they can just better their scores in round 2 and take both of those. But it really comes down to a combination, which will then determine the top 12 here. Here we go, Surfer in red from Japan.
Tomoki Fujiwara, just a quick airdrop down, and he's going to carry some speed and trying to connect to the inside, angling right on the rail, banking off the whitewater, really leaning into that inside rail. He's going to have a look around, straighten out, maybe position for one more move off the top, continuing with that wave again off the top. Great ride from Tomoki Fujiwara from Japan. Didn't look like there was that much to offer, but he really maximized the scoring potential on that one. The 50-year-old born in Okayama, Japan. And you can see they're telling him, get back out there, hurry, hurry.
And there's the big swath of supporters from Team Japan. They show up every day. They cheer on their competitors. With 6 minutes and 10 seconds left, they're going to get him back out and going for another wave, a 2.47 on that last ride. I mean, it was really, a drop and not much maneuverability as the wave closed out. Same kind of thing for his fellow countrymen here with Ryomi in the bright green, yellow jersey. But this one's going to form a little bit more. And here we go out the back in white, Anthony.
Oh, look at that. That looked like maybe there was some potential on the left. And Lorenzo Bini angling right, trying to add something to his score. Lorenzo currently sitting in 17th place on the leaderboard. And he's going to reposition towards the pier to make it a little easier for his pushers and catchers to get him back out through the escalator, rip current. And Matthias Vanderguth Luna from Costa Rica. And just
Good
putting
call.
pressure on the tail to not go on that wave. So whether to go or not go, who do you think's calling it more, the pusher or the surfer?
Well, knowing Matthias, I know it's Matthias. Others, I think it's there, but Matthias is very vocal, and you can see why. I think he knew that one wasn't going to have as much open face to potentially put in, and there he goes up and over, back down almost, but again, I think that is definitely going to, I don't know, he's got a 5.67, a 5.43. It's going to fall right in that range. He's looking to better those scores from yesterday, which he already has with a 4.83 and a 4.8. So I think that last wave is going to fall directly in between it. Here he is from the drone in that blue, really has the option of this open wave face as he starts to come down this line, a bunch of little maneuvers here and there, and then really looking to pop off the top, but the whitewash, it started to double up there, actually, you can see, and started to suck him back. From the beach, you get to really see the height of the wave, the amount of distance that he travels down, carrying a great amount of speed, really right up there on the front of his board. And I don't think he really had that opportunity as that wave started to double up, and it kind of sucked him back, and we saw him go backwards on the wave there.
Looks like he mistimed it just a little bit also. It was like a shortboarder going for the air section. He was telegraphing that all he wanted to do was hit that end section, carried a lot of speed, and just mistimed it a bit. So he's already bettered his 2 previous scores from yesterday. He's currently sitting in 7th place overall on the leaderboard, so he might bump up 1 or 2 spots depending on the rest of the surfers. So 3 minutes, 30 seconds to go in this heat number 4, round 2. 1 more heat to go after this. And we see his 5.43. We didn't get to see the beginning of that wave. We saw the end of that wave. And I love this shot right here up the coast. So we're looking from south to north. There's a Huntington Pier in the background. You can see the Palos Verdes Peninsula right there. Long Beach a little bit to the right. Seal Beach is in between Huntington and Long Beach. So there's the coast of just north of Surf City, USA. And you can see just peaks and breaks all the way down. So you go north of the pier, you can surf on the north side, and then you get to the Huntington Cliffs there. Then you get right into Bolsa Chica. On the ends of Bolsa Chica River Jet, the Bolsa Chica Jetty. We get into Seal Beach, the Seal Beach River Jetty, and all the way into the South Bay around the corner from Palos Verdes. And just a beautiful city. There's so much to offer here at Surf City, USA. Huntington Beach. Visit Huntington Beach. Thank you guys for presenting this event, the 2024 ISA World Para Surfing Championships. 2 minutes to go, Roy. Anyone standing out to you in this round that was a surprise?
You know, I thought we were going to see a little bit more of a battle between Tomoko and Matthias, as they were both sitting in that kind of 4th to 7th range. I think they both showed why they've continued to be successful in this, as they're finding specific ways to add to their overall score. You know, it really shows, though, too, when you see in those opening rounds, the classification of the disability here, how hard it is for, you know, folks with, you know, quadriplegia to be, you know, doing the same maneuvers as Freddie, David, and Jose, but what you're really seeing is how competitive they are. And this is one of the most competitive divisions that exists, in one of the most competitive classes, and it really comes down to just the way that every single competitor in this charges. The definition of charging happens every single time an assisted prone is on a wave, and here's our surfer in white.
Lorenzo Bini looking to better that 2.77, currently sitting in 17th place. And he needed 1 more turn on that wave, I think, to get a little more scoring potential, but he had a lot of speed. And Tomoki, live action, you can see that wave just throwing behind him. So soupy, it was just completely white as the whitewater fell right behind him. You can see the rails on his board. So many different designs we've been talking about, and 1 more wave.
All right, here we go. Surfer in blue from Costa Rica, Matthias. He is charging down this with a lot of speed. These rights today, you've really got to charge and then come back. And let's see, again, falls off the backside of that wave. Kind of the same culprit that happened to him on the last one. I think he might just get a free little push in here. A wave is approaching and probably will send him in to close out this heat. Just misses this one. 10 seconds remaining in Heat 4, Round 2, men's assisted prone. Anthony, take us out to the beach, my friend.
Yep, you can see down there on the beach, everyone's checking out all the action. You guys can check out all the action. When we come back right after this, we'll be back with Sam and Rachel in the booth.
Hello and welcome to Huntington Beach, California. I'm Kelly Miller, President and CEO of Visit Huntington Beach. Known as Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach boasts 10 miles of coastline and the most consistent waves on the West Coast. Huntington Beach has it all, with endless summer weather, year-round events, outdoor activities, and oceanfront resorts and spas. So get ready to be inspired, be connected, and be here, Huntington Beach. Plan your visit at surfcityusa.com.
Parasurfing has the power to bring us together. Together, we push the limits, further the sport, and go for gold. You've crossed countries to get to the World Championships. Let Access Tracks simplify crossing the sand. Access Tracks, the official beach access pathway of the ISA World Parasurfing Championships.
Welcome back to the action as we move into heat number 5, the final heat of this qualifying round, the second qualifying round of the men's Prone 2. We got Cliff Gralton, Mark Mad Dog Hager representing England, Claudio Morales from Chile, Marco Volpi from Team Italy. I'm Sam Bleakley, back in the booth with Rachel Tilley. Rachel, great energy out there, but the stakes are high for the Prone 2 surfers because this is their last chance to get their best scores to go to the top 12 into the knockout stage.
Yeah, so in this format that we have, it's a round robin. And so these athletes are trying to improve on the best 2 scores that they had yesterday. And we've been seeing so many improvements throughout this round so far. So it's really upping the stakes. And these athletes now that are in Heat 5 and 6 will know exactly what they need to do to put themselves in that top advancing position. So I'd be interested to know in these next few post heats if these athletes are aware or are thinking about that in a really like to the point perspective of what they need to do in order to advance, or if they're just going out and going to try their best and see what happens there on.
Yeah, and some surfers have been eliminated already. I talked to James Price for Team England. He was disappointed, but I said, you know, well done. You're here, you're representing, you've surfed brilliantly, you've given it a good go. And I reckon he got a great money shot on a really good late takeoff he had on a big right-hander. And sometimes that can be a special takeaway, not only continuing to support your fellow surfers in their respective divisions, but also some of the great images that capture the action that the ISA team document here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's a memorable opportunity every time you get to go travel across the world and represent your country. Regardless of result, it is a feat in and of its own. So we are seeing so much energy. I think the energy is even built on from yesterday, especially as we're in that kind of those last efforts in this round. You can feel it from all the teams on the sand. I can hear whistles and cheering now from the beach. So, you know, it's really fun to be a part of this energy that's down here, Sam.
So Cliff Gralton for Australia, Mark Hager for Team England, Claudio Morales, Marco Volpi. This is surfers riding in the prone position who need assistance to paddle into waves and while in the water. So you have the pushers and the catchers, the pushers with the surfers out back waiting to set themselves up. The surfers, of course, riding the wave independently, and then the catcher will stay on the inside. Some catchers opting to position themselves on the beach, others in the water, and they will try to spot where the surfer's going to end and be hopefully the first person to get to their surfer once the ride is completed. But there's also the water safety team who can intervene whenever necessary just to help stabilize, keep the surfer safe and help them get back on their board.
Yeah, it's a really beautiful team effort, and in these post heats a lot of times we see the pushers and the catchers standing there behind their athlete there being interviewed, and you just see this real team bond. The communication between all three of them is really crucial, and a lot of them have worked with the people on their team for years and have won medals with that team. So here's a look at all of the classifications that we are seeing this week.
Yeah, 9 different classifications: the stand 1, the stand 2, the stand 3, the kneel, the sit, the prone 1. We're currently in the prone 2, and there are 2 vision impairment classifications. And the cool thing about prone 2 is definitely a team effort. Rachel. The pushes and the catches and the water safety team really coming into play.
Yeah, I really love seeing that. I think seeing the camaraderie and the relationships that that these surfers build with that team is pretty outstanding.
And an outstanding event here, the 9th edition of the World Parasurfing Champs. 151 athletes from 25 nations represented, and returning gold medalists such as Elena Nichols, Sarah Betancourt, Mark Mono Stewart, and then people going for their 3rd world title. Alili Medina from Puerto Rico, Llewellyn Sponge Williams from Wales, Emma Dieters from Australia, Jeff Munson for Team USA. Great to see him back. Jesse Balauer, we saw him surfing earlier. We've already got that leaderboard. Jesse Balauer has already booked himself a spot in the top 12. So as it stands right now, Cliff Gralton carrying a 6 and a 5.43 from his opening round. Mark Mad Dog Hager carrying a 5 and a 4.9 for his opening round. And here we go. It's the first to catch a wave. It's Marco Volpi for Team Italy. Good drop, long, drawn out, smooth direction change in the whitewater. Marco with a 1.93 and a 1.5 from his first round. So he needs to do some work to get in the top 12. He's still trimming. He's still direction changing. And what a great start for the Italian, Rachel.
It is, and how he angled himself on that drop on the way down to ensure that he made such a steep drop was really technical and well executed.
So he's going to be pleased, kick things off in style for Team Italy, but a lot of work to do to get into that top 12, carrying some low scores from the opening round. Having a look at this one, it's Claudio Morales for Team Chile into the tube section. Can he hang on? Nearly pops out, based in Northern California. The Chilean there, bronze medalist from 2021 at the World Parasurfing Championship. He's up, he's good, he's happy. And with that, we will go down to the glass because Ben Way is with our winner from the last heat. It's our Costa Rican Mateus representing Montezuma.
Thanks a lot, guys. Winner of the men's Prone 2, round 2, heat number 4, representing Costa Rica, Mateus Vanderhood Luna. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. I feel so happy for my scores because yesterday I had a bad hit, but today we're back to the game, and I feel so happy for my coach, for my team, because I bring my family with me, and thank you so much to everybody in Costa Rica helped me to come here, to my sponsors, and nothing. Say hi to everybody there in Costa Rica. You.
Well, you had a great. We had a great morning. We already saw Dario win his heat, so Costa Rica's on a good morning right now. And you saw the conditions in the morning. It was offshore, kind of very fast waves, not a lot of room for turns. Were you happy that the tide came up for your heat, so you had some room to really get in those turns and those carves?
Yeah, I feel so great. I'm so happy for my surfing today because it's a perfect conditions, perfect size, and nothing. I am blessing, and thank you so much, bro.
Y finalmente, unas palabras para las ticas y los ticos que te están apoyando desde casa en español.
No, saludar a toda mi gente allá en Santa Teresa, Montezuma, Cóbano. Saludo a mi papá que está viendo esto, que lo amo mucho, y mañana vamos con todo otra vez a cuartos de final.
Pura vida, Mai.
Pura vida.
Back to you guys.
Pura Vida absolutely representing Montezuma on the southern tip of the Nicoya Peninsula there. That's a great performance from Mateus. He betters his scores from the opening qualifying round. He drops a 5.67 and a 5.43, so he moves up the leaderboard. He's in the top 12, so he will move to the knockout stages, Rachel.
Yeah, super exciting, and a lot of energy that would be coming from that. You can see he's so stoked, and it's the best feeling knowing that you've secured yourself into that knockout round moving forward.
Big shout out to Mark Hager's son, Ted the Shred Hager, representing Bournemouth, Boscombe Beach. Of course, Ted will be tuning in, cheering for his dad, hoping that his dad will shoot the pier on one of these lefts, because that's one of his trademark touches.
Yeah, I know it's something that in the managers' meeting the night before the event started, they said, please please. We know it's probably likely you guys are going to want to shoot the pier. Please don't. And we've already seen it happen from day one.
And that's why we call Mark Hager the Mad Dog. Will he do it? We'll see. As we can see on our screen, there he is with Jack, his pusher. Jack just lining him up. We got Dino, his catcher, on the inside. But right now, in the middle of your screen, it's Claudio Morales, a psychologist based in Santa Cruz, but Chilean by birth and representing Team Chile and riding his trusty 7.6 Pearson Arrow, and a regular at Pleasure Point. And of course, Bob Pearson, an iconic surfboard builder in California.
Yeah, and you can see it's really been interesting to have a look at the wide variety of equipment that these surfers are riding, whether it's in handles or straps, or they like to, if they have that trunk strength and mobility, they won't have as much, I guess, strapped in, because they like to move their trunk forward and backwards. So you really see a wide variety of equipment built for the surfers in their specific circumstance.
So these are some of our surfers. Coming up next, we'll be shifting into the women's kneel. We'll have 3 qualifying rounds, so we're very much looking forward to seeing some of the big names. Of course, no Victoria Feige, who is a multiple gold medalist, so the opportunity for a new gold medalist will come through. So we're looking forward to calling the action on those 3 heats after we conclude this one. It's been a slow start, Rachel. We've just come off the high tide. Do you think that will be affecting conditions a little bit?
Yeah, absolutely. The high tide notoriously does kind of drown out the swell, and it really then leaves it to those the bigger swells or the bigger sets that actually come through and break through the lineup.
Live action, Cliffo, beautiful bottom turn into the bowl section, cover up. Can he ride out of this cover up? Nearly, but great commitment, great charge from our surfer, our photographer, who's a great documenter of the action sports, based in Tuncurry, mid-north coast of South Wales, just north of Sydney there. He charged that section, Rachel. He definitely went for it. And we can see Kirk Watson. He's holding the flag there. He's a defending gold medalist. You can see Matt Formston. He's a multiple gold medalist himself. But here's the replay.
Yeah, look, using that handle in the front, you can see him lift up that nose to try and generate that speed to make it around the section. Unfortunately, it kind of just puts him into that lip line and gets knocked off there. So that comes in as a 2.33, but does put him straight into the lead at the moment.
Well, Cliffo is already carrying some good scores from the first qualifying round, a 6 and a 5.43. So fingers crossed he's going to be able to stay in the top 12 as the Mad Dog, Mark Hager, on his brand new 6.8. Johnny Purton, JP, charges that left, a great bottom turn, a great setup again as this wave now starts to drive through to the inside, and he climbs and he attacks and he just engages that rail on a fantastic new board. I had the chance to have a little free surf on that board 2 days ago, and he's going to go for the pier. He's going to shoot it. Not enough momentum all the way through, but that forefin looking fruity, a great score coming through hopefully for Mark Hager.
Yeah, talking to him yesterday in his post-heat interview, he just talked about how much he was feeling good on this equipment that he has right now. It is nice and fresh, and I love the bright colors that we see from it as well.
Yeah, I had a go on it, and I felt good just about the spray, let alone the fact that it's a fantastic Johnny Purton built board. JP doing a lot of great surfboards for both able-bodied and adaptive surfers. As we can see, Dino, the catcher, just hooking up there with Mark Hager. But on your screen right now, it's Cliffo. He's got a 2.33. First priority is with our Chilean, Claudio Morales, who works as a psychologist in Santa Cruz. It looks as though none of the other surfers are out back in the lineup yet to get their priority situation, Rachel, as we get to appreciate this from Mad Dog Mark Hager.
Dropping in with tons of speed, a little redirection because he saw that lip coming down, really great reading of the wave, and then he just continues towards the pier. I think he had his eyes set on hoping this would bend away from the pier so that he could get in and around it and then come back around shooting the pier. Doesn't quite get all the way there. The wave peters out before he reached the pier. But you could see that intention from him, his desire to do that.
Absolutely. As we move into the last 6 minutes, a 3 for Mark Hager, a 2.27 for Marco Volpi for Team Italy, a 2.33 for Cliff Gralton, and a 1.83 for Claudio Morales as we celebrate our 60th birthday for the International Surfing Association, founded in 1964. Of course, that inaugural world contest. Midget Farrelly, famously the Australian at Freshwater Beach there with that beautiful drop knee turn, kind of set the field ablaze, and that started the annual world titles. We can see Emma Dieters warming up. She is going to be shifting gears, Rachel. She's going to be surfing in the kneel category. She's a gold medalist in the prone 1, and she's changing divisions, so I'm really looking forward to seeing the great Emma Dieters in the kneel.
Yeah, really exciting and really interesting to see how this has changed her equipment and also how it will change her strategy going into this different division with a whole set of different competitors.
Absolutely. As we move into the last 5 minutes, Mark Hager out there in the lead with just that one score of a 3. So all of the surfers with that either a 0 by their second score or a low score for Marco Volpi from Team Italy, because he's just dropped to 0.20, so that puts him up into second position, but he needs to really build on his combination of scores to get himself into the top 12. As it stands right now, he would not have enough scores to do that, but it looks as if Mark Hager would, as would Cliff Gralton. And if I look back at the scores from Claudio Morales from the opening round, he got a 4.17 and he didn't get a backup wave, so he does need to get a significant wave, maybe up in the 7s, to be safe to get himself a spot in the top 12 and move forward to the knockout stages.
You know, I think that's something that's to be said too when you find out the schedule in a round robin type of scenario, and coming from the competitor's perspective, a lot of times you'll have one heat in really great conditions, and then your other heat will maybe be in lesser conditions, and they try and make sure. Let's take a look at, wow, what a takeoff.
Nice late takeoff right under the hook. Gets that tube, comes out of that section there. Now just hanging on tight as we can hear and see and feel the energy from the Irukandjis as Cliffo just now climbs and drops. And then now he's back on the open face with an incredible nice cutback, and then puts himself again in the little bowl section right through to the inside. A chance of a float right out of that floater all the way through to the sand. That was an incredible bit of surfing from Cliffo.
Yeah, you can see the smile from his face as he surfed that all the way into the sand, and there the water safety team's there to meet him.
Late takeoff as well, Rach. We got excited, didn't we? Not only the late takeoff, the control of that late takeoff, coming through that foam, getting completely covered up, staying in trim, accelerating, and then getting back on the open face, and then really initiating what was a fantastic cutback on that very closing section.
Yeah, that wave really did keep providing. And although it kind of was a closeout right off the takeoff, he took advantage of it and read it really well, getting covered up there. And you can see shaking the water from his eyes, smile on his face already, fist pumping in the background of your screen. And I love that he sticks with it here and stays intentional about going towards that right, because it does continue to provide. And he's able to get multiple maneuvers here on the inside, getting that speed to go for that final floater and riding up straight onto the sand.
Yeah, I really like that nice open face cutback he got towards the end, and then finishing with a floater. So he's going to drop a score. It comes in at a 4.50, adds to his 2.33. Looking at his scores from the opening round, that 4.50 wouldn't go into his top 2, so he'd still be carrying his 6 and his 5.43 from the opening qualifying round. All surfers have an opportunity to surf twice. Top 2 scores count. Up and riding right now, Claudio Morales. Nice, arcing, smooth, stylish surfing. Some great rail engagement as he drives through this section towards the pier bowl, right through to the inside, and sensibly just cuts back, but he's still got a little bit of face to deal with as he just arcs off into the inside. And that was stylish, that was committed, and that was good pocket riding.
Yeah, I like the way that he read the takeoff on that, starting with a bit of a fade right and then engaged that inside rail to bottom turn left. I think that really allowed him to maintain all his maneuvers thereon, being straight in the pocket and maintaining critical surfing.
Absolutely. Big shout out to Bournemouth and Poole College, where Mark Hager works as a lecturer. Of course, they're giving him the support and the opportunity to come out here and represent his country, as we can see Marco Volpi for Team Italy on the inside here. So he's going to possibly replace his 0.20. Will it better his 2.27? We'll have to wait and see. But he looks happy. He's got a smile on his face, as we can see Mark Hager committing to a long right-hander, really putting that board on rail. Now coming out of those two radical turns, and now as things get a little bit foamy on the inside, he's just keeping that rail engagement, climbing and dropping, trying to be as active and lively as possible, using the deck grips, and now putting his hands right up on the nose there, Rachel.
Yeah, really, as he got his hands all the way around the nose up there, pulling himself towards the front of his board to flatten that board as much as possible to maintain that speed was really great. Feeling and reading and adapting to the wave that he was on as it changed underneath him.
We can see Team England there, Hannah Brand just bringing the board back in. We can see the Hounsfield family just helping out Dino there, and fantastic work from all of the teams. And we will have a short break and find out what those scores are going to be real soon as we get to feast on Cliffo dropping into the bowl.
Parasurfing has the power to bring us together. Together, we push the limits, further the sport, and go for gold. You've crossed countries to get to the World Championships. Let Access Tracks simplify crossing the sand. Access Tracks, the official beach access pathway of the ISA World Parasurfing Championships.
This message is for all surfers in the world. The oceans need us today more than ever. The Sands of the World ceremony is our way of uniting the world in peace through surfing.
Now let's begin the Sands of the World ceremony.
It's the ISA symbol, and it symbolizes what we know: peace in the world through surfing. It's a meaningful ceremony in which you bring sand from your beach, you pour it there with your teammates. This ceremony stays with them for the rest of their life. When it came to Tahiti, Tahiti embraced the opening ceremony with the Sands of the World. And the beautiful box that we have today, it's staying in the Hupo.
To be a surfer is not only to go surfing. It is also to take care of the oceans, to be good people inside and outside of the water.
Welcome back to the action as we move into the women's kneel round one, heat one. First opportunity for the women kneel category to take to the water. That is going to be 3 qualifying heats as we kick things off. We've got France, Emmanuel Blanchard, the 43-year-old, surfing against Audrey Pascal from Spain, and an absolute icon of parasports, representing Israel, currently living in Florida, born in France to an Israeli family, spent much of her career in Tel Aviv. It's Pascal Berkovich, who is an icon of para canoe and a canoe sprint legend, and a keen para rower who transitioned to paracycling and represented her nation in the 2012 Paralympics in London. And she has recently got into surfing, and it's really special to see her here representing Team Israel, with Audrey Pascal dropping a wave, dropping a score, comes in at a 2.0. I'm Sam Bleakley, still in the booth with Rachel Tilley. Looking forward to seeing this one unfold, Rachel.
Yeah, we just saw the men's prone wrap up on that last heat that we watched, and so excited now to see us go into another category, a different category, and see the women take the water, as we have not seen them out here yet. Just round one, so they have 2 rounds to get 2 of their best scores, and out of those, both of those heats, they'll walk away with those 2 scores that will potentially put them into that knockout round in that next advancing position.
Big shout out to Australian legend Matt Formston, who's just given signed copies of his fantastic book Surfing in the Dark to the WEBCAST team, which is really special. The first children's book to be written in Braille. And Matt Formston on the back there always dreamed of becoming a professional surfer, but by the time he was 5 years old, he was almost completely blind. Matt never let that stop him. Now he is a record-holding cycling Paralympian and a world champion surfer. So this book allows you to discover how being vision impaired has made Matt who he is today. So big shout out to the Formston team, the Irukandjis, Australia. This is an absolute beautiful book. You can get this online. It's called Surfing in the Dark. Matt Formston's book with co-writing from John Dickinson, illustration by Philip Bunting. And Rachel, I'm going to hand that to you. It looks absolutely beautiful.
Oh, it's incredible. I have goosebumps from this. This is so beautiful. Thank you so much.
So we've got 15 minutes remaining. Audrey Pascal from Spain out there in first with a 2.0. And another Pascal Berkovic for Team Israel in green. She's got a 0.4. And Emmanuel Blanchard from Team France representing Vendée. She's been a bronze medalist in this category in 2022. Last year, she was a copper medalist. In 2021, she was a silver medalist. She's a multiple French champion. But the big news is, Rachel, for women's kneel is the iconic, absolute legend. If you're tuning in, Victoria Feige, we miss you. We miss you being here representing Team Canada. She's opted to take a little break from this competition. She's a multiple world champion, but it does open the door for another woman to take gold.
Yeah, it's always super exciting when you can see a new name added to a list of really esteemed and accomplished women before her, and especially, like you said, Victoria Feige, the dominance that she has had in this division, representing Canada, but living most of her time, spending it mostly in Hawaii. Yeah, she's just so incredible.
Well, that was
we miss seeing her.
Yeah, absolutely. Big late takeoff for our French surfer, Emmanuel Blanchet, who just had a really committed launch to that wave, but unable to control that bottom turn. So she will get a score. It will be low. She takes a fall, but she's close to the lineup, so it won't be a long paddle for her to get back out. Low scoring heat to kick things off, but lots of room to improve. Plenty of time left as well, Rachel.
Yeah, with 13 minutes remaining, still you're not getting into that stressful mindset by any means. You're kind of still waiting out there, knowing that conditions are a bit inconsistent at the moment because of that higher tide. These women would have been watching the heats prior to this and preparing, understanding that strategy. Let's take another look at Blue here. Gets to her knees real quick and goes for that hit up on the top, but unfortunately does not get that timing right, and the lip comes down on her. She comes unstuck. So only a 2, but does have her in the first place position at the moment. But these women would know that it's inconsistent, and that's why they're trying to get on what they can when the opportunity comes in and try and just start getting those scores on the board. It really alleviates pressure. If they're able to get 2 decent scores in this heat, really alleviates pressure for their round 2 heat in terms of that round robin setup here.
And talking of Matt Formston and his book, also this woman on your screen, Israeli surfer Pascal, she is also the author of a fantastic book that she wrote in 1999 called The Miracle Dolphin, all about an Egyptian boy and a dolphin, and it's the Egyptian boy's hearing impairment that really gives this beautiful story an edge, and the relationship between him as a hearing impaired youngster and his connection to nature through this relationship with this one particular dolphin. She's also a filmmaker, and she has represented Israel in a number of Paralympics in 2008 and 2012. She's new to surfing, currently now based in Florida. She's paddling out for her second wave, as we can see Audrey Pascal and Emmanuel Blanchet out back. Of course, Audrey and Emmanuel regular finalists in the kneel. Audrey Pascal is a copper medalist from 2020, a copper medalist from 2022, and last year she finished bronze 2023, so working her way up closer to silver. Will it be her chance to get gold? We'll have to wait and see. We've got some other big names coming up. We've got the likes of Cynthia Gonzalez from France, Ayula Schuster from Israel. We've got Erin Koffel for USA. We've also got Emma Dieters representing Australia, now in the kneel, having shifted over from prone 1 as Pascal moves through to the inside. She will get a little score there, but it looks like Audrey is out back for Spain. Here we go, up and riding, straight into it. Bottom turns, it's a foamy one, running away from her. She will get a score. It won't be super significant, but it's been fairly low scoring so far. So some of those 2s could be important for the surfers.
I think smart for her to get out of that as quick as she did, because it does allow her basically to be right back in the lineup, quickly back into a priority position. She will get second priority under our surfer in red, so meaning our surfer in red has first pick to any wave that comes in to the lineup, and if she opts not to take a wave, the person in second and third priority underneath her can have their pick of the lot.
So with that, let's get down to the glass on the beach. It's Cliffo, the Australian, with Ben Way.
Thanks a lot, guys. Winner of that last one, representing the Idukanjis for Australia, Cliff Galton. Congratulations.
Cheers, thank you.
And the waves were looking really, really fun. It looks like the tide's moved in. It's turned a little bit more shore breaky, but managed to find some great ones. Were you expecting this fun of surf here in Huntington?
Yeah, I wasn't quite sure what to expect. It's been really good, really fun, clean, rippable waves. Yeah, really fun.
So I saw you in Byron Bay during our tour over there that Mono set up. That tour was the first time I've seen you riding. You're on kind of like a blunt nose, almost a bodyboard looking nose board. You switched it up this time. What's the difference between those boards?
Oh, this is actually the same one. It's just got a few extra stickers on it, that's all. Yeah, and different fins. So yeah, just trying some bigger fins in it.
So D-Birds takes care of a lot of the whole team. What's your relationship been with your shaper?
Yeah, well, the boys all pointed me in his direction because he's had a lot of experience with adaptive surfing, and yeah, so I went and saw Darren, and yeah, he's shaped up pretty good board with a bit of scoop for me, and yeah, like a really good all-rounder.
So how's the photography going? We know you got your Instagram, ccaptures_sports. I think that's it. And what's been up with your work in photography lately?
Yeah, a lot of sort of freestyle motocross lately. I've been lucky enough to get in with that crew a little bit, and yeah, mostly the freestyle motocross stuff at the moment.
Well, I'm going to go back and check that out on the Instagram if you want to send a message to home.
Yeah, g'day to my wife Jess and my boys Blake and Alex, and yeah, cheers for watching, getting up early in the morning, and yeah, can feel the support. Cheers.
Good on you, Cliff. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Great stuff, Cliffo. If you want to check out his action sports photography work, go to @c.captures_sports, and you can follow his fantastic work currently documenting a lot of freestyle motocross. As we can see a little wave come through, it's Emmanuelle Blanchet for Team France looking to get her second score. So probably not going to drop a score for that because hands didn't leave the rail, so it won't be deemed a ride. As we can see, she's opting to ride a twin fin. A lot of kneel category surfers often use twin fins, loose, lively, of course. Kneeling, kneeboarding, such an intrinsic part of surf history, surf culture. The iconic George Greenow's not only had an incredible design influence on the shortboard revolution with his fins and his shapes, inspiring the likes of Nat Young and Bob McTavish and David Trelaw, but also through his ability to showcase what could be done on the knees, riding closer to the pocket, getting inside the tube. The involvement surfing that really changed wave riding in the mid to late 60s was very much driven by the kneeboarder George Greenough.
Yeah, and it's great to see. I love history of equipment and history of surfboards, and I love that still to this day across all equipment, but especially in this category that we still see those things learned back then still making influence into equipment ridden these days.
Pascal Berkovich, the 57-year-old Israeli, she's got a couple of scores to her board. She fell underneath a train in Angers in France in 1984 that caused both legs to need to be amputated above the knee, and got very involved in para-swimming for Team Israel, and then moved into para-rowing and para-cycling, representing Israel in the Paralympics in 2008 and 2012. And through her career primarily, she's worked as a journalist and a documentary maker, and she's made an award-winning film called 300ths of a second, which is all about the Israeli Olympic team. She speaks Spanish, English, French, German, and Hebrew, and she has 2 daughters, Eden and Micah. So if they're tuning in, they're currently living in South Florida. Then big shout out to the family supporting their mum Pascal out there in the water, representing Team Israel at the Parasurf Championships for the first time.
Yeah, just really incredible seeing such a wide variety of countries represented here at the ISA World Parasurfing Championships. You know, it really shows just how impactful all around the world this is, and for all these surfers to be able to come together in community and meet. I mean, that's my favorite thing about the ISA Longboard World Championships when I compete in them, just to connect with the surfers and find this thing that we bond over, no matter what language you speak or what country you're from and what traditions you uphold. It's a place for everyone to come together, and it's really special.
Absolutely, and of course coming together, one of the driving motors of the International Surfing Association, holding annual world championships across the wide variety of wave riding disciplines, and also helping develop national federations, lobbying and directing Olympic surfing, and offering programs and certification for surf instruction, judging, adaptive surfing, and international surf schools, and awarding yearly scholarships to underprivileged under 18-year-olds. And the scholarships have been something I've really noticed in my own interest in a lot of exploratory work, particularly around Africa. I've seen a lot of game-changing opportunities with some of the scholarships that have been given to some of my friends in the likes of Senegal, in the likes of some of the Caribbean nations like Jamaica, and up and having a look at this wave right now. Audrey Pascal, beautiful bottom turn, really hooks that into a section. She really committed to that maneuver, Rachel. Unable to ride out of it, but a late takeoff, great control, and very exciting.
Yeah, I think what we saw from her there was she was still extended all the way out, and not able to bring the rest of her body back underneath her shoulders before that lip hit her. So had she been able to swivel her board back underneath her shoulders, we would have seen her be able to ride through that maneuver. Let's take another look here. Nice control, and is there. She's still kind of in that extended position. Her right arm drawn nice and far out, great style, but it was when that lip hit her, kind of in that vulnerable body positioning that then caused her to get unstuck. So we'll kind of stay, I expect, around her score line there. Might improve it a bit, but I know she's looking for that wave that maybe just gives her a little bit more time to draw up the face and smack it back down.
And she's also a para skier. She's aiming to represent Team Spain in the Winter Paralympics in Milan Cortina in 2026. She currently lives in Madrid, but she surfs a lot in Santander, North Spain, and of course, as a keen para skier, a competitive alpine skier, spending a great amount of time in the Alps, riding full and cast surfboards from Cantabria, and she's just dropped a score, and it comes in at 2.57, so adds that 2.0. So the judge is really rewarding the commitment to that maneuver. Yes, she didn't ride out of it, but had she had ridden out of it, you think that would have been a pretty big score.
Yeah, I think so, and everything prior to getting unstuck was all really well placed, had a lot of great intention behind it. Her upper body, nice and controlled and relaxed, had beautiful style all the way out to her fingertips. So I think it's once we see her get that opportunity, that wave that stays open a little bit longer, we will see a big score drop for her.
And Audrey's impairment is a limb deficiency. She has what's called bilateral tibial agenesis, and that caused some amputation above her knees, and that has allowed her to really excel as a para athlete, as she is excited to try to win a medal at the Winter Paralympics. And she's up and riding right now, top to bottom section, really nice carving approach, engaging the rail, one maneuver completed into that second maneuver. And you can see, Rachel, that she's on a thruster. So some of the Neo category surfers riding twin fins, she's opting for the thruster.
Yeah, and you can see, I think it'd be interesting to take a look at her equipment, but I assume that she has edge kind of going all the way up her rail to help with that drive, but I think something it would have gotten in the way in that last maneuver there, getting that nose buried down.
Emmanuel Blanchet, late takeoff there. Gets to the bottom of the wave, controls that takeoff, now into a cutback. Staying in the foam, but staying active, engaging the rail, doing some maneuvers. She's going to drop her backup score as Audrey Pasquale looks to get her 4th wave scored, and it comes into the 3.23, so it goes into her top 2. She's out there in a commanding lead with Emmanuel Blanchet chasing a 5.3 now, so you don't feel as if she's going to get that score on that ride, but there's just 3 qualifying round 1s, and then the surfers will be reseeded for the qualifying round 2s, and the top 4 surfers with their top 4 combined scores, they could be 2 waves from round 1, 2 from round 2, or 1 from each round. They will be the surfers who will move to the final 4 and go for gold, silver, bronze, and copper.
Well, we've seen some great surfing to kick off this round as the heat is winding down. Only 20 seconds remaining. Maybe we'll see one more opportunity, I hope, because I want to see these women continue to put it on the line. It doesn't look like Audrey will get into that one.
So Audrey stays out there in first. Emmanuel Blanchet for Team France drops a 2.33, so that's a fairly significant score for her that she might well be able to build on in the qualifying round 2. But big shout out to Pascal Berkovic representing Team Israel, an icon of parasports. Great to see her here. We're going to have a short break and we'll be right back as we continue the Neil Upright Women's Division. Heat number 2 coming up real soon. Stay with us.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. And surfing has the power to change the world and has now taken its place on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognised by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the International Surfing Association. This is a better world through surfing.
Welcome back to the action. It's heat number 2, Neil Upright category for the women. We have Ayala Schuster representing Team Israel, representing Team France. It's Cynthia Gonzalez, born in Djibouti in the Horn of Africa, but based in Cap Breton, and she lives by the motto of surpassing oneself, sharing the joy of living, bringing the dream of opportunity to myself and the French team, and hopefully winning a team gold. You can read that motto on the biographies on the ISAsurfing website, and they will both be surfing against our Brazilian Maria de Sol Vasconcelos, and she is a fantastic surfer from Florianopolis, and look out. I think she could well be a little bit of a favorite for this heat. I've not seen her surf, but doing a little bit of research in the coming weeks up to the event, Rachel, I was pretty impressed with some of the photos I saw of her performances.
I'm looking forward to it, and these conditions are looking like they're just getting better. You know, we see a little bit of texture on the water. Right now we have a bit of a southwest wind, but it's only like 2 or 3 knots, and I feel that as the tide is dropping, the waves are going to get more and more consistent, and it's that sun is coming overhead. It's just looking like a really beautiful day here in Huntington Beach.
Yeah, it's pretty warm out there as well. I was standing out watching some of the action before we came into this cycle in the booth as we can. Looks to be our surfer in red, Erin Koffel for Team USA. Well, that's actually Cynthia Gonzalez for Team France, just getting herself ready. There she is, Cynthia, just moving on to the inside. And I'm not quite sure, did Cynthia get a wave? No scores done. A little bit late to the table there, or is that a strategy just to put a little bit of pressure on the other surfers?
I guess we will see. We'll see how it comes to fruition. But it looks like maybe, hopefully, there is a break in the sets for her here to have an easy paddle out into the lineup.
I love seeing if you watch that break, we just got a real celebration of all the work that the ISA does. And I was talking about the scholarship programs, the yearly scholarships for underprivileged 18-year-olds. And I always appreciate the impact those have had. And it's definitely something that you should read more about on the ISA Surf website, as we see an opportunity for Cynthia Gonzalez from France on the inside, committing to that wave, and a full nosedive, a radical wipeout for Cynthia. But she looks okay. She's happy. She's going to go out for more.
Look at how clear the water is right now. I mean, you can see some of the rocks and the seaweed at the bottom. It is just so beautiful out there. Ideal conditions for our surfers right now. I am jealous of them being in the water.
Yeah, and talking about the physical environment, big shout out to the environmental conservation work that went on this previous Saturday with the ISA partnering with Huntington Beach Wetlands Conservancy, a non-profit to restore and protect the coastal wetlands of the southeast Huntington area. And that happened on the afternoon of Saturday with some fantastic tree planting, and that was really good to see. But with that, let's go down to the glass, because the winner of our last heat is with Ben Way.
Thanks a lot, guys. Here with the winner of the women's kneel, round 1, heat number 1, Audrey Pascual for Team Spain. Felicidades. Congratulations.
Muchas gracias.
So, first of all, as I grabbed her, she was debriefing with her team, with her coaches, Graci Sanchez, which is a very successful WQS surfer, women's surfer from Spain, David, Ushio, and Gigi. And she was saying that she was not very satisfied with the waves that she got. And so I'm going to talk a little bit about that. Bueno, estabas en tu debriefing con el equipo, con Graci. Y tenías una cara así de... y no quedaste satisfecho con las olas que agarraste. ¿Cómo es?
Bueno, al final lo he hecho lo mejor que he podido, siempre se puede hacer mejor. Hemos estado esperando olas mucho tiempo, venía alguna medianita, pero bueno, he conseguido sacar la manga adelante y defender la primera posición, así que muy contenta.
She said she didn't get the waves that she wanted. She got a medium one, which did take her through the heat, but she said they can always do better. The second question is that I'm going to see how the training in other adaptive sports. She's a competitive skier as well. I'm going to see how that other training in those other sports helps and feeds into her performance in the water. Bueno, también compites en el esquí y quiero preguntar cómo el entrenamiento para los otros deportes te ayudan dentro del agua con el surf.
Yo hago esquí también y esto me ayuda un montón en el agua, que al final mantener la forma física durante todo el año, también mentalidad de competición, pues al final uno se complementa al otro y pues puedo seguir haciendo los dos y a alto nivel.
So she said it definitely helps her in keeping her physical condition all year long, and also keeps that competitive mind flowing, and that definitely feeds into the competition. Bueno, al final te voy a dejar decir unas palabras en español para toda la gente de España que te están apoyando.
Pues nada, muchas gracias y la palma gitana siempre.
Muchas gracias. Mucha suerte en la próxima.
Muchas gracias.
Back to you guys.
Great stuff, and really interesting to hear about those parallels between her career and her competitive activities in sit skiing with her interest in kneeling, and of course looking to represent the Spanish team at the Winter Paralympics coming up in 2026. That will be Milan Cortino, and very excited to follow Audrey Pascual there. I'm a massive fan of the the Paralympic and Olympic cycles, the summer and the winter games. And it's a very difficult time for my family, Rachel, because when either the Paralympics or the Olympics is on, summer or winter, I literally have to watch everything. And it is grueling. My family gets so angry with me because I get absolutely obsessed with it. And I really have a vested interest in certain nations and athletes. And yeah, it really takes over. And I ended up having a lot of long nights watching replays. And it's just a real passion of mine. My big highlight of the year for me, Paralympics and Olympics. Love it.
I can imagine that. Well, with the Olympics happening in Paris this year, at least the time zone would have been pretty close to you in England. At least it wasn't, you know, on the other side in China or Korea, as we've seen in the more recent ones.
Absolutely, as we can see, live action. Maria for Brazil up and riding there, just locks that rail. Good style there, just really angling as we can hear Team Brazil hooting and cheering from the inside, riding a quad. That was good. That's going to be a decent score. She's already got a 0.43. She'll get a second score on the board, Rachel.
Yeah, opting to take that more horizontal stance and taking her front shoulder and extending that arm out in front of her was a technique that we haven't yet seen from the women. So I love really getting to observe and see all the different techniques that the women bring to their surfing, and as well as the equipment. We see different lengths of boards here, but let's have another look at this. She hops up, using those forearms to help her, and then you can see taking that horizontal stance and pointing her arm towards the beach and helping her maintain that control on a small board there as compared to our surfer in green on a bit of a longer board. So these surfers are allowed to choose the equipment that will help them achieve the style of surfing that they want to most.
So we were talking about the Paralympics. Just a couple of days before coming out, Rachel, I noted down a couple of my highlights from watching the Paralympics. Okay. And the top of the list was, this is really amazing, because Italy's Alessandro proposed to his girlfriend, Adriana, after competing in the men's 100 meters in front of 40,000 people in the Stade de France. Of course, she said yes. Yeah. First of all, she said, "You're crazy," but she did say yes. This was on live television. So I was thinking of some of the highlights from me as a spectator watching. Yeah. And I put that at number one. That was pretty special.
Yeah, I did see that. As we see
Ayula Schuster on the inside. So she's got a 1 to her name, looking to get that backup score. And as it stands right now, our Brazilian out there in front with that 1.83 and that 0.43. Low scoring heat, but of course it's all relative, and the stakes are high. Opportunities to use this opening round and then the second qualifying round to combine your top 2 scores and book a spot in that grand final to go for gold.
Yeah, so if a surfer isn't happy with their scores in this heat or with their performance, they basically have a whole nother heat to start fresh. You don't have to keep a score from this heat or vice versa. You don't have to take a score from your next heat. Or if you have 2 waves, 1 each from each heat, that are your best top 2 scores, you can take that as well. So it is a combination truly of your performances in both if you want it to be. But I think all surfers here looking at this score line, all surfers here would be looking to improve or replace the scores that they have either throughout the rest of this heat or into that next heat, as it has been a low scoring heat.
And looking back across the list of some of the highlights of the Paris Paralympics, first medal for refugee Paralympian team athlete from Afghanistan, winning bronze, Zaka Kudua in Taekwondo. That was really special. And disappointment for me, but celebration for you, was when Team USA won their 3rd consecutive men's wheelchair basketball gold. But you know who they beat? They beat Team GB. So I wasn't happy about that. I was obviously rooting for Team GB at that moment in time.
USA.
3 in a row. Okay, 7 minutes, 40 seconds remaining. Brazil out front. Israel in 2nd, France in 3rd. As we can see live action, our Brazilian Maria with this unique technique. Is she going to get an opportunity to drop down into this section? Just looked like to be a difficult to ride takeoff on the inside. That wave just losing energy. So she'll go out for more. She's got 7 minutes remaining. We've got 1 more heat to go of the Neil classification. And then we will move into the women's prone 1, round 1. That will include 3 qualifying heats, and then we'll move to the men's prone 1. So some really exciting surfers coming up in both the women's prone and the men's prone. Sarah Betancourt for Team USA. She's going to be coming up pretty soon. Looking forward to seeing that. On the men's side, looking forward to seeing Joel Taylor and Kai Colas, 2 Australian prones. Of course, Joel Taylor, an iconic legendary boogie boarder who has only recently got back in the water, connected with parasurfing after an accident at Pipeline in his youth. And he's brought a real fresh energy to Prone 1 because he's bringing, Rachel, all of this bodyboard culture, you know, all of the lines, the techniques, the board designs, and I think that's really pushing the performances of Prone 1, as we can just see Ayula Schuster on the inside. She's going to get this wave right through. Is it an opportunity to get a score? Another nosedive. She's had a couple of wipeouts in there, Rach.
She has, but she keeps paddling back out, which is all that matters. I would say there was almost the risk of an interference situation there. However, no priority was established on that, not that last wave, but the wave before. We saw blue going for that wave and kind of coming up close to the back of green, but both of them being on the inside. The judges won't be, I anticipate, awarding anything interference-wise, just because it didn't look like blue totally got on the wave, and psychologically blue could be saying, hey, well, you were there and you did kind of get in front of me, and so therefore I stopped paddling. But from a judge's perspective, she wasn't already completely committed to the wave, so won't be an interference call officially.
Still great conditions. That wind pretty light, Rachel. Do you think it's going to pick up through the afternoon?
You know, let's see, what time is it? It's only 11 o'clock, so I do anticipate that it probably will pick up, seeing that we have a slight breeze right now. So the surfers that have heats right now just should be absolutely basking and enjoying in these conditions. Just so beautiful. I love fall warm days like this down at the beach, specifically Huntington Beach Pier. It is just so iconic, an iconic wave in place of Southern California.
Yeah, and the 9th major event the ISA is held at Surf City, USA. 4 editions of the ISA World Surfing Games. Would you have come and watched any of these? You wouldn't have done the 84 or 96, but 206, you may well have come and watched the World Surfing Games in 2006 here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Did you come and watch it? That was when Geordie Smith famously won the juniors with 2 Superman airs on one wave.
Oh my
I don't know
goodness.
if you saw that happen.
I don't remember that. I would have been 8 years old from...
Matthew Muir won the longboard, beat Ben Skinner on the last exchange. South African Matthew Muir, 2 times ISA world gold medalist for the longboard. That was pretty exciting. And then 2019 World Surfing Games held here. A lot of the staff working at this event would have worked at that event, so that was exciting.
I definitely remember being down here during the 2019 World Surfing Games.
And then, of course, growing up in Huntington, it's a heartland of competition. I mean, as far as the percentage of competitions that happen in Huntington at grassroots level, I mean, how often would you come here in a year in your junior years?
Good question. You know, 5 or 6 events
regularly
just here a year. Yeah, lots of heat surfed here on south side and sometimes north side, but majority of events have happened on the south side of Huntington Beach. Usually in the summer months is the most popular times, but at a grassroots level, you see from, you know, I'm just talking about my experience from a longboard perspective, but I'd say you see scaffolding or tents set up down here at least 1 weekend a month.
Yeah, you know who we saw yesterday? Brett Simpson. We saw him. That was pretty cool to catch up with Brett Simpson, of course, a legend. Some of your other Huntington Beach surf legends, people you've looked up to growing up?
Are you asking me what are some of my other ones?
Yeah.
Well,
chronologue, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, Courtney specifically too. It's such a pleasure that she's down here working with the USA team, and her being able to transfer that knowledge to the competitors here. You know, it's not just, it's something to have the expertise of Courtney as a competitor, but on top of that, as a local down here, and her knowledge of this wave specific, I think is a huge advantage and a really smart move from USA Surfing to bring her on board in that coaching position.
Have you ever studied David Nuiva's 1966 Soul Arch here with the helmet on when he won the US Open? And that iconic shot, which was taken by multiple photographers actually, because it happened and at least 6 famous photographers documented it. So there's do you know the shot I mean?
Yes, yeah, of course.
I mean, that's for any
iconic
young longboarder, that's that's the ultimate soul arch.
Yes, yeah, absolutely.
But of course, if you as a regular footer, you'd have to switch
Yeah.
that around. Wouldn't you? 1 minute, 50 seconds remaining. Brazil out front, Israel in second, France in third. Already seen some great performances from France and Spain in the qualifying round 1 opening heat. We'll be moving on to heat number 3 coming up. We've got Erin Koffel for Team USA, Vera Kasema for Brazil, and Emma Dieters for Australia, shifting into the Neil category. So really looking forward to seeing Emma coming up in that heat number 3.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there is so much great talent here, and you know, the conditions have not been easy for our surfers in this heat specifically. You see those outside waves have been really inconsistent, so the surfers have been opting to stay more on the inside where it is more consistent. We just saw our surfer in green get a wave on the inside at the corner of our screen, but our surfer in blue here has been really consistent in looking for those waves out the back. But it is just with that high tide coming off a little bit tricky. She's paddling hard here. Can she scratch into this one?
Not quite nearly, but she went for it. So she won't replace that 0.43, but she's out there in first position. We move into our last 30 seconds. Looking forward to seeing her on some bigger waves. Unique technique, but great style.
Yeah, absolutely.
So Israel Ayula Schuster in second position. Cynthia Gonzalez in third as we move into the last 15 seconds. Unlikely to be another score for our Brazilian as Ayula just takes off her leash onto the inside. So, of course, this is a non-assist category, so the rest of her team can't really influence the riding when she's in the water. But as soon as she gets out on the sand there, she'll have the support of her team, and she'll be pretty pleased with her performance.
I think so.
So with that, we're going to have a short break, but stay with us because we'll be right back for the third heat of the women's Neil category. We're going to have a little shift of the announcers in the booth, and stay with us.
This message is for all surfers in the world. The oceans need us today more than ever. The Sands of the World ceremony is our way of uniting the world in peace through surfing.
Now let's begin the Sands of the World ceremony.
It's the ISA symbol, and you know, it symbolizes what we know: peace in the world through surfing. It's a meaningful ceremony in which you bring sand from your beach, you pour it there with your teammates. This ceremony stays with them for the rest of their life. When it came to Tahiti, Tahiti embraced the opening ceremony with the Sands of the World. And the beautiful box that we have today, it's staying in the Hupo.
To be a surfer is not only to go surfing. It is also to take care of the oceans, to be good people inside and outside of the water.
Parasurfing has the power to bring us together. Together, we push the limits, further the sport, and go for gold. You've crossed countries to get to the World Championships. Let Access Tracks simplify crossing the sand. Access Tracks, the official beach access pathway of the ISA World Parasurfing Championships.
And we're back. This is the 2024 ISA World Parasurfing Championship presented by Visit Huntington Beach. And we have started our women's Neil round 1, heat number 3, as we have Emma Dieters from Australia on her first ride. This is Ben Way here with Roy Tuscany, Mr. High Fives. It's been a great morning, Roy.
Oh my God, is all the online listeners, I hope they're ready for this. This is what the world's been asking for, a Ben Way and Roy Tuscany segment in the World Para Surf, announcing two men that usually provide the color and the humor, followed by the incredible direction that Sam and Anthony give us, but they gave us freedom. I mean, they did. Sam's still in the room.
We're not going to abuse the freedom.
We're not going to abuse the freedom, and Sam's still in the room to
But there
make
will be
sure.
color and humor.
There'll be color and humor, and the beauty is Sam is still here to make sure if something does go awry, he can tap in real quick.
So, speaking of color, we had an opening ride by Red, Aaron Koffel for Team USA. Nice opening ride, just a few minutes into the heat, and we have seen that tide fill in. We've got that kind of all of that energy breaking towards the inside, making some nice open space for a lot of these surfers compared to that morning lower tide with that offshore. It was kind of clamping down.
You know, talking with some of the water support, talking with the Team Mexico water support, and talking with Adam Land, you know, I got to hear directly from them how earlier this morning, all the way really through the entire Prone 2 men's division, it was really just pulling back to the pier. And if you saw earlier in the day, Elias, for example, in the opening Neil division, he really had to constantly stay moving so that he didn't get sucked back into that pier zone. Now, as you mentioned, Ben, as this day is starting to come out, longer rides, longer faces, and hopefully we're going to see larger scores because of the opportunity to do more maneuvers, and there's not really that as much, as the boys were saying, critical current. If we're going to keep on this alliteration game, critical current has been quite devastating at times for the water safety to manage, but they're doing a fantastic job under the incredible direction of the entire team that's been assembled here, and kudos to them, and kudos to all that are making sure that our surfers are staying safe. Here we go, Ben, this surfer in red.
So this is Erin Koffel for Team USA. And you can see she's using those arms to redirect, keep that board, and set those rails for those direction changes there. And as we are in the kneel upright classification, surfers can ride the waves in a kneeling or an upright position. And you'll see a lot of these surfers, due to their own unique physical condition, they'll be riding whatever way is most comfortable and most effective.
You know, we see a lot of competitors using, you know, traditional shortboards here. We see some modified kind of almost like wide, short stand-up boards. And then obviously here, a long board. We'll talk to when we get back, Ben.
Yep, so we have a special person on the glass. Rachel Tilley's now out there with the winner of our last heat.
Thanks so much, Ben. Congratulations on your heat win. Tough conditions at the moment with the high tide. Talk to me about how it felt out there.
Well, it was the first time I got through the channel, so kind of, you know, strong. The waves were getting thicker, so I had a difficulty moving toward them. So then I felt I was down there. Then I catch only the yeah. So the white waters over there. So I felt consistent and beautiful waves, but at the same time difficult to catch. That's what I felt. So that's why I was trying to find waves, and when I was over there, the waves were over there. So that's the ocean. It always wins.
Yeah, great adaptability though, staying on the hunt out there. Now in this format, you have a round one and round two, to the opportunity to continue to build upon your scores into that round two. What are you going to do between now and then to prepare for your next heat?
Yeah, the thing is, I was prepared to prone, and they classify me as kneeling. So I used to do kneeling, but I wasn't ready for that. So I tried to catch the moment and just enjoy. So I'm gonna try to concentrate on training over there. I'm gonna, from this moment on, just do my best and have fun.
So then with that change of classification, does that change your equipment? Are you on a different board, or is this the same board that you would have ridden if you were classified in prone?
I didn't get a chance to bring another one because I was told that I could be on either one or the other. And right here, they told me no, I could never do the other. So it was really hard to deal with it, but now that I only have that option, I'm here doing my best. So I would have maybe a different board, but this one is good as well, as long as I train.
Well, it's starting round one, heat one with a heat win, so looking good and opportunity to continue to improve. Good luck. Is there anything you'd like to say back to your friends and family at home in Brazil?
Yeah. Passei, gente. Passei. Obrigada a todo mundo tá comigo. So many people out there with me. So many people cheering up for me. So it's a relief. Thank you for everyone that is cheering up for me. Brasil, beijo, beijo. Amo vocês. Vamos lá.
Thank you so much. Back to you guys.
Yeah, thank you so much, Rachel. And yeah, beautiful interview there. So we've seen some stuff moving. We've seen Erin Koffel get another score. So she's in the lead now with a 3.83 and a 3.33. Out in the water, we do have Emma Dieters, who's always been a strong force for Australia. Vera Quaresma is a silver medalist from last year. So this is not an easy heat. And during the interview, we had this ride by our Brazilian surfer, Vera. As you can see, she's got that really aggressive movement on the deck of the board, constantly changing her position, refused to let that whitewash pound her down. It stuck that rail in the water and just kept upright as far as she could on the end of that ride.
And that right there is going to be our highest wave score of this heat so far, coming in at a 5.33. Her first ride of a 0.5 obviously is not combining well with that. Here we go, Erin Koffel from the U.S. using a longboard here. You know, we're seeing a lot of different styles of boards. Ben, you know, what would be your design that you would think would be optimal for this female women's kneel division?
Well, it's interesting because I think a lot of these competitors aren't used to using swim fins on their feet, where traditionally in a kneeboarding, you've got the swim fins and you depend on your legs more than your arms to get into the wave, which allows them to ride really short boards, something that you would see the likes of like Mono on, a couple of our other surfers. Our surfer that we were interviewing from Brazil, she was on a very, very short board, although she was paddling it in herself. But it has to do with the difference in weight, and then depending if they're a single amputee, double amputees, or have a much lighter body weight, so they are able to ride a smaller board and keep that same amount of flotation. But in Erin's case, I think because she is paddling in by herself without the use of any kicking, you need that extra length just to make sure that you get into these waves, especially in the flatter, kind of more open conditions like this. And so if it does pick up, if it gets more punchy, we could possibly see her on different equipment.
Yep. You know, obviously that insight coming from you, not only as an amazing beach announcer, but also amazing shaper, really provides an opportunity to look at the unique equipment that exists in the Para World Championships, as almost every piece of equipment is specifically tailored to an individual in their surfing style. Here we go in blue, Ben.
I love how she started behind the peak. The drone angle actually looked like she would have a huge section to make it out of. I like this angle better, as she's really staying over the nose, getting maximum speed across that deep section. But as Rachel had mentioned earlier, there's that little pool of deep water where all of that energy dissipates. So you really got to get that, you got to get things done on the outside where the wave's standing up. And Erin has been very, very busy. And I like how, if you notice the way her stance is, that's exactly a drop knee stance that you would be familiar with bodyboarding. Very, very, very effective stance, as you have stability with that, your shin across the board for front and back, and then you have that foot on the side. You have that pressure on the side to change rails, as we have Emma Dieters punching through this one with speed. And you can see the whitewash really kind of blowing her off the side of the board. She fights her way back on it to regain control, and a really aggressive stance. I like this. She's not just lying down on the board. She's pushing down, really putting pressure on that nose to keep that speed up.
You know, it looked like almost like a kayaking section in there for the whitewash. She exploded as that wave came in. Seeing a lot of different wave profiles, but a lot of waves coming in. And as you mentioned, Erin Koffel, upping her score every time just a little bit, but it's caught a ton amount of waves. Waiting for this second score from our surfer in blue from Brazil, who currently has our highest one wave score in this heat of 5.33. Vera, being the silver medalist from Brazil, she's looking to take over that gold medal, which has been secured by Canadians Victoria Feige for the years past. So we're going to be crowning a new champion here, a new gold medalist. And obviously last year's silver medalist from Brazil would probably like to take on that title and and get to put a gold medal around her neck and call herself the women's Neil champion, or the world champion here after 2024.
Yeah, and well, it's looking pretty solid for her, as she's only needing a 1.83 to move into that gold medal position, at least in this heat, move into first. And she's been keeping busy. And so even with a couple of the turns of some of these combinations, she should easily be able to surpass that requirement of 1.83 to move up into the lead.
That score just posted from her second or third wave, second really scoreable, third overall wave of a 4.67. Now with an even 10. And here we go, though. Erin Kofel from Team USA really on a big right and surfing it and there into the whitewash, going back out in. And what a great wave there. This heat has been catching wave after wave as we're approaching 7.5 minutes remaining. Each surfer already having a minimum of 3 waves, and Erin Kofel just upping her score there with a 3.67, but awaiting for this score from Blue, from our surfer from Brazil, after her third really truly scoreable whale, but she's currently in first place with a 10.
Yeah, and as we see Emma repositioning, making her way back out there, she's a very, very strong competitor. Definitely expect to have her leaving the water with some higher scores, but 3.0 as her highest score is still not bad. Still stacking those on, as Vera's got a pretty commanding lead now, as Erin will need 6.17 to move back into that first place position. But it's anyone's game out there, and there is still a lot of time with a lot of waves on offer.
Yeah, and you can see the lines out the back, so kind of a couple weird double ups happening in there right now, but our surfer in red really down the pier right now compared to where the rest of the competitors are, but it's been working. She's caught a combination of over 5 waves here in this heat alone, 6.5 minutes remaining. Probably going to see her score 2 more. Part of this, restructured Team USA that's getting a ton of support. The Olnick family, Samantha and Kevin, just doing a phenomenal job really from a manager role. Team USA, Surf USA bringing in Courtney here to help coach. And, I think USA wants to take back that team gold from France, but again, they're right behind us every day. Team France's cheering squad is above and beyond anybody else's. They are making the most noise out there for sure, and they have a large team and a great amount of good surfers here too.
As far as decibel levels, they've definitely won the gold already.
Yes, exactly. But even in this Neil division, you see they have 2 surfers, Cynthia Gonzalez and Emmanuel Blanchard, are both from France. They're really entering a lot of qualified surfers into this, and here comes Emma in red on another wave.
Yeah, the thing I love about Emma is you see this big smile on every ride, just showing how much fun she's having out there, and that is the top importance of enjoying every ride, having the most fun out there, and sometimes just that happy energy brings and magnetizes wave energy towards you.
There's a lot of times that I swear at these, adaptive events that the swell reports like 2 to 3. And talking about terrible conditions. But as you just mentioned, Ben, the energy, the magnetic force of sharing that positive energy, I swear, it changes the swell. It changes it right here. I know that sounds hippity-dippity, but it's very rare that an adaptive event doesn't have good waves.
You can get as cosmic as you want with me, you know that.
Okay, perfect.
And we know that mass gatherings of people do change the Earth's vibration and cause for wild things to happen. We have so much positive energy on this beach. I'll bet it's the most positive gathering anywhere in California at the moment, and it's bringing a lot of good swell, keeping the winds calm. Everything is just all in its place at the moment.
Here we go, surfer in green, Emma Dieters out of Australia, really getting up to that position of surfing. On the backside of this whitewater wash, never really formed as the other part of the wave didn't really break. That was more of that kind of swooper going in. Great little drop in to start. I imagine she's going to best her 2 here and up her score. Again, I am just an announcer, not a judge, and we have an amazing panel of judges that have been doing a great job. And here comes a wave coming in for our surfer in red from Team USA.
Yeah, what's nice is we still have this kind of deeper section, especially if you're on a longboard. You're able to take advantage of that open face takeoff there. Use a little bit of whitewash, but it leaves you transition on the bottom, and it's not just rolling through the flats. So there is definitely, if she didn't have that little hookup, there could have been some scoring potential on that wave. And the other thing that's nice is she's really spaced out from the other competitors, like you mentioned earlier, keeping her from any any sort of priority accidents or hiccups. Don't have to worry about who's got first pick because you're off in your own little private Idaho over here.
Idaho, what a great reference of a landlocked state that obviously does not touch the Pacific Ocean unless...
That was a B-52 song.
Yeah. Oh, nice. I love that. Let's rock the Casbah.
That's the Clash. You are younger than I am. I'll give you that one.
Yeah, you know, I'm just trying my best to stay hip to the musical references that you'll be throwing out here. Remember, usually there's more of a information lead announcer and then the color. No worries, guys. You got two individuals that are providing humor, direction, and fun, but not breaking any rules. And Surfer in Blue, Ben.
Very charisma. I love this. Late drop on that one. Really getting up to her stance really quickly to like capitalize on that transition down the face. However, that thing went a little bit fat. And one thing I want to point out is we have seen on both Emma and Vera's last left how we mentioned that the current was pulling from south to north into the pier. Sometimes, I'm from Oceanside, just down the coast. We usually have very strong south currents. And what happens is when you're stuck in the current going left with the same direction as the current, you don't have the water working against your fins, and you're kind of just stuck in the current moving along. So you don't get the same amount of drive, you don't get the same amount of sensitivity and response from your fins. And so I think the rights have been working out as having more scoring possibility.
I totally agree. And when the rights are working, and it's really weird on the right, if you start just a hair too far in towards the wave breaking, you really have no chance on it. It's really just go down the face and take the whitewash. But the ones that are positioning themselves, almost angling themselves to the right upon the takeoff, are really finding how much of an open face they have the opportunity to score. They have the opportunity to make maneuvers, and they're really getting to surf an open face wave, but you really have to drive down that line. And you know, yesterday I think Jocelyn Neumuller and her pusher just really understood that concept and were just bombing her down it. Quinn Waitley's pushers were doing the same. So I think the individuals who are recognizing that a little bit of angle is your friend goes a long way here, especially as you described, the fins aren't really driving the boards down the line. It's really kind of the individual and their surfboard.
Yeah, you need that water driving. You want the water going the opposite direction to really activate the drive from the fins. And speaking of activating, I mean, Erin you saw that drop, huge whitewash drop. She's so well balanced. Emma, smaller one, but she's still really like making sure she can get all of those direction changes on the inside. She really wants to up those scores.
You know, we're in a great position here to get to see some of these amazing shots, you know, from the smiles on their faces to the drone shots of above. But I really love that, you know, it's very far and few between that an individual comes in catching that last wave that doesn't have a huge smile on their face, just realizing that they got to surf a great spot here in Huntington. They got to surf it with themselves, with some friends, and really get to have a really great time experiencing a wave that, you know, is usually populated by a lot of folks.
And look at this setup this year that Huntington Beach and ISA have set up. I mean, we've got literally a little city built up on the beach on the iconic south side. And so we're going to cut to a quick break. We're going to check out some of the highlights from our opening ceremony just a couple days ago, and we'll be back with more action in just a moment.
We are Team USA. Welcome to this year's opening ceremony 2024. Let's go!
Welcome everybody to this beautiful get-together again of the para surfers of the world under the ISA. These are going to be amazing days of surfing in Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach. What a wonderful place full of history for the ISA, for World Championships, for US National Championships, for legends that's been surfing in Huntington Beach for decades and decades and decades. It's part of the history of surfing in the United States. So enjoy these days, enjoy your friends, your colleagues, your fellow competitors from around the world. Thank you very much. Muchas gracias to everybody from the bottom of my heart. Thank you.
Thank you once again, and I would now like to declare the ISA Para Surfing Championship open.
Parasurfing has the power to bring us together. Together, we push the limits, further the sport, and go for gold. You've crossed countries to get to the World Championships. Let Access Tracks simplify crossing the sand. Access Tracks, the official beach access pathway of the ISA World Parasurfing Championships.
Welcome back to the action as we move on to women's prone 1 qualifying round 1. We're playing musical chairs in the booth here. I'm back in the host set here. I'm Sam Bleakley, but still with Roy Tuscany. Roy, first opportunity to share the booth together. Great to have your energy, your insight, your passion. It's been brilliant. But talk about some of these big names. Sarah Betancourt, absolute legend. Tomoe Ichikawa from Japan. Kaela Wuputs from Hawaii riding the Benway-built boards. I mean, Captain Sarah herself, an absolute icon of parasports.
You know, the other co-captain of Team USA this year, Sarah Betancourt, alongside Jose Martinez. Sarah took the year off last year. And, you know, she's not taking any time off as she's already caught a wave as we're 3 minutes into this. Surfer in red really getting out in front. She is so aggressive on these waves, really keeping her body position as a keen factor that she has because she's continually moving her body weight to ensure that she stays within that pocket. You saw her get around that whitewash. A beautiful ride, as Ben and I were talking earlier before he swapped seats with you, which is such an honor to be in here the first time with you, Sam. And looking forward to a fun day ahead. But Ben really mentioned, you know, the rights, because of the way that the water is kind of not pushing towards the pier as much anymore. The right is really where the rideable wave exists. And we just saw that from Captain Sarah Betancourt right there. And now she's trying to get on that conveyor belt and getting herself back out there with 16.5 minutes remaining in the heat.
We could have a new alliteration one. That could be the Sarah Shredfest.
I know, but I really like Stingray Shuffle.
Oh, I know, we got S covered.
Yeah,
so
Stingray Shuffle is good. And we've got the 3-letter B too with Beatrice Buzzer Beater. I don't know if
so
we
can't have the Betancourt Boogie.
No, I don't know. We're going to, but
We
maybe
need
Captain. We could go with the C.
We could go with the C. Some kind of also linked to hockey as well, because obviously the founder of the Ducks, San Diego. So, but that was an incredible wave, riding her Benway-built boards. Of course, gold medalist 3 times in 2020, 2021, 2022. And talking of going for gold, she took silver last year. Will it be her year? It's our Brazilian Vera Quasema. She's on the glass with Rachel Tilley.
Thanks so much, Sam. Very congratulations. A dominant heat performance, the highest 2 scores that we've seen in the round so far. Talk to me about how it felt out there.
Te parabenizou, falando que essa bateria tiveram as 2 melhores somatórios. E como é que você se sentiu na bateria?
Eu me senti muito feliz de estar aqui com todas essas pessoas lindas novamente. E à vontade no mar, confortável, esperando a melhor da série, mas acho que eu não consegui encaixar direito na direita ali do pier ainda. Mas me senti muito feliz pelo resultado.
She is very happy and comfortable in the sea and with the waves, and she is very happy with all the team and meeting once again all the girls in this fantastic place.
A silver medal result last year, going for the gold this year. How has your training changed, or how has your training taken place over this past year to prepare for this event with your sights set on gold?
Você foi medalha de prata ano passado. Como é que você está planejando, né? Planejou esse ano? Como é que foi os seus treinos para ir em busca do ouro esse ano?
Bom, foi um ano que começou desde fevereiro, março em Punta Hermosa, com Almas del Mar. Fiz uma surf trip. E depois eu consegui alguns patrocínios para treinar, mandou um alô para o pessoal de Balneário Camboriú, o Ed Amorim de Surf Coach, e também um skate me ajudou muito. Manda um alô para o Lelo também.
Well, she started the year going to Peru to train with her family, and then in Brazil she had all the support. She trained with a fantastic crew. She just thanked all the guys in Brazil, and also she used the skateboard for training. So that's how she developed a lot.
Well, looking at your equipment here, you have just this padding on one side of your board. Can you talk to us about why that placement is there and what it is about your equipment that you love here?
Ela reparou que a sua prancha tem o deck só de um lado, né? Então ela está questionando o porquê que você só usa desse lado e qual é a sua estratégia nisso.
Não, na verdade foi por acaso, porque ele descolou. E aí, como eu tinha duas pranchas, deixei a metade numa outra. E para este ano eu tinha planejado uma prancha menor, diminuir a prancha, mas ela chegou muito em cima da hora e eu preferi ficar com a que eu já estava mais confortável.
Actually, it's not something that she thought about it. She had two of those, but it failed. And the other board, she has just one more deck, so she put the one in one board and other in the other board. That's it.
Okay, gotcha. Not too strategic there. Well, is there anything you'd like to say back to all of the people supporting you back in Brazil?
Fala alguma coisa aí em português para a galera que está te assistindo, a sua torcida, a família, etc.
Nossa, galera, estou muito feliz por ter o suporte de vocês. Sem família, sem amigos, sem o suporte dos nossos camaradas, não somos nada. Foi muito difícil estar esse ano aqui. Eu agradeço muito a todos que me apoiaram.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Congratulations, and back to you guys.
Great stuff. Fantastic interview. Well done, Rachel. Congratulations, Vera Quaresma, of course, a silver medalist. And Roy, big question, of course, without 5 times gold medalist Victoria Feige, is this the opportunity for Vera to finally take gold?
You know, I think Vera, or as we also saw it, even, you know, just the surfing that happened in that last heat from Emma as well, from Team USA and Emma Dieters. And there's been others that have been chasing that Neil gold, you know, behind Victoria for the last couple of years. And now with Victoria not here, it really gives the opportunity for a new potential champion. Obviously, is going to score some more points for their country. And is it going to be, you know, one of the ones from the heat 1 or 2, or is it going to be, you know, Erin Kofel from US or Emma from Australia, or Vera, who obviously just showed a really great heat? And you know, I think Audrey Pascal from Spain as well is really fun to watch. And then Pascal has just years of just adaptive sports, and it's translating well over into surf. Here we go again, Sarah Betancourt on that wave that we saw before, that amazing interview from the beach from Rachel. On that Ben Way board right there, Sarah Betancourt is just really showcasing what it means to stay in the pocket and surf the entire shoulder from point A to point B across the wave.
Captain Cool there. And what I really appreciate about Sarah Betancourt is she fits in about 16 maneuvers between every other maneuver. Not only does she engage the rail top to bottom, but she just really does those kind of triple, almost quadruple pumps in between those turns. Super lively, real hungry, really emphasizes her passion and her energy on every single ride.
You know, the Huntington hop is not usually done in a prone position, but I would definitely say Captain Cool, which I'm stealing from you now, definitely has been showcasing the way she transforms her body on that wave, on that board, the Ben Way board. We'll throw it in there one last time today for this call with Betancourt. But she really does an additional amount of maneuvers while keeping her body in a really great position across the wave.
And having won those 3 gold medals between 2020 and 2022, why did she decide to take a year off for the ISAs last year?
You know, I don't know the answer to that, but I'm going to say family. She's got an incredible set of boys that are just, she just had a, you know, here she is on almost an identical wave to the last one. Again, this one gets the best of her, the whitewash a little. She just barely missed getting out in front of that, but she'll be heading out charging. Surfer in green, peeling off the back. The reason for Betancourt not being here, I'm not 100% sure, but we could go to our additional color man, Ben Way, to get that answer.
Yep, absolutely. Family commitments, and she's back to win gold. Hopefully, that's what she's aiming for, but she's got good competition in this heat. She gets a second score on the board, a 6.5 and a 2.57. Kayla Waputz, who also rides the Ben Way built boards from Bend, Oregon, also a para-triathlete. She's a silver medalist here in Prone 2 last year at the World Parasurfing Championships. She also has a PhD. There's some brains in this heat. I mean, Sarah herself studies at Stanford. I mean, Kayla has a PhD. I mean, this is the stakes are high for the intellects in this heat here, Roy.
Yes, I mean the level of intelligence here is quite through the roof. You've got a doctor, you got a captain, and then everybody I know from Japan is incredibly smart. So this heat is filled with brains right here.
Tomomi Ichikawa, the 44-year-old representing Japan, has a 1.83 for her opening ride. So that's 6.50 backed up by a 2.57 for Sarah Betancourt. She's out there in a really fantastic situation. Kayla Waput's PhD, she's sitting out back, waiting to get a backup score. She's got a 0.40 to kick things off. Plenty of time left. Just under 8 minutes. Looks like an opportunity for a Japanese surfer paddling into this. Of course, the prone one is unassisted. I mean, talk about the difference in tactics between prone 2 and prone 1, Roy, and the fact that it's so much more of a team effort for prone 2.
You know, prone 2 brings 3 folks out into the water. You have your surfer, you have your pusher, and you have your catcher. And they have to really work in hand, not only literally hand in hand, but also with visual cues and also a really good line of communication where the pusher is sending the surfer down the wave and then the catcher is ultimately catching them after they complete the wave. And that division is for those that have physical impairments that kind of prevent them from, you know, being able to paddle in their own wave, but still lying prone on that surfboard or on their chest and having modifications to the board. Now here in prone 1, as we're seeing, perfectly exampled by our surfer in green, Dr. Kayla from Team Hawaii, lying on the board but unassisted. They paddled into their own wave and they're paddling away from after completing the wave and getting themselves back out there. So very similar when you see them on the wave, but the way they get on the wave and the way they get off the wave is completely different.
Absolutely. A lot more work to be done on the paddle out, on the wave selection. And that was a really nice line from Kayla. I really appreciated the flow, the control, the just subtle adjustment of body positioning. As we can just see, a score will be dropped for our Japanese surfer, Tomomi, on the inside. She's got a 1.83 and a 1.77. That won't go into her top 2, but out back, the attention is on Captain Cool, Sarah Betancourt, looking to replace that 2.57. She won't like having a low number like that in her top 2.
No, she wants to put herself out in front, really giving, you know, a solid role from the captain of Team USA, scoring the most maximum points possible into the team competition and doing her role. You know, a 6.5 is a great starting point for an opening wave score for her. She has that 2.57 that she obviously wants to erase and get from that 6.5 or up. I think she's really going to sit out there the last 5.5 minutes. She's sitting in position 1, so she really understands, you know, who's in control of the water out there. And I think we'll see her in the last 5 minutes really grabbing something that has that scoring potential of a larger than a 6.5.
Yep. Kayla works as a data scientist for Microsoft. And Sarah Betancourt, of course, a real good para ice hockey player. Roy, you ever dabble in a bit of para ice hockey yourself?
Yeah, actually, High Fives supported a team in Reno. Here we go. Captain Sarah Betancourt on this right, really charging down the line, really utilizing every feature of that Benway board. Look at her as her face moves, the board moves, and where she looks, she goes. Last little bit of that wave was going for a little bit of a top maneuver, didn't quite get it, fell off the back. But again, that's going to be higher than that 2.57 right there. Absolutely. That's going to be up towards that 6.5. Really charged, never gave up on the wave either. And now, as Anthony mentioned, I think it's something that is it's cool to watch after a really great wave. You watch how fast or how much quicker the surfer gets back out, and they just have this little extra bit of energy. And here comes Sarah charging back out. It looks like she might actually just catch this one in for positioning.
Yeah, just do the walk around, maybe using the current by the pier. And I noticed this with Mark Monod-Stewart, that his waves, he seems to be going twice as quick as the other competitors. And that's what we really noticed then from Sarah. She was absolutely flying. In fact, what is the speed limit on the streets here?
You know, I think the speed limits on the streets here are 35, and I think she's going 38 at minimum.
Agree.
And Mono's going 40.
You know what? When I was skateboarding down this morning, I clocked 12. I got a warning. It's 5 on the boulevard. I was stoked. I clocked 12. But here we go. This is the replay. She just comes hard off the bottom, hits that foam. And talk about her technique, Roy.
You know, really a lot of times you see if someone's out of body position, that white water is really going to throw them off. She knows that the white water is where the power of this wave exists. And getting herself back in there allowed her to get around, really able to see this from the beach view right here.
Very Bruno Hansen-esque, her technique. Classic Bruno Hansen with the front arm forward.
Yes, and you know, you now see that with Kai Corliss and Joel Taylor really utilizing that same style where they take the hand, they put it on the front of the board, and they literally can just turn it however they want. If it's like it has a steering wheel on the board almost.
But of course, Joel, with the boogie board background, he's bringing like a whole other element, and then also an appreciation of the value of softboards. You know, that's hugely influential. Do you think we'll start to see more of the Prone 1 surfers moving to softer equipment, or do you think fiberglass with the flotation is pretty key for most of them?
You know, I leave all those answers to Ben Way, and whenever I have an athlete that reaches out to High Fives to get a board made, I ask them to just call Ben directly. And Ben really is a great, understanding of what types of materials are best suited for the individual based upon just watching them ride for a little bit of time. And the cool part is, when Ben makes a board, he knows that it could be as 99% good as possible, but there's always a percent to make it better for that person. And I think it's been really cool to watch the progression, the number of folks, specifically in this heat alone, 2 people on that equipment from an individual that listens.
Yeah, absolutely. And for people tuning in these last 2 minutes, tell us a little bit about High Fives. What was the motivation to start it, and what's the relationship you now have with the Parasurf community?
High Fives was started 15 years ago after a way for myself to pay it forward from my own injury. I went 130 feet on a 100-foot ski jump and came down from 30 feet in the air and burst fractured my T12 vertebrae in my spine and left me paralyzed, partially from the belly button down. And, over the last 15 years, the organization has grown to throw this net of safety over the outdoor sports for those that sustain life-changing injuries and getting them back into sport. And one of the sport verticals that we have found so much success with is our surfing program. And we've traveled around the world with the AASP. We're here presently with tons of supported athletes here in this event alongside other great athletes that have been supported by the Challenge Athletes Foundation and other organizations like ours. But really, the way that we utilize sport is a way of reconnecting people to community. And I think it's super important for people to realize how not just surfing, but getting this community together it is, and getting people connected. I mean, you get to see it. You go out there, and a lot of times if you're in a normal spot trying to talk to people on the beach, they'd be like, "Get away from me." Here that they want to share your story.
100%.
You're engaged with them, the way you listen, and you get to just meet people that, in a way, are just so excited to be here, to be a part of the community. Oh, and then we get to go surfing.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, in 2016, I broke my back, a non-displaced compression fracture, surfing in Kerala in India. Non-displaced, so lucky it was the T12, so recovered within 6 months. But that really broadened my awareness and got me close to the Parasurf community, and I started to get passionate about writing biographies on adaptive surfers like Bruno Hansen. And then also a couple of family traumas with some of my family that left them as partial quadriplegics, and they died a little bit later. That really connected me again deeper to the adaptive sports community. But I think getting involved in the surf community, like you say, it's that spirit, it's that shared joy of the therapeutic benefits of wave riding beyond the competitive role. As we can see Kayla there really connecting with a beautiful wave, going left through the inside. She's happy with that. You can see by the joy on her face that she's stoked with her performance.
And while we were chatting about, the organizations and the other great organizations that exist and your connection to this Parasurf community, which is always the best part when you learn about someone else's, connection, because everybody heals differently. And when you can find healing through, sport, it's really powerful. Just like we're seeing our surfer in blue here, Tomomi from Japan, definitely going to be upping her 1.83 and 1.7. Long ride there.
Well, there we go. Fantastic. Congratulations, Sarah Betancourt, taking the win. She gets a 6.67 and a 6.5. We'll be right back. We'll be moving into heat number 2. Stay with us.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. And surfing has the power to change the world and has now taken its place on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognised by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the International Surfing Association. This is a better world through surfing.
Pleasure to have your company. Thanks so much for tuning in as we get to the middle stage of day 2, and we are in heat number 2 of the women's Prone 1 division. We've got Catherine Beattie for Team USA, we've got Paloma Anate for Team Spain, and we've got Tracy McKay on her Spider Murphy built boards representing Team South Africa. I'm Sam Bleakley, now back in booth with Ben Way. Big shout out to Spider Murphy in his late 70s now and still shaping boards, Ben.
Yeah, we saw just recently at the Masters Championship in El Salvador, half of Team South Africa that came up to the glass had a Spider Murphy board, so he's been very, very active.
Absolutely. Live action. Catherine Beattie goes for that wave. Doesn't take that wave there, but she is an absolute legend of parasports. Works as a TV writer and co-executive producer for NCIS. She's got this wave through on the inside there, so maybe a couple of scores will drop. Catherine Beattie had the pleasure of coming into the booth last year. Really enjoyed talking to her about her input in wheelchair BMX. Of course, the first female to do a backflip over 12 years ago now. And now also she's judging adaptive skateboarding, so really kind of bringing back to the community as a judge as well.
It's so good. She spent a lot of time on transition in her wheelchair, and they call it like the wheelchair riding in skateboard parks. They just say skating.
Yeah, yeah.
But I was able to just meet her shaper, Lion, which I hadn't met before. He was the one that made that first blue board that she was competing on in Pismo, and this board as well, which he's a shaper for over 20 years, but he's also someone who makes prosthetics.
Great.
And so he was so happy to be down here to kind of see the best of both worlds and just get constant input.
Yep. And she's a silver medalist from 2022 at the World Parasurfing Champs in Prone 1. She didn't get in the final last year. She came close. Tracy McKay on the inside in green. She'll just pop over this wave. She's got a few waves to deal with on the head. What's the difference, Ben, in your paddle line now? In these types of situations, the benefits of going close to the pier?
Well, you know what? That little immigration over to the rip current to get yourself out also costs you that distance to move back into the prime zone, the primary takeoff zone. So it's a juggle. So if there's a lot of sets that you're having to deal with and you're able to redirect towards the inside, like we see blue now, Paloma working her way, she's getting scoring potential, but she's also moving herself over to where she'll be able to move out with that rip. However, if you're on a right and you want to go all the way over there, you're costing yourself valuable time in a short heat like this.
She got copper last year in the final, nicknamed the Pigeon. Paloma Onyate from Santa Cruz in Tenerife. She rides Carbon House boards, so she's in a good spot there on the inside. She's just getting a little bit of assistance to just push herself out, as we can see Tracy McKay getting a nice engaged rail there, a little cut back and a redirect, rail-to-rail action right through to the inside onto the shallow sands. We'll get to see her decision now. Will she move across to the pier bowl rip current, or will she just go straight out into the waves?
Yeah, it looks like from this angle we can see she's much closer to the pier than we might thought she was. But one thing I want to point out is we did have a little texture about 4 heats
We had about 4 heats ago. We had a little bit of texture on there. Now the wind's cleaning up. It's getting buttery, and we've just had this perfect day.
Yeah, and perfection. Captain Cool, it's Sarah Betancourt for Team USA, looking good, and she is on the glass with Rachel Tilley.
Thanks so much, guys. Sarah, congratulations. A big performance, lots of positive energy coming from you right now. Talk to me about how you're feeling.
I'm feeling so stoked. The conditions here are absolutely amazing. The water's beautiful and clean. The wind is staying down. And I love my competitors out there. We are cheering each other on. We're super supportive. The vibe here on the beach from all the nations is just epic. So if you haven't been down here, you got to come down here because it's absolutely amazing.
Just an example of all the energy that we have here. Now, you have 3 gold medals to your name consecutively. You did not compete last year, but you are back this year. Talk to me how it feels to be back in the jersey and of course, what you expect for this year.
Yeah, last year I had a couple injuries that I was dealing with, and so I'm really glad that I had such great doctors and PTs that got me fully back. I'm feeling really good, and I'm just taking it heat by heat, you know. I wanted to start with this one, get some solid scores going into the next round robin, so I know that all I have to do is up those scores going in, and then from there it's just let's make it to semis, and from semis let's make it to finals, and then finals let's like try some airs or try some awesome spraying cutbacks. I don't know, just give it all. But really, it's just taking it heat by heat. I don't underestimate my competitors. They are amazing surfers, and they're gunning for me, and I know it. So, like I said, I'm just focusing on what's right in front of me, and I'll deal with the conditions that I have, situations I have, and go from there.
Great attitude. Well, representing Team USA here in Huntington Beach, California, your coach here for the team is Courtney Conalog. Talk to me about how that dynamic is and how it's feeling down here with the team.
Our team camaraderie this year is just on point. It's absolutely amazing. Courtney and then everyone from USA Surfing, Becky and Lauren and Tracy, they just completely got behind us and are super supportive, really showing up, giving us the bells and whistles to make sure that we can just focus on surfing. And that's what we're doing. And Courtney as a coach, oh my God, we're so thankful to have her. She paddled out. She's been here since Friday, watching us surf, paddling out with us, giving us pointers. And it's absolutely amazing to have someone like that who has that perspective from being a competitor, but who's surfed here since she was, 10 or 11 years old. So she knows this break, and she can give us those pointers just to have that little bit of an edge of what waves to go for, what waves not to, how to line up. She's just amazing. So thankful to have her.
Well, you guys look like you have great energy, and your surfing's coming out representing that. So congratulations, and we'll see you for the next one.
Thank you so much. Thanks, everyone. I appreciate my sponsors, the Semper Fi and America's Fund, Challenge Athletes Foundation, Operation Rebound. Everyone, thank you so much for all you do. You guys are awesome. Woo!
Back to you guys.
Epic. High vibes, 100%, and putting it on the line, saying that she may well bust out some airs in the final.
Well, I made that board to perform. So there's nothing more pleasing to a shaper than watching your board on the glass winning heat. And this board by Spider for Tracy, we saw in that last wave, not this one, but you could see how she was redirecting on the inside. You saw how nothing hung up. The board needs to be really forgiving, but it also needs to be responsive. And that's such a fine balance with some of these boards, where that's something that a lot of these shapers have discovered, that you can't put the fins in a traditional area. It just flips the riders over on their heads. The pressure and the control point of the board is so different than a stance that you would see in a stand-up surfer. And it's great to see people fine-tuning the equipment to make things work like this.
Flow to takeoff from Catherine Beattie. What about this, Ben?
So I love this. She rolls in, finding that inside transition. And at this moment with this tide, you've got that whole inside with that deep water, but it's not so deep that it doesn't have scoring potential. So still able to find those transitions, redirect and drive speed out of that area underneath the whitewash, which we'll see slowly dissipate as that tide moves out.
Paloma having a look at this. Catherine Beattie drops a 2.83 for that last ride. Paloma, great takeoff, late, great control, incredible ability, gets the bounce there, and then readjusts that rail line as this wave starts to connect all the way through the middle, and she engages that inside rail again, just demonstrating control maneuvers after an incredible late takeoff, and then still answering back as she hits that foam, rebounds, redirects towards the north, and then just readjusts her rail line. And I'm seeing some real potential here. This is somebody who could be a threat for a gold medal, Ben.
Yeah, that was a ripping ride right there. We just heard the beach announcer announce that her 3.5 from a previous wave. I think that should go above that.
Yeah, that was incredible. I mean, the takeoff alone, late control, dealt with the bounce, but then really started to attack the wave. It was elegant, but there was also an element of aggression that I really appreciated.
So paloma means dove, or as you said, pigeon in Spanish, but she really vultured the heck out of that wave right there, just tearing off every piece of meat and scoring potential.
Absolutely brilliant stuff for the Spaniard, based in Santa Cruz in Tenerife, a bronze medalist in 2022 and a copper medalist last year in 2023. You can follow her at PALOMYTA on social media, on Instagram, and you can learn all about these surfers at ISAsurf.org as we get to see some of the action on the inside. Ben, you've been in and out the booth, you've been on the sand, on the glass, you've been doing the post-heats. Talk about the water safety team and the role that they're having.
Well, Jim, Adam, the whole crew with the Amp Surf, and everyone who's come down here, they're all really talented body surfers, great watermen, great swimmers, which you must be because you're covering a lot of ground out there. And especially in the prone assist division, where the surfers can't necessarily reboard their board on their own, and you need to make sure that they're head up, that they're breathing, that they're reconnected with their equipment. And when you've got guys covering so much space and there's so many different opportunities to go left, to go right, get those stretches on the inside, you really need to work as like a human goalie.
Yep.
And you need to know and predict where they're going to go. You also have to have great wave knowledge to kind of predict where that wave's going to take them.
I thought Paloma's wave there would come out a bit higher. It's a 3.50.
I just noticed that there's no spinning red thing, so that was the 3.5 that we saw.
Yeah, I really, really enjoyed that. The late takeoff, the control. As we can see, the South African flag there flying in support of Tracy McKay from Durban. The Bluff, her local patch, likes to surf Dairy Bowl. A lot of great waves around there. She grew up in that area. It was in 2005 when, due to cancer, she suffered her disabilities, and her diagnosis meant that she had damage in her spine. She was living in the UK at the time. She got into swimming in 2010 and rowing in 2014, and then was perfectly placed to get into surfing back home in South Africa from 2018, having grown up around the surf culture at the Bluff, Durban area.
Insane. Yeah, and really, really talented riders across the board there. Catherine Beattie also 2.83. I'm not sure what. Well, this is round one, heat 2. So this is her first time out in the water.
Yeah,
so that is her top score at the moment, 2.83.
And she's got priority over Tracy McKay on this wave. Neither of the women catch that wave. So as it stands, Paloma Onyate out there in first, Catherine Beattie in second, Tracy McKay in third. We've got some good names coming up in heat number 3, Ben. We've got Suzanne Edwards. Team England had a terrible accident many years ago in Morocco where a balcony fell and that caused a spinal cord injury. Long-time surfer and a medalist here in Prone 1. An incredible performer. This could be her year. Laura Footy representing Team England, based on the northern beaches of Australia. But watch out, because Tracy McKay with a beautiful drop, incredible rail engagement on her Spider Murphy-built board, and then now just coming out on the open face, cutting back and then readjusting, and now recognizing that she's going to go towards the north, towards the pier, and then back towards the south again, and then really engaging both rails. And you could see the positioning of those twin fins, Ben. I mean, what's the advantage of having the fins so far up the boards for the prone surfers?
Well, if you think of where your back foot is when you're standing on a board, it ends up directly over the cluster of fins, so giving you the most pressure, most control over the board to where to drive. Let's watch this live action.
Whoa, that was a radical one. Yeah, she went for it.
But one thing that I noticed and that I learned early on from watching the first adaptive championship up in Pismo that I saw, everyone had a standard fin position with fins set to where a normal surfer's back foot would be. But all of these guys have all of these men and women have their weight well forward of the halfway and midpoint of the board.
Sure.
So your weight, your control, everything needs to be shifted up accordingly to where that pressure is. And one benefit of having the fins farther up is that with limited movement, a low center of gravity, because you're stuck to the board, you don't have that leverage that you would in a standing position, the board reacts much quicker. The other good thing is as you turn too far sideways, where the whitewash would normally dump you off with a rear aft position,
yep.
With the fins swept up like that, it allows the board to actually drift and regain control laterally without flipping you over.
Absolutely. So a lot of advancement in fin positioning technology, as we can see. Paloma Onyate out there in the lead with a 3.5 and a 1.37. Tracy McKay drops a 2.73 for that last ride. The scale was set quite low. I would have expected some of these waves to have gone a little bit higher, but I think the scale was set by Paloma's 3.5 for Tracy's, but great surfing. If the scale was a bit higher, you could have expected a bigger number there, but watch out because Catherine Beattie is paddling back out for more alongside Tracy with 3 minutes 30 seconds. We're talking equipment and we're talking advancement, and you've seen things change year by year, Ben. What have been some of the new things on the scene you're seeing this year with regards to designs, fin placements, handles, equipment?
It's interesting. Not a lot of movement since last year. I think we made some big jumps in design and technology and kind of set the scale, set the bar, and everyone kind of followed suit and stuck with that. A couple interesting things, like you'll see on Lorenzo Bini's prone board, there's this huge molded body cradle,
yep.
Which is quite interesting, holds him in place. The only downside I can see of that is as a pusher and catcher, when you're trying to get your rider back on their board, if you have a big wall to deal with to get them up and over onto the board, that's going to cost some time.
Yep.
So still sticking with the concave decks that are really made to cradle their torso and react even without any movement of hands,
yep.
Just by swinging their head. And it keeps them in contact, centered on the board just enough, but you're also able to get them back onto the board easily once they're off of it.
Absolutely. 2 minutes, 20 seconds remaining. I've seen a lot of exciting handles, deck grips as well. We see Onda from Spain there, not opting just for the strap, but like a very loose string-based kind of handle that he was using. Some people having specifically placed surf deck grips in certain areas. And really exciting to see that a lot of the athletes have shifted categories from the classification this year. Emma Dieters, of course, a gold medalist in Prone 1 in this division, now in the Neil division, having a particularly interesting technique as well.
That was interesting because during the World Tour in Byron Bay, they actually reclassified her, and just before the contest started, she had to learn how to kneel, and she goes, "Hey Ben, I got a question. How do you take a prone board and make it into a kneel board?" And I said, "Well, you're already in an advantage because the fin placement of a prone board is farther forward." And so she was able, here we go, Paloma, our heat leader.
Looks to replace that 1.37. Possibly not going to do that on that ride. We'll have to wait to see what the judges drop for that score. She's got 1 minute, 10 seconds, Ben. Possibly not enough time to get out back.
Yeah, luckily the high tide, if there's not a big set coming, she could get into position, I'd say, in 30, 40 seconds without waves coming in. We'll see if she chooses to do that. As you see, the next heat already kind of moving into position.
Absolute great moments with the next heat because you have to stay out of the way of the active competitors, but it's then like a game of chess. You want to be perfectly placed to move fast. We saw Jose Martinez doing that brilliantly, coming from the north side of the pier before a heat and then just darting in the deepest position and kicking off with a right straight off the bat, while the other surfers had all come from the south.
However, there is a danger to that. In other competitions, I don't think they're going to be as strict this time, but if a surfer from the next heat starts moving into position in the contest area before the horn,
yeah,
they automatically get dropped to 4th priority.
Yeah, well, he was hidden on the north side and then just appeared at the perfect moment. It was pretty classy for Jose Martinez as we move down to the last 5 seconds, and it's Paloma Onyate representing the Canary Islands, based in Tenerife, surfing for Team Spain, a copper medalist in Prone 1 in 2023. She takes the win. Moving down into third is Catherine Beattie with a 2.83 and a 2. Tracy McKay stays in second with that 2.73 and that 2.13. But of course, it's non-elimination. It's the first qualifying round, so all of these surfers will get an opportunity to surf in qualifying round 2 and combine their best 2 scores to book a spot in the semi-finals. Stay with us. We're going to check out competition day 1 highlights. Feast on this, and we'll be right back.
Welcome to day 1 of competition for the 2024 ISA World Parasurfing Championships, presented by Visit Huntington Beach.
Excellent scores up and riding. David Teixeira, beautiful top turn, sweeping down off the bottom again, setting himself up in the mid part of this wave for another big, nice arcing cutback top turn into the foam, rebounding into a roundhouse again.
Hero from France, beautiful backhand carve right there. That was spicy, and another one back into the whitewater. Beautiful body work there in a third turn.
But look at this, drives up, real vertical approach into that one.
First heat jitters, they're quite a thing. Until I got that first decent ride, I was literally panicking. I mean, I lie awake at night thinking that gold is mine, and every year I say that, and every year something happens, and yeah, it's got to be this year. It has to be.
Beautiful looking ride, so much speed from Jocelyn Newmuller from Australia. She's going to make the connection, hit the lip on the last part of the wing.
Team Spain, Sarah Almagro with a 6.17.
It's a big responsibility to be here. It's just a pleasure, and also it's a big effort that the federation did to bring us back here. So let's see if I can bring back the gold medal.
That wraps up day 1 of competition for the 2024 ISA World Parasurfing Championship.
Hello and welcome to Huntington Beach, California. I'm Kelly Miller, President and CEO of Visit Huntington Beach. Known as Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach boasts 10 miles of coastline and the most consistent waves on the West Coast. Huntington Beach has it all, with endless summer weather, year-round events, outdoor activities, and oceanfront resorts and spas. So get ready to be inspired, be connected, and be here, Huntington Beach. Plan your visit at surfcityusa.com.
And welcome back. This is the 2024 ISA World Parasurfing Championship presented by Visit Huntington Beach. We've just moved into our women's Prone 1 Round 1 heat number 3, where we have these 4 competitors from 4 nations. This is Ben Way and joined by Roy Tuscany in the booth. And we should see some great action between Suzanne Edwards from England, Laurie Foti also representing England, from Italy, Roberta Galizia, and for the Netherlands, Joni Molman.
Wow, you put through all those without even, I think, missing a name there. It's incredible how you switch from color right over to host. It's very diversifying towards your skill set.
I think the listeners will actually know that I'm not doing much different, unfortunately. But we will be sending it to an interview with the last winner before long.
Not quite yet. Don't you try to push us off here. We've got a lot of color to bring in here as our colorful competitor in the blue here. This is Laurie Foti from England, part of the Spike Kane Team Great Britain. And how many fins did she have on the bottom of that board? That fin placement, it looked like she had a potential of up to 7 fins, which really allows her to change her body position on that board depending on the type of waves here. And surfer in white there, Joni Molman from the Netherlands, coming in on a little peeler, bringing it almost all the way to the beach, Ben.
Yeah, not trying to nudge that interview along. I was just saying my host position will be bringing it back from commercials and sending it to the interview when that's ready. But as you said on Laurie's board, you could see, I think it's a 5-fin option. So she's running it as a quad fin, where you have 4 fins, 2 on each side. By removing that center fin, I was explaining this to someone down at the beach earlier, the center fin is what provides stability, keeps the board running straight in a straight line without shifting around. But when you're in a prone position, you have that low center of gravity where you're literally connected with the board. So there is none of that high center of gravity that you need to reduce. You actually need to take away that stability, and you need the board to react from one rail to the other without having that high center of gravity to tilt the board from one side to the other.
Isaac Newton would love this explanation and this webcast if he was still around, as we are completely changing the physics and sharing it all with you from the mastermind himself, Ben Way. Ben, are any of these 4 competitors on a Ben Way board, or are we looking for new clients here potentially?
I'm always looking for new people to work with. The lady from Israel that's competing for the first time in about 3 heats ago, we're going to work on a new board for her. She said to check out her heat and check out her riding to figure something out. But look at this, Suzanne Edwards. And this is one of those soft deck boards from England, and I really like what they've got. They've got the tilted chest area to help bring them up, keep their vision up. As we know, a lot of these competitors, because of their condition, aren't able to lift up their head for good vision. And so having that little slanted thing on the deck really, really helps. Trying to think of the name of these boards. Float. Yep, of course. Turn to the Englishmen to know the English brand. Float. But those are great as far as an introductory board. Here we have that replay of Lori Foti on that 4-fin board as she catches there. And you can see, yeah, it almost looked like another, it was actually a logo that looked like another fin box up there.
Now that I saw it again in slow-mo, it was the logo, but she perfectly placed it where it looked like an extra fin box. And here's that wave from our surfer in white, Jomi Molman from the Netherlands. You know, you would think that they would leave us alone in here, but it's always good to keep Sam over there as he threw in the name of that board to us, and ensuring that me and you stay on a very valued timeline of information, because we could go off on and talk about almost anything.
We're like wild kids at the prom, but with a chaperone.
Yeah, it's like
in the room.
But the chaperone's your like uncle. You know, like
your cool Uncle Sam.
Cool, yeah, your cool Uncle Sam, you know?
Oh, my goodness.
It's really good what they've established here for us. You know, we got cool Uncle Sam here. We got 2 guys going to prom, supervised, but not really supervised.
I would say what they've established for themselves, not
us. Yes. I like all this, you know? We are like water safety, but inside. We keep things safe.
I love it. I'm that floaty thing on the back of the jet ski.
Oh, man, I would love to be that. That'd be such a fun job, you know, just every day just floating out in the ocean, saving people, catching waves on a motorized vehicle.
So right now, speaking of catching waves, we got some scores in. It's a really balanced score line. If you look along from 1st to 4th, we have Suzanne Edwards with that 3.0 just behind the Netherlands surfer Joni Molman for that replay that we saw, 2.57. Before we get carried away with scores, we're going to get carried away with the winner of our last heat down on the beach with Rachel Tilley.
All right.
Thanks so much, you guys. Paloma, congratulations representing Team Spain here. You had a great performance out there. Talk to me about how you felt the conditions. You didn't have a chance to surf before, so tell me about how that plays into your mind when you're paddling up for your heat.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the congratulations. Hi to everyone. Before I start, let me please say something to Valencia. There's been huge floods in Spain. It's very difficult to be here with what is happening in Spain. And so I'm in Valencia, and hi to everyone there. And yeah, I couldn't get into the water before just a while. My surfboard is still flying around the world. So yeah, thank you also to Mireia, my friend, who will lend me her board. But with everything going on, the team is great. The team is great. They have given me a great support. They've been like very clear conditions, and the heat was okay. It was important to get like warm and try to do better in the next one.
Well, not great news for everything happening back home, but happy that you can send them back some positive vibes and some great news with a fantastic result. You're mentioning that you're not on your own board, that's still lost in luggage. How did the board differ today that you were riding then?
It's difficult because it's also my first customized board. I've been training this year with that board. But again, what matters most for me is to try to read the wave, and if you have a different board, try to adapt, and hopefully, I mean, there's another chance to do better and keep that. I don't know if my board is going to be here, maybe on Thursday. But so for me, it's not the most important thing. The board is other thing, but of course I want my board.
Well, fingers crossed that comes before Thursday, and great job out there reading the waves so well. A heat win, another round to go. Good luck for the next one.
Thank you so much. Thank you for everyone who's supporting the parasurfing in Spain. Equipo Fundación también, of course, and my family who is watching this, and Amun Valencia.
Thanks so much. Back to you guys.
Thank you so much. And so we have seen some great performances, as well as Paloma, even though she wasn't satisfied with her scores as much as she did, I thought she surfed great. So live action right now. Looks like we have a surfer in blue. This is Lori Foti representing Team England on a good one. This one, finally, we got a little open shoulder. We have seen some of these rides in this inside section be sort of a transition underneath some whitewash, but she got some open green face on that one.
Yeah, and she's taking that one right to the beach and going to be able quickly to get herself back out and utilizing that beach chair over to the pylons of the pier and utilizing that conveyor belt, escalator, whatever you want to call it. Surfer in white here, Joni Molman from the Netherlands on this wave here, and really looking to push herself beyond the whitewater, but this one, it's going to reform just a little bit, flying towards that England flag right there, even though she's from the Netherlands, so just a little bit of eye off here, but she's paddling back out after that one, and as you mentioned, Ben, this is a really close heat. You know, there's scores that range from 3 down to a low 2, and really as each score comes in, the leaderboard's going to move around here as Lori Foti now is tied technically with her fellow teammate from England with a 6, but with the higher wave score of the 4 pushes her ahead. 5.47 is third, and still waiting for Roberta Galizia from Italy to really put a second score up on the board to see where she finds herself amongst this mix of hard charging ladies in the women prone 1 heat 3 of round 1 of this division.
Yeah, I think Lori Foti really rewarded for that excellent wave selection. While all the previous scores were done on a very similar wave with that whitewash, as I mentioned before, just a little bit of transition and just some redirections on the whitewash, you can't really show the judges rail work when you're on the flats in front of the whitewash. And I think where Lori Foti was rewarded was having that open face and to really spell out for the judges that she is putting it on rail for that arcing carve, and I think she got rewarded for that.
Yeah, as she goes for her next wave or the next individual, there we go, using the conveyor belt on the other side, kind of the shortcut that seems to always work. And when you've cleared where the waves are breaking, how much it's a joy to go through the pylons that way instead of sending it through the pylons when maybe you're not quite expecting it to come. But using safety as our highest precaution here, our teams are getting the folks back out, and there's about 7 minutes remaining in this heat. And truthfully, the next wave score will move someone around in this heat score as they're very closely matched.
Yeah, and speaking of closely matched, I come from Oceanside, and the pylons are about 8 feet closer. So it's not quite as fun and easy to blow through as it is here.
Here we go, surfer on red, surfer Susanna Edwards from England, out in front, hoping to get out in front more than the whitewash to be able to be on the face of this wave. And being on the face of this wave really gives her the opportunity to create maneuvers that will score as she's going from rail to rail.
Yeah, I like that ride a lot. Also had some potential for that open face scoring potential. And we'll see how that one works out. As we saw, surfer ripping on the north side. Nice big float on the longboard.
Yeah,
exactly. Action all over the place at Surf City. So here she picks up on another ride without even paddling. Just shows the flotation of those boards. And blew her right in, bring her right to the water safety, which is great. And that just speeds her way back out. But Suzanne Edwards moves back into the lead. And she's a bronze medalist from 2018, expected to perform out here and got to be happy to be 1 and 2 with her country.
Yeah, you know, they are definitely going back and forth, trading out first place here. Team England looking really strong here in the women's prone 1, having 2 surfers that are being very competitive and trading back and forth waves, back and forth positioning, and ultimately back and forth from the top spot in this heat.
Yeah, well, 5 minutes. Time's blowing by, but I've noticed how quickly they're able to reposition and get back out there. I think that the tide has probably started drawing back out. That also, as the energy starts receding out in the ocean, makes the paddle out a little bit easier. Puts a little more space between those sets, which gives these riders a little more breathing room. And so I think all of the factors are in place for a nice, smooth heat. And within 20 minutes, we still have consistent enough swell and conditions to really provide those 2 important scores.
You know, we've got 5 minutes remaining here. Really going to be down to, you know, it takes a little bit of time to get back out. So next waves really from this group is really going to show who's going to end up at top. Priority 1 does sit with the other surfer from England, Laurie Foti, who had just gotten knocked off. Here we go, surfer in green. This is the first, you know, true surfable wave here from the surfer from Italy. Really just grabbing it and taking it in. I imagine they're going to have enough time to get her back out there. She's super close to the pier and takes this one in, does the old barrel roll, and after the barrel roll, getting back off. Following suit, surfer in blue here, Ben, going down the wave.
Yeah, Laurie Foti answering back. She's been really busy in this heat. And as we've lost the number of rides down on the bottom of our screen, we're not sure which ride this is, but I think she's had at least 8 waves and pushing it up and just trying to lock in some better scores. And that one should hopefully better that backup score of a 2.0.
3.5 minutes remain, getting the last competitors out for their last surfable wave within this heat. Each heat is 20 minutes long. Surfer in white here, Joni Molman, she is the only one out there, so she's sitting in priority 1. She's also sitting in the premier spot to catch a wave before this heat closes. She's a bit farther down from the pier from where the other competitors just were. That's really where those rights, you know, you can grab onto one of those shoulders of the rights and really get a rideable wave. You really have to send it on a diagonal almost to start, but if you can get out in front of that white ball, you really have a great opportunity to have a good surfable wave. And it really looks like, you know, we're starting to see a lot of the water coming out of this zone and how that's changing everything sitting there and sitting here in the Huntington Pier zone.
Yeah, it makes it a little more shifty as that tide drops out. And we don't have that deep water forcing the energy to kind of break on the shallow spots only. As that tide moves out, there's a lot of uneven topography in the sandbars to where things will be popping up out of nowhere, which gives more options, but not always having a nice spelled out scoring potential option as the primary takeoff spot.
Yeah, and I think, you know, we've seen it here, you know, taking kind of the inner side of the waves. You're seeing, you know, a little bit more whitewater takeoffs, not as much, you know, rideable waves when you're caught on the inside a little bit. You really have to wait out in the back to get the bigger sets. You know, they called 2 to 3 today. We've definitely seen waves that have peaked much higher than the 2 to 3 zone. Earlier in our men's prone 2 division, we really saw a lot of those waves being surfed here. In this heat right here, you know, we're really seeing a little bit of these waves that are kind of breaking on the inside, and you really have to be selective to know the ones that are not closing out and the ones that have rideable faces on them.
Yeah, we still, I mean, you can really tell that we have that pooled up water still left over from the high tide. You have that. You have 2 different energy forces working against it. You got the deep water that kills the wave energy. You also have the energy being pulled out to sea, slowing the waves down and also working against you as you're trying to get into the wave. So it's not as easy to get into that nice green open face from the outside. And that's why a lot of these riders have had their scores on a pre-broken wave and use that whitewash to get into that midsection.
As we go into the last minute here, Lori Foti upping her score now with a 4 and a 3.53, giving her a grand total of 7.53. And Team England is atop this heat. This women's prone 1 division. We saw the likes of Sarah Betancourt and Dr. Wopatz really showcasing in that opening heat. Our following heat, Paloma from Spain, just on a borrowed board, winning that heat. And it looks like, you know, I'm going to say safely that I think it's going to be a surfer from England that takes this heat here unofficially. And in the last minute, we're excited to see the competition. You know, we are missing Sam Bloom from Australia, who is usually very competitive in this division. And, you know, that opens the door for folks like Sarah Betancourt, who can come back from an injury and really showcase how much, you know, not taking a ton of time off has affected her surfing. And in the next heat, we're going to have a little guest joining us alongside with our musical shuffle that we're doing here today between the three of us here on the mics. And we're going to have JP Vidor from South Africa join Sam in here for the opening round of the men's prone 1 division, which is going to see former assist prone competitor Eric Lazier moving over to now just prone 1 unassisted. So we'll see how he's doing in this new classification for him.
We'll get back to that in just a moment. Thanks for keeping with us. We're going to take a quick break, and we will be back for that next division.
Hello and welcome to Huntington Beach, California. I'm Kelly Miller, President and CEO of Visit Huntington Beach. Known as Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach boasts 10 miles of coastline and the most consistent waves on the West Coast. Huntington Beach has it all, with endless summer weather, year-round events, outdoor activities, and oceanfront resorts and spas. So get ready to be inspired, be connected, and be here, Huntington Beach. Plan your visit at surfcityusa.com.
Parasurfing has the power to bring us together. Together, we push the limits, further the sport, and go for gold. You've crossed countries to get to the World Championships. Let Access Tracks simplify crossing the sand. Access Tracks, the official beach access pathway of the ISA World Parasurfing Championships.
Welcome back to the action as we move into men's prone round 1, heat number 1. We can see Team USA's Parker Olenek there up and riding. He's going to drop a score. He's surfing against Hawaii's the Laser, Eric Lazar, and fellow Hawaiian Casey Proud. It's a good one. 2 Hawaiians, 1 Southern Californian. I'm Sam Bleakley. And I've got the special honor of being joined by an absolute icon of adaptive sports, JP Vaudry from South Africa. Great to see you. Thanks for joining us. And you just told me that you have been at every single World Parasurfing event.
Yeah, since it started, 2015. Yeah, there's a certain gold medal that I want to get.
Yep, you've had bronzes and silvers.
I have. Yep, bronzes, silver, and copper.
There we go. And what drives you to come each year?
You know, everybody needs a goal.
Yeah.
This is my goal.
Yeah.
And it's. I mean, surfing's good enough, but I just want to take it to the next level. And I've never been really big on competition surfing, but it's a goal that's worth striving for.
Yeah, absolutely. And what's the relationship between your work as a photographer and how that kind of frames your career and the opportunities to compete competitively in adaptive surfing?
I try not to photograph surfing. I'm more of a portrait photographer. I don't want to watch people having great waves.
Yep.
I want to be that person.
You want to be the one out there surfing, yeah. Because that could be something that can easily happen for any young aspiring photographer who is also a surfer. Is the first thing you do, you start to document, film, photograph surfing, then you're the one on the beach, not out there surfing. But this person for Team USA kicking off with a 183, and this is that second wave, so waiting for this score to come through. You would have seen a lot of good prone surfers out of South Africa, and of course representing Denmark, but South African by birth, the great Bruno Hansen. I'm sure you've seen him competing over the years.
Yeah, she sent me a message last night.
There we go.
And,
And this is a 7 from Casey Proud with a really beautiful float there, great roller coaster. I mean, that's very much Bruno Hansen-esque technique from Casey Proud, isn't it?
Yeah, no, I was sad not to see him here because he always sets the field ablaze.
Absolutely, yeah. Well, setting the field ablaze with an opening score of a 7. Casey Proud, good start. You had a great start yesterday, JP. How did that feel to get your campaign underway this year?
Yeah, I mean, that first heat is always quite nerve-wracking.
Yeah.
It helped a lot.
Yep.
Definitely, yeah.
And how do you control the nerves before you compete? What is your technique to kind of know that you can let your surfing do the talking and not let the nerves get in the way of your performance?
If you know how to, please let me know, because there was nothing calm about me.
Well, no, you did look pretty good. And somebody who looked fantastic that last heat, Laurie Footy from Team England. She is on the glass with Rachel Tilley because she just took the win.
Thanks so much, Sam. Laurie, congratulations. Taking out the win. It was back and forth between you and your teammate, Suzanne, and you ended up edging it out in the end. How did that feel out there?
Oh, it was awesome. Like, I loved it. It was just so much fun. The waves were good for me. Like, I just had the best time. Just went for it. Just loved it. Yeah.
And how does that go when you have a teammate in the same heat as you? Do you guys talk strategy beforehand, make a plan, or do you just go, hey, we're going to support each other throughout it?
We actually spoke before and kind of had the same game plan. And so we were like, let's just kind of have fun. We both kind of have a rough idea, and we were like, we'll just support each other. And so we kind of done that, although in the moment, I don't even know what was happening. I was just paddling for them waves and hoping that I stayed on them.
Well, you can feel the energy. So happy from you, so happy from your team around here. How does this feel representing Team England over here in California?
Like, it's amazing. Like, to be representing England is just the best feeling. And then just to take out the win for my first heat is just, I'm just stoked. Yes, it's super awesome.
Well, only onwards and upwards from here into round 2 for the next one. So good luck for it.
Thank you. Can't wait.
Back to you guys.
Great stuff. Congratulations, Laurie there. Looking good. Great start. Of course, Suzanne Edwards, her fellow teammate she was surfing with. Talking of teammates, JP, you've come with a stripped-down South African team, just you and Tracy. But Tracy had a great performance a couple of heats back.
Yeah, I mean, she's a silver medalist.
Yep.
She's as good as the kids.
And still riding Spider Murphys. I mean, Spider's still shaping well into his late 70s, I guess, now.
Yeah. And I mean, I'm sure you know he's shaped for our hero, South African hero, Sean Thompson.
Absolutely, as we can see, the daughter of Laurie there, and this is Team Irikanji's on the sand, so fantastic support. And how much of an important impact, as we can see, Spike Kane there, and of course Buttons, his dog. There's the Team England gathering around the camera, looking super excited there to fly the flag, as we can see her just enjoying a bit of a kind of post-heat opportunity there, JP.
Yeah, being in front of the glass is quite an honor.
Yeah, absolutely. You get to thank everybody who supported you. You get to give a shout out to your family tuning in back home.
Yeah. It's where every athlete wants to end up.
And then you've been to so many of the different events. You've been to La Jolla, you've been to Pismo. Now this is your second time at Huntington. How special is it to come back to Huntington?
Well, it's definitely the best spot.
Yeah.
Like you said, I've sampled a few spots. Before the World Champ started, I did a few WSA WSA West Coast Championships, and I surfed churches, and it's definitely one of the most consistent breaks.
Casey Proud having a look. He's looking to replace that 0.67, of course, a gold medalist from 2022. Multiple US champion, a former silver medalist. This is looking good. This is looking like it's going to easily surpass that backup score of a 0.67. May well not rival his 7, but he'll be pleased to get that strong second score. I'm Sam Bleakley in the booth with JP Vaudry, of course, a multiple medalist in the stand 2 category. And JP, you had a really great start to your campaign. yesterday. Did you bring a vuvuzela with you?
I did bring a vuvuzela. I'm still trying to figure out how to use it.
They're hard to use. I've tried to blow them. My wife is South African.
Okay.
She's from Port Shepstone.
Can she blow it?
She showed me how to blow, and then I couldn't. I tried. It takes some real lip stroke. It's harder than playing the trumpet.
Yeah. No, well, that's our national instrument.
Absolutely. So you have bought it, so we're looking, no pressure, JP, but we're expecting to hear that sound next time Tracy's in the water.
Perfect. We'll do that.
Absolutely. And then, I mean, iconic. You talk about, you've had the experience of doing the World Parasurfing Champs at different locations. La Jolla, Pismo, here at Huntington once again. I mean, you know.
That's so picturesque, isn't it?
Absolutely. And also, free surfs wise, what has been your tactics? Do you like to free surf before the competition on the south side, or do you just like to find some space and find your feet?
I can't reveal all my secrets.
You got to hide a few.
Yesterday's heat was the first time I actually surfed since I got here on the pier. That is, you know, I surfed down the beach. My strategy was to surf the most terrible waves I could find.
Yeah.
Because anything could happen in a contest, and this is quite a reliable wave.
Sure.
So that was my strategy.
Yeah.
It just so happened it was going off yesterday.
Yep. And you did fantastic as Casey Proud now drops a 4.93 for his second wave there, and a beautiful bottom turn, big connection off the top, going for the floater, attacking that section, not riding out of that second big maneuver, but a fantastic first maneuver there, really top to bottom, using all of the wave. I mean, how do you get inspiration from some of the other categories, JP, as a stand surfer?
I'm quite surprised that these guys are really going for it. You know, it's nowhere near a final yet, and they're giving it their all, and it shows you how much they want it.
Absolutely. And you would have had to have worked hard to get here. I mean, have you got any shout-outs for some of the fundraising that you had to do to raise the money? Very difficult traveling from South Africa with the strength of the rand against other currencies, particularly the dollar. It takes a lot of fundraising.
Well, let's just put it in perspective. We allowed 16 athletes, 8 guys, 8 girls. We have 2.
Yeah.
Me and Tracy. And that just shows you how difficult it is to raise that sort of money. Like I said, it's a goal of mine, so I make a plan, but I have so many shout-outs. You know, I was doing raffles, I was doing business challenges. I'm scared to start mentioning people because I might leave someone out.
I know exactly what you mean. Yeah, you want to talk about the whole group as one. Yeah, I understand that.
I'm trying to think, like Shane Pagel, he gave me a big chunk of money. I come from a very small town, East London.
Yes.
And it's a very tight community, but I feel bad asking them for their hard-earned money to get here.
Absolutely. But they'll be proud of you, you know, and they know what you have done for parasurfing as well. I mean, how did you get into adaptive sports in the first place?
I lost my leg. No, I was lying in hospital, and I thought that life was over. It's the kind of first thing that goes through your mind, and then I Googled, can you surf without a limb?
Yep.
And I found Dana Cummings. I'm sure you know him.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and he coached me through the process. I did as well as I could with the components and with the knowledge, but it's not like you can go into a shop and buy a surfing prosthetic. You know? You can get a prosthetic. There's a lot of people who make prosthetics, but what is a surfing prosthetic?
Sure.
And he said to me, so I did the best I could, and I said it still wasn't great, and he said, look, come here to the States. You can surf the West Coast Championships. We can do a clinic together, and he's got a whole bunch of students at Domingos High University.
Yep.
A whole bunch of students, and we went to Long Beach, and we designed a surfing leg.
There we go.
And I'm still using that same design today.
Really? So that was from back in, we're talking 2015, 2014, 2013?
2011.
2011, as early as that, and you're still using the same leg today. So
exact same design.
Have you tried different designs but defaulted back to this design?
Well, it's clearly not the same leg because the seawater is very corrosive.
Yeah.
So the parts have all changed, but it's the same angles, the same concept, the same length. And these are secrets I'm not going to give away.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's the brilliant thing about adaptive sports is it's that whole element of adapting, of recognizing where the impairment is and using technology and techniques to adapt so that you can achieve the highest level of performance. And of course, prosthetics, a huge element, as we can see Tracy giving you a few message there, a little bit of feng shui between two fellow South Africans.
Is she encouraging or shouting at me? I don't know.
She may not even know that you're live on the webcast. Who is she with?
She's with a support crew at the. We did bring a coach.
There we go.
Because I think that's quite important. And so that's probably Owami and Chantal on the beach there.
Parker, he gets a second wave there. So he's looking to drop a score of a 9.93 to move up into first, because Casey Proud has got a 7 and a 6.43. A fantastic start for Casey. How does that feel when you get big scores read out by the beach announcer, JP, and you're sitting in there in the driving seat?
Like, it's just a weight off your shoulders.
Yeah.
It allows you to just free up and just start enjoying yourself as opposed to stressing about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Talking about freeing up, you had a great performance from your fellow South Africans at the recent ISA World Masters Surfing Championship in El Sunzal, in another surf city, not Surf City USA, Surf City El Salvador. Your good friend Tyrell Johnson got to the final. You must have been proud of his run.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, we from the small town. The whole town got together. We all made sure we watched him. It was fantastic. He should have won. I totally believe that.
Yeah.
I know the commentators were really rooting for him as well.
He was absolutely ripping, and as was Gary as well.
Yeah, Gary's been a long-time shaper, very nice guy, very good surfer, and it's just unfortunate. I mean, I know all about unfortunate things, you know. I believe I can win this, but like it doesn't always work. I mean,
it has to happen in that final. I mean, of course, Casey knows that feeling of winning, but he also knows that disappointment of not getting the win. He got the silver in 2021. He backed that up with the gold in 2022. I mean, you have been building up and you're still coming back for more. And what can you pick up from with your experience in the final last year that you want to take into this final, if you do make it to the final? I firmly believe you will, JP, as well.
Yeah, well, you know, if anybody knows the history of that final, it was really disappointing because, you know, I was right up there. I mean, I started with a 7.
Yeah.
Everything was looking really good.
Yep.
And you know, you can get overamped.
Yep.
And just lose concentration for a second.
Yeah.
In that second, got interference, and that was that.
Yep.
I was still quite stoked to get a 3rd, even with a 1-wave count.
Yep.
But you know, you really beat yourself up.
Yeah, absolutely.
All year, actually.
Yeah. So, well, you're back. You've got an opportunity to kind of get back into another final. Casey Proud obviously got his horizons on the final. Is Casey someone that you've enjoyed seeing compete over the last 10 years?
Yeah, I just really enjoy his flow. You know, that's one of the criteria of our sport: speed, power, flow.
Yep.
And he's definitely got the flow factor.
Absolutely. And talking about the flow factor, here he is, the man, Casey Proud, already with a 7 and a 6.43. Has a look at that wave, recognizes that it's not going to be a scorer, so he's paddling back out for more. Just 3 minutes, 40 seconds remaining, JP. Positioning as well. I mean, Huntington, there's a lot of options, you know, between the pier bowl, between middles, between Machados. It looks like a nice left here for Casey. Good off the bottom, off the top, again into that second turn, and then just looking to drop back down into the section. That wave will die on him, but he's nice and active. And I was just talking about the range of choices, the different peaks. I mean, how do you make those decisions as to which peak you're going to surf?
Yeah, yesterday we had this, like, you know, like the picture of this, the logo is like a perfect A-frame. You can go left, you can go right. And someone was saying to me, you know, you could go either way. And I said, I actually don't like a choice.
Yeah.
You know, because you're paddling for this A-frame and you don't know which way to go.
Sure.
And, you know, both ways are as good as each other. So you just got to pick what you think is the best. Yeah, so choice can be a bit of a
And do you normally have a plan before a heat, or do you go in the moment and adapt based on what you're seeing once you're out in your heat?
Yeah, I mean, you have a plan, but like you say, you get out to the back and everything looks a lot different to the way it looks from the beach.
Yep.
So, you know, sometimes you go out with a strategy and the moment you get out there, it completely changes. That left is really contestable.
Yeah, it looks. I can see you're licking your lips about a few of those. Yeah, will you get a free surf after we finish today?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I had one this morning.
Yep, good surf this morning?
Yeah, really good.
Super clean,
Down
super
the beach.
nice.
It's not as good as the pier, but it was really great.
Yep. A few little tubes?
Potential.
Yep.
Potential,
Yep. It did look quite hollow this morning as I was walking up to join the team to kick things off.
We're
And
really lucky because the forecast didn't say much waves for this event.
yeah, we've really scored. We've been blessed.
Here goes
Absolutely.
Casey.
Here we go. Casey Proud up and riding. Beautiful technique there. Just got that inside arm on that front nose there, off the bottom, off the top. Big throw of spray on that first maneuver. Cutting back into the section, staying in the pocket as this wave gets smaller, but he's still generating speed and just puts that arm into the face. A great technique and just raising the chest. A nice little turn on the inside. I can hear Team Hawaii cheering. They're pretty proud. Is that going to go into his top two? He's got a 7 and a 6.43. Just 1 minute, 20 seconds remaining. He looks fired up, JP.
I think it could be right up there. I'm going to go out on the limb and say it's very close to that 7.
Absolutely. As we can see, Parker out back for Team USA. He's got a 3.5 and a 2.67. Hoping to just get one last wave. What about this, JP? Absolutely shredding from Casey Proud.
Yeah, look, he stays right in the pocket there, and that's where the power source is. Looking at it again, it's probably a bit small. I'm going about a 6.
Yeah. That's the great thing about getting the opportunity to study the replay is sometimes on instinct a particular score comes into your head.
Yep.
And then when you look at the replay, you can sometimes realize that it's going to go higher or lower. Often it's that instinctive first thought we've seen the live ride that's often closest. But there are times when I think recognizing on that replay, it did die on him a little bit. It was a much smaller wave. And if we think about how strong that opening 7 was, feels like it could go quite a lot lower than his top 2.
Yeah, I mean, you got to set the bar and work from there.
JP, it's been an absolute honor to have you in the booth. What are you most looking forward to for the next few days?
I think that would be quite obvious. I want to win. I mean, just like everybody else, but I'm getting old. And I know I'm no Kelly Slater, but if Kelly can keep doing it, I can try.
Absolute. JP, you're an absolute legend. It's an honor to have you in the booth. We look forward to the opportunity to have a few more posty interviews with you as well. Hopefully we will hear from you after a gold medal. Thanks so much for your time. We're going to have a short break. Here's Casey Proud, doing us proud. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Hello and welcome to Huntington Beach, California. I'm Kelly Miller, President and CEO of Visit Huntington Beach. Known as Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach boasts 10 miles of coastline and the most consistent waves on the West Coast. Huntington Beach has it all, with endless summer weather, year-round events, outdoor activities, and oceanfront resorts and spas. So get ready to be inspired, be connected, and be here, Huntington Beach. Plan your visit at surfcityusa.com.
We are Team USA. Welcome to this year's opening ceremony 2024. Let's go!
Welcome everybody to this beautiful get-together again of the parasurfers of the world under the ISA. These are going to be amazing days of surfing in the Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach. What a wonderful place, full of history for the ISA, for World Championship, for US National Championships, for legends that's been surfing in Huntington Beach for decades and decades and decades. It's part of the history of surfing in the United States. So enjoy these days, enjoy your friends, your colleagues, your fellow competitors from around the world. Thank you very much. Muchas gracias to everybody from the bottom of my heart. Thank you.
Thank you once again, and I would now like to declare the ISA Parasurfing Championship open.
All right, everybody, welcome back to the 2024 ISA World Parasurfing Championships happening here in Surf City, USA, also known as Huntington Beach. We're on the south side of the Huntington Pier, currently in the red jersey in Heat 2, Round 1, Jacob Pacheco. In the green jersey from Canada on a Ben Way board. And joining me in the booth is my good friend Ben Way, is Brock Leitner, who's already caught a wave here. Here we go, surfer in red. Ben, it sounds like your mic is back going. This is Jacob Pacheco.
Yeah, Jacob Pacheco on a good one. I'm better at shaping boards than plugging in microphones, obviously, but we're back in action, and this guy is in action as he almost got blown over the back of that one, able to reconnect with the energy of this thing and keep it going, and that will be his second wave. His first wave came in as a 3.0 as we have Brock, late takeoff, and I like what we got going on here, getting some redirection, finding that inside. We've got that inside transition with scoring potential in here. And Brock he was a little apprehensive because last year he was in prone assist.
Yes.
And this year he's having to paddle for the waves himself. I told him he'd be fine.
And he's doing just fine as he's already got a score up on the board. You know, we also saw that in the last heat with Eric Lazier, the laser from Hawaii moving over from prone assist now into prone 1 or the unassisted prone division. Still waiting a wave from our surfer from Japan. I'm going to let you take this one, Ben.
Okikazu. It's not an easy one. Okikazu Maishiro.
The double K in there really makes it difficult.
It does.
I love seeing the Z in there. It just makes the word fun. But he's paddling back out here, and we're waiting a score from him. Jacob Pacheco, one of the two surfers from Team USA here in the prone unassisted division. The other, Parker Olnick, who just finished second in the last heat. Casey Proud from Hawaii was the winner. Our 2021 gold medalist, I believe Casey Proud is, a winner of this prone division and constantly surfing. I mean, you look on Instagram and almost every day Casey Proud is posting some type of content that's surf related, or him surfing, or him highlighting another surfer that he is inspired by. So Casey Proud is a really good Instagram follow. As you know, if you're tuning in, please follow along from at ISA Surf or at Surf City USA on Instagram. Follow our great hosting sponsor and our great hosting city, along with ISA Surf, who's celebrating 60 years, Ben Way, 60 years of being an organization.
Yeah, and I'm pretty excited to be connected to 10% of that.
Yeah, I've been connected to it for 4 years, so I got less than 10%. But I hear you on that. I think, you know, kudos to those that have been waving the flag for a long.
You're like 6.83%. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah,
pushing the envelope.
Quick math. I like that.
So I've seen Okikazu Maishiro, the Japanese surfer, going for a couple waves. From what it looks like to me is he's kind of undergunned on his equipment. He's got that real pulled-in nose, kind of a performance shortboard, whereas you would have seen a lot of these riders with more volume, more float. That whitewash would just push them right in without needing to paddle as much. He gave a couple paddles, and the board just really didn't get in there. So I think he's going to need to kind of reposition and get out to where there's more power in the wave to really get that thing moving. But I'm looking forward to seeing his opening ride.
You know, if he had a different board on the beach, he could call to his team to get a board swap. That is something that is allowed, that is permitted within this, where you can swap a board. Here comes Brock Leitner using the escalator, elevator, conveyor belt approach, coming around the backside of the pylons, outside of the impact zone, and now getting himself back out here to catch another wave. First wave, a 2.17. As you mentioned, last year, Brock competed in assisted prone, having a pusher and a catcher, and now he's independent out in the ocean, coming down here from the Great North, from Canada.
I targeted him. I was like, this guy needs to get off that board. First of all, last year, let's see if this wave gets ridden, he was riding what would be a able-bodied step-up board for good waves. Sticky, stiff, long, and narrow. But basically the opposite of what a prone person wants, with a center fin in it and a tri-fin setup. And he had all the body movements while the board just continued straight on, and he basically have to tilt himself off the board to try to get to turn. So I remember being in the booth with Sam, and I go, I'm going to go run down and tell Shannon to take that center fin out.
which they didn't even test. They sent him right out. He was able to do some turns, luckily, but I was like, this is so far away from what you need. So over a lot of communication and with the help of High Fives, we were able to get him that equipment grant, get me a little work shaping, which that doesn't happen very often. Now we have all these other people getting into the game and taking my riders. But
I don't know, Ben. We've had a lot of people, at least in the last 6 heats, I want to say we've almost had a board of yours in almost every heat, specifically in that one heat where we had multiple boards.
I was stoked. Kayla and Sarah Betancourt's seeing the board up against the glass just made my whole day.
But what about yesterday calling out Mr. Jesse Blauer on the live broadcast? And what did Jesse go out and surf today on?
And he called me back out and said that that was the board that I said wasn't. But wow, man, he got a 5.83, which was a wave that I think should have been a 7 today. I'm not going to bring that up. He did some amazing riding, and that little collab design, just all these little tests, all these little nooks and crannies, just these little data entries that we get, just keeps kind of closing the door, narrowing what we need, and knowing exactly what we need for a majority of these riders without having to go all over the place.
You know, outside of the ocean, I'm excited too to see what the next iteration for a laydown prone is going to be that you create for our Mastercraft boat for next summer. But here we go as we talk about Surfer in Red. Jacob Pacheco from the USA here, Ben.
Yeah, I really like how much coverage, how much he moves around the deck. You can see with his condition, he does have a decent amount of mobility in the upper body, allowing him to shift around, pull his positioning to speed the board up, get weight over the tail as we see this nice set rolling in.
But back to the boards you're creating, as you're saying, you're keeping the data points.
There's one of them.
There's one of them right there.
Let's see how this goes.
I think the whitewash takeoff is just going to be a little too vicious, as sometimes the more water, the less of a chance you have to take off, as it just doesn't really give you the opportunity to get the board up onto plane.
So that board's similar to what we were just speaking about. We made you a wake-specific prone board, probably one of the first ones ever.
Very much so.
And from the video that I saw, it looked like a success to me, really stoked. And Brock, coming from Canada, his first few sessions to actually test the board out were behind the boat.
Yes, I actually saw the footage from him. You know, as we started to make the program popular, we started to see other athletes popping up behind their boat and utilizing whatever they could find to kind of utilize. But Brock's board worked really well. I think, you know, the next iteration I see for you is a little bit shorter, a little bit wider, and a little bit more, you know, ability to release. But we're going to have you up there so you can see firsthand, get some good people out there to gather more data. And then the next iteration is going to be a really fun one as you continually grow to push what's available and what's possible for adaptive surfers in all different areas. Look at that. Just a hair too late, came in and really decided to pearl the nose on that one.
That was the wave. That was the type of wave that he needs for that board. I'll say that much. But you did see how there was that lack of takeoff speed, which instead of zooming him down out of trouble, just plugged the nose. But he will get a score. Got to 0.50. At least having a score makes you feel better in the heat. 9 minutes and 20 seconds. Still plenty of time. They're getting right back into position quickly. It seems like it's taking less than a minute to really get back out there. We haven't seen anyone on a really big set that really makes them have to kind of relocate and take that treadmill back out. But let's talk about Brock Leitner. One thing that really attracted me is his injury came from motocross. He was a supercross and motocross racer. And before we get down to that, we've got some more current action as we have the winner of our last heat with Rachel Tilley down on the beach.
Thanks so much, guys. Casey, representing Hawaii here in Huntington Beach. You just had a dominant performance out there, nearly comboing the field. So how does it feel?
Yeah, really good. You know, it kind of ended up being me and Parker out there, but, you know, there's still plenty of ways for everybody. And yeah, I mean, it was fun. The tide was kind of going out a little bit, so it did get a little bit tricky. It was kind of peaky, but you know, still plenty of opportunity to, you know, do some maneuvers, combination of major maneuvers, critical part of the wave, speed, power, flow. Was able to do the whole thing, so it felt good.
Yeah, you absolutely were. I awarded some really great scores out there. Despite having to adapt to your equipment, you forgot your leash. You have seaweed tied around your ankles instead. Talk to me about that.
I do, yeah. So that was kind of a last minute realization that we kind of had to fix. So usually I have a leg leash that keeps my legs together when I'm out there, so that I have a little bit more control on my board, keeps my hips kind of centered a little bit more, and I forgot that. So we had to make a last minute improvisation, and my wonderful stepdad found a piece of kelp, and he was like, "Would this work?" And I looked at it and kind of stretched it out. I was like, "This is kind of like a leash, I guess." And we went, "Why not? We'll go all natural on this thing," and wrapped it around the legs and worked like a charm. So.
That's adapting at its finest right there. Now, living in Oceanside now, you would be familiar with conditions just like this, looking so comfortable. What can we expect from you into the next round? How are you going to prepare from now to then? Yeah, I think that the first heat's always kind of a little frantic, and then it's also with equipment, interesting equipment situations. It has a way of maybe decentering you a little bit. So, I think I'm just going to kind of try to clean that up and, kind of get myself centered again. And, not to take away from my performance, I feel proud about it for sure. But yeah, I think, just rewatch my waves, rewatch the replay, see what I could do. There's some maneuvers that I think I want to stop next time, get myself, a little bit into the higher score and maybe into the excellent scores, and really get myself a good seed going into the next round. So, yeah. Well, we can't wait to see it. Congratulations, great surfing, and see you for the next one.
Thanks, Rachel.
Back to you guys.
Thanks a lot, Rachel. Yeah, Casey, always a fun character, using a kelp leash.
What a way to adapt and destroy on the whim there. I most of the time just get myself wrapped in kelp, and it acts like its own leash to the ocean bottom. So I'm glad that he has found a better service for the kelp to keep that board attached to him. Jacob Pacheco, our current heat leader, 3.5 and a 3. Brock Lettner right here is getting a little bit of spun around by some support here, and still waiting for a wave from our surfer in blue from Japan. I wonder if they're giving them this opportunity to get them out of the impact zone, as this is prone unassist, which utilizes usually no assist, but my guessing is due to safety. Or, oh, you know what? That's our next round competitor, actually. Because Brock's you can see Brock on the other side of the pylons making his way back out. That's a competitor in our next heat, actually, who paddled out. It's 5 minutes. Yep, it's all making sense. It's all coming together. That is one of our Heat 3 competitors. That's probably Edwin Victor Ocampo from Costa Rica.
Okay, we'll be seeing who that is as we stick to the live action. All the teams on the beach. Nice and warm out, not quite as hot as it was an hour ago. It's just been sizzling sunshine. It's been just beautiful weather for every day of this competition, as well as having waves with good conditions. And so we've got ISA magic here in Surf City as usual.
Yeah, Huntington Beach, visit Huntington Beach is definitely bringing the weather to make people want to visit here. I can tell you that much, as we've gotten nothing but phenomenal opening mornings. Nice cold and crisp ways to start the day, but then throughout the day the temperature just heating up and the sunshine just staying prevalent throughout each of these amazing heats. Our surfer from Japan there is in that weird critical current. Here's our surfer from Canada.
All right, so he's definitely, one thing that I'm noticing is they built up this big foam chest wedge to kind of keep his head up, but I think it's also bringing him off balance as far as the paddling. The other thing that I was worried about is the higher up you bring your body, the less effective your paddles become, because you're getting less and less of your arm in the water. And I think that seems to be the case, where on his first wave, he had a little bit softer of a whitewash takeoff that helped keep the board nice and smooth. It wasn't as much about the paddle. The board will take off on anything.
I think also you see, him transitioning from prone assist over to unassist prone. In prone assist, a lot of those guys have that because they're being assisted out there, so they want to keep their head up. The paddle stroke isn't as critical. It's not as crucial as obviously whenever they can throw a paddle stroke in to help, it's beneficial. But now with him being in prone unassist, balance is a key part. And I think, individuals like Spike Kane, who competed in this division for a long time, use these very small little, almost plastic cups that would just keep their chin up instead of changing the trajectory of their chest and everything.
Yep.
Because Spike, being the waterman that he is, being the master boat builder, and just being an individual that has really pushed what's capable for individuals competing in adaptive surfing. If you're looking for a solution that's not going to change the dynamics of your board, Spike Kane is the guy to ask, as he has really taken into consideration what are all the things that change the way that the surfboard is going to surf. And as you mentioned, Ben, if you raise the chest up, it changes the surfing, it changes the paddling, it changes the balance, and it's a really big thing that when, on land it seems perfect, but when you get out in water, it really is a difference maker of how much it changes the physics of the body on the board and the way the board wants to travel.
Yeah, and we'd spoken earlier about how important it is to get the rider into the board, not up above it. And that's the reason I started shaping concave decks as opposed to the dome deck. Let's watch this live action as Okikazu, man, he's been fighting waves for a majority of this heat. It's great to see him get a little motion, and he's going to add another score to that 0.50. But yeah, one thing that I try to do with these boards is I'm actually completely customizing their body shape into the deck of the board, so they're almost an imprint that just connects to be one piece. And when you put these big foam blocks and things like that, it's taking you farther and farther out of all that work. And the communication with Brock was communicating with Shannon that he would need a wedge, and I told him that concave's naturally inclined to keep his head up, but it's also ergonomic enough to where his body's also matching everything. And so I think that foam block might have to go chisel that thing down with a steak knife.
Yes, and get it off. The beauty is the glue that's used on there will add as a nice piece of traction for him on his board. But I agree, you start to create moment arms, and when you create moments, distance times force. The more that the body is off of that board, the distance that it is, the then force of the weight of the human body, it just starts to multiply, and it really makes your every little move, those little millimeter moves that you think aren't that, trajectory, they really dip the rail, they bury the rail, and they really start to change the way that the surfboard is naturally supposed to surf.
Yeah, as well as having that teeter-totter effect of being on one side or the other from each paddle, from each arm. But that's the end of that heat. Jacob Pacheco definitely locked on to some great rides. Brock had that nice one ride. And we are starting to move on as you see the competitors for that next heat rolling on in. But we've got that afternoon texture, which we did expect to come in. However, we still have some great surf on offer, and it's not breaking in that dumpy low tide condition. So we are stoked. We got some stoked people on the beach, and we're going to go to our break, and we'll be right back.
Hello and welcome to Huntington Beach, California. I'm Kelly Miller, President and CEO of Visit Huntington Beach. Known as Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach boasts 10 miles of coastline and the most consistent waves on the West Coast. Huntington Beach has it all, with endless summer weather, year-round events, outdoor activities, and oceanfront resorts and spas. So get ready to be inspired, be connected, and be here, Huntington Beach. Plan your visit at surfcityusa.com.
Parasurfing has the power to bring us together. Together, we push the limits, further the sport, and go for gold. You've crossed countries to get to the World Championships. Let Access Tracks simplify crossing the sand. Access Tracks, the official beach access pathway of the ISA World Parasurfing Championships.
Welcome back to the action as we continue our men's Prone 1. Heat number 3, we have got up and riding David Chavez from El Salvador. He's going to be surfing against Edwin Victor Ocampo for Costa Rica, Kai Coles for Australia, and Clusen de Arujo Suarez for Brazil. It's a good one. Brazil, Australia, Costa Rica, El Salvador. I'm Sam Bleakley back in the host set with Ben Way now in the color role. Sitting next to me, Kai Coles, of course, a big standout last year. Fantastic opportunity for him to go for gold this year. But let's talk about El Salvador. Chavez kicking things off, Ben.
Yeah, well, let's see how this wave goes. And Red's in the wrong position. But yes, David Chavez being one of a few of the riders from the one team from El Salvador. And they're based right in El Cocal, which is just about 15 minutes down the road from our normal surf city, El Sunsol. As we take a look at who we have in this heat, you just mentioned those names. Clusen de Arujo Suarez from Brazil, Kai Coles from Australia, Edwin Victor Ocampo for Costa Rica, and for El Salvador, David Chavez. And so Rob Powers was an Olympic, Winter Olympic. I can't remember exactly what the event's called, but where you ski and you shoot.
Yep.
Biathlon. Okay, well, there you go. Thank you, as we have all of these outstretched minds and hands out here. But he has created the funding from the country as we get back to live action.
Clusen.
Our Brazilian surfer.
Nice. Engaging that rail, just really attacking that section. A smaller wave, but good foam climb at the end as we see Edwin for Costa Rica. Late drop there. Just real Bruno Hansen-esque technique there, just putting that front arm right on the nose, just keeping that trim speed, but using the body weight to initiate some of those turns. As you can see, he looks to be riding a quad. Nice funky board for our Costa Rican. That looks like a freshie to me.
Yeah, interesting piece of equipment. I don't know if it was the angle that made it look like a quad. It might be a tri-fin. We'll see what happens as we spin it around. It looks like a tri-fin.
Absolutely.
But as you mentioned, Bruno Hansen, Bruno spent a lot of time in El Salvador training these riders.
Yep.
As you saw David Chavez getting that score, 4.33 for multiple direction changes. And Bruno's style is taking the inside hand off and using that as a pivot point. And so they're always using one hand to really emphasize the turn from one side to the other, which is a technique that Kai Coles also used. We'll be seeing a lot more of that from Blue, from our Australian rider. But that's, I think, a majority of the input of the riding styles and the training came from Bruno Hansen's time down at one team in El Salvador, where they have the first adaptive training center in all of Central America. And they got pools, they've got a gym, they teach the riders how to duck dive in their pool, as well as having a really nice point break directly in front of their spot.
Absolutely.
That is accessible.
Yeah, brilliant stuff. And of course, David was in Pismo in 2022, unable to come to Huntington last year though, so this is a great opportunity for him to surf in the other surf city, the Surf City USA.
Exactly.
With that, we're going to go down to the glass with Rachel for the winner of our last heat.
Thanks so much, guys. I'm down here with Jacob representing the United States here at his home break of Huntington Beach. How'd you find it out there? It's kind of classic Huntington at the moment.
Oh, absolutely classic Huntington, treadmill, lots of paddling, lots of wind. That's what we like here.
What have you been doing to prepare for this event in the lead up?
That's a great question. What I've been doing to prepare is a lot of surf training as well as deep water training and also working with a dietitian as well. I was at this contest last year and I was just looking for how to improve that extra 5% to help me get that one more paddle when it really counts. And so far so good, but we got to take it one day at a time.
Well, breaking down those things of what you've learned from last year until this year, what are those, did you find anything specific in your surfing that you've been intentionally working on to improve?
Definitely the mental side of training. So that was what the deep water training was for. You know, you kind of have to be a little crazy to go underwater and hold your breath for as long as possible. And then your classmates are like, why didn't you hold it longer? And it's like, oh, that's cool. That doesn't dent my confidence at all. But that was what I did, and it was really helpful. And then that translated into surfing bigger, harder conditions. And again, it's just one day, one heat, and we have to take one step at a time.
Well, competing here in Huntington Beach, as we said, your home break, do you feel like that brings pressure of being here, or do you enjoy the support and feeling like you're at home?
It's a little bit of both, right? You know, because the local boys are like, hey, let's let's get it going. Let's represent here. And I'm like, I got you, no worries. So that's why I got to get that extra paddle in. But they also know that I've taken my licks out here and I've never shied away from it whatsoever. That's why we're here.
Well, and you didn't there in that heat. You got it with the win and on to round 2. Congratulations, and see you for the next one.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Let's go.
Back to you guys.
Great stuff. Congratulations, Jacob, putting on a great performance there and demonstrating his passion to build on his performance last year. He's definitely doing that, and somebody who just really set this heat alight, Kai Kolas. I mean, that technique was incredible. The speed, the control, and then the way that he used the arm to come away from the rail, engage in the bottom turn, and then back onto the rail and land the floater. It was pretty high degree of difficulty stuff.
Yeah, and it's all unique to him. He's kind of taken that Bruno technique to another level where he uses that outside arm to pull himself up onto the lip and initiate the floater. And if he gets stuck at the top, he uses that same arm to get himself a paddle to push him down the face. And so really, really functional maneuver there and very unique technique.
So he drops a 5.33 for that last ride, a 6.5 for his opening wave. He's staying busy, staying active, but upright. Now it's Clusen Suarez from Brazil. He's in third. He's got a 2.33. Nice cut back there. Smaller wave, but good control. Just a little subtle rail adjustment there, and then just leaning forward to keep that board planing. But I really like that big open face turn. The wave not delivering much scoring potential, but you can see Clusen is active. He's hungry. He can go big on the scores if he gets the right waves.
Yeah, and looking at the deck of his board, I really like how he's got a center handle and he's got 2 lateral handles. So he's able to switch from that bodyboard stance, but also have the extra leverage from pulling up on those handles, not on the rail. The other thing about not putting your hands over the rail is that you're reducing the drag that's of the water flowing over the board. So by grabbing on above the rail, you're letting the water flow more cleanly over the board.
So waiting for that last score to come through for Kai Kolas. He's obviously caught a third wave there, because you can see the 6.5 and the 5.33 on your score. But we've just got the scores here with the little red circle, which means that the judges are waiting to drop a score. So may well have been the last wave that we saw live. Perhaps it was a wave that we've not seen, but I really appreciate the finesse and the flow. And this is incredible. Look at the technique, Ben.
Okay, so he punches his body into the board to really increase the drive off of that one. He's kind of in the pocket here, almost getting covered up. And you see how he uses that arm to pull that inside corner up the face, bashes another one out of that, and you see he knew there wasn't any more scoring potential. He's going to save himself. He knew he got the score off of those first 2 maneuvers, so he spins it back out. And no, that would have been the 5.33. It looks like we got a 1.60 that didn't factor after that.
Yep.
So whatever we missed wasn't worth seeing anyways.
Absolutely. He was a copper medalist in the final in 2023 here in Huntington last year for the World Parasurfing Champs. He won the Adaptive Tour in 2023 from Palm Beach. He likes to travel to the Mentawais. He rides a fantastic, fast style of prone surfing that for me just feels like it's going to really inspire the next generation. I think that what you're seeing from Kai is somebody who's demonstrating that there's a lot more freedom, a lot more variety with use of the arms in the technique. And not only is it board design, but it's really making sure that you get that right combination between keeping the elbows on rail, hands on rail when it's necessary, but also trusting that, like boogie boarders do, you can really plant your arm into the wave face if you need to help it act as potentially an additional fin almost.
Yeah, and it's actually, it creates an unnatural pivot that the board would not do on its own. So you're actually able to overly increase those turns in moments where you need it to really amplify the maneuver. And it's really fun to watch how he's kind of created his own little style based off of that Bruno-esque technique.
Well, it looks like we got a little bit of afternoon cloud cover, Ben, so that could be favorable for the lack of glare, which is going to be a lot easier, not just for our spectators, but primarily for our judges. It really got challenging from this early afternoon period for our judges yesterday. This time of year as well, due to the position of the setting sun, it really is a glare o'clock.
Yeah, and the other thing is we have the priority judge that needs to know which color is which, and everything just blends into black as that glare gets increased. That was an amazing S-turn right there in the pocket.
Wow, and what about that turn as well? You know what? That second turn as well, Ben, was almost like a body surfing technique.
That was insane. I'm really looking forward to seeing the replay of that one because so much went on in a short, compact amount of space. And the flow between maneuvers, no dead space, going from rail to rail and connecting two really solid maneuvers in a combination.
Absolutely.
And the score comes right in.
Yeah, 7 point. I mean, you know, appreciate this, Ben. What I love as well is see the way his body comes off in a very body surf maneuver here.
Yeah, wow, it was really almost like having a hand plane sticking out.
Super radical.
So look at this. He hooks this on the top of this double up. Then the bottom drops out. He gets down 2 shelves to fit right up under this while he's got only one hand in contact with the board the whole time, using that inside arm. There's no way if he hadn't used that arm that he could have gotten that quick into another maneuver.
That was absolutely beautiful. Dynamic, innovative, creative, certainly in the pocket, high degree of difficulty, and exciting as well. It had us on our edge of our seats, and you can really see a fusion of wave riding influences in his technique. And I talked about the kind of, you know, almost like the hand plane technique. Yes, that wave was dying, and he was using it to kick out, but the way he was able to almost separate his body from the board through parts of both of those maneuvers was pretty incredible.
It was so cool. Yeah, and he really had left his body in the wave to help pull the board back in at the end, which is really, 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 really cool. And the judges didn't have to think twice about it. The score came right in.
7.83 and a 6.5 out there in the driving seat. So really proving to be the standout of this round. Up and riding right now. Big late drop for Edwin from Costa Rica. He takes the fall. He's going to be paddling out for more from La Cruz on the Guanacaste in Costa Rica. Likes to surf up there at Ollie's Point, as we can see. Kai Colas up and riding in trim. Great glide. Beautiful top turn and then hooking it back really deep in the pocket, and now looking to just accelerate and just arcing his body off the side of his board just to see if it was going to help improve that rail engagement, but that wave just foaming out, not offering much more scoring potential. So probably won't go into his top 2, but what we're seeing from Kai is next level for me, Ben. Not only radical turns, but really taking it way back behind the pocket after those maneuvers. I think he's super fired up. It's going to be really exciting to see how Joel Taylor is performing in heat number 4, because I feel as if when it comes to the final in Prone 1, it's going to be Casey Proud, it's going to be Joel Taylor, it's going to be Kai Colas. They're going to be the 3 people battling for gold. That's my prediction.
Well, that's a good call, and we're seeing that in the score line at the moment. One funny story I had about Kai Colas is his first board that we saw him compete on, he called the Chicken Joe, and it had a big picture of Chicken Joe from Surf's Up.
Yep.
That, on the way to the Byron Bay contest, I believe, blew off the surf racks of this car.
Oh, no.
Got blown into pieces.
Oh, my
And so then he competed in Byron Bay on Chicken Joe version 2, which he liked even better. And the board that just flipped over, it looks like it has no Chicken Joe at all. So this might actually be version 3.
Whoa.
So he's just constantly evolving his equipment with his shaper. It's not on the top of my head. I will have that for the next round. But he has constantly been tuning that equipment, and he has something very unique that's unlike what Joel Taylor rides, unlike what some of the other prone guys ride, and it's just a very unique, little more fuller nose, almost performance shortboard fish hybrid that he rides, and it's working great for him.
So he's got a 6.5 and a 7.83, so fantastic scores on the board. 4 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. David Chavez from El Salvador is in second with a 4.33 and a 1.43. Clusen Suarez from Brazil with a 2.73 and a 2.33. Edwin Ocampo from Costa Rica, a 1.7 and a 0.5. Plenty of time left for more waves. It looks like David is coming back onto the inside, may well reposition himself. We're really appreciating Kai Colas's performance. Ben, you made me think of when you were talking about his board coming off the roof. A friend of mine, Robin Davies, a number of years ago, she got a new quiver from Hawaii, had to pay for the boards to be taken onto the airline. So not only did she buy the quiver of 4 and pay for the quiver of 4 to get home, but then on the way back from London to Cornwall, the roof rack blew off and all of the boards got completely destroyed. As we can see, an incredible float from Klusen. That was next level, sideways, dropping back down into the section.
Well, I'm glad that happened. I was about to cry over those boards. What?
A bit of happiness.
Yeah, thank goodness. But wow, I really like that really aggressive hit on that end section.
He liked that as well. He's absolutely stoked. That's easily going to go into his top 2. It's going to certainly replace one of those scores. I feel as if that's going to be a pretty solid mid-range score just for that floater maneuver alone.
Yeah, a lot of commitment and decent degree of difficulty and risk on that powerful section. So.
Absolutely, and also you can just see by his body language after he landed that, he knew that was special. Not only did it look good, it felt good. Waves still delivering. Yes, we've got that onshore wind, but it stayed pretty light, Ben, and there's still a lot of shape out there. And I think that what Kai has enjoyed is he's enjoyed working with that texture. Sometimes when you do get a little bit of that ruffle, that sea breeze, those feathery sections, it does allow you to really kind of work with them and use them as little ramps, little bits of coping for bits of acceleration, little slides, little tweaks here and there.
I love the bumps and chunks, and one thing that it does is when you have kind of a closed out direction, especially here in Southern California, I have a direct south that usually just makes it a no-hander, which is no left, no right. It's just one big wall. And if you get some wind on it, especially some tide, it starts creating these little corners and openings that actually provide a little bit of potential.
Klusen, big potential there. He gets a 6.20. We did actually watch him a couple of waves back on a small left, and we got excited about what can he do on a bigger wave. He's just demonstrated that 6.20, one maneuver alone.
That early one, that 2.73, we could tell the amount of speed that he was able to generate, real aggressive stance, and you could tell that he was kind of hungry for maneuvers. And, well, he showed us a bit of what he could do with a really, really nice score, a third highest score of the heat.
And he'll be happy with that because he knows that Kai's been on fire. Kai's set the scale. You know, you may well have kind of looked at those scores and gone, wow, a 6.2 just for one maneuver. But of course, in the criteria, that is viable. One explosive maneuver in the pocket, done with control, speed, power, and flow can reward you a perfect 10.
Yeah, and there are those little subtle direction changes on the way to the maneuver that, depending on what the judges are really looking at, they may count that in as a little bit of a combination aspect as well.
So we've got our last heat number 4 of men's prone round 1, the first qualifying round. Like all of the other categories, there are 2 qualifying rounds. So it's a leaderboard system where the surfers are carrying their top 2 scores, and then they move into the knockout stages. So the top 8 surfers will go into the knockout stage for this prone 1. As we can see, Klusen staying active there. He's going to look to replace that 2.73. Not much scoring potential in that first section, but charging round back onto the open face. Is he got something in the can for this? A little float, another little hit, rides out. He's happy. He looks good. Wow, we've got some talent on our hands. As we can see, Kai there taking a nice re-entry on the inside, not riding out of that, as Edwin's going to get this one on the head. Can he take the drop? It looks like he can, Ben. Great takeoff there, considering how difficult that was.
Wow, that was a really, really difficult takeoff, and he's motored his way through the wash, and he's not giving up. He's got his eye on that open space, that open transition, as well as we hear Kevin Moore up there, our beach announcer, starting to count it down. This is his last chance for scoring potential, so he's giving it his all.
Absolutely, and fantastic as well. I mean, that was a difficult takeoff and great control through the reform. Looks to be happy with that ride. He's pleased. He's got something to build on, but what a fantastic performance for Brazil and Australia.
Yeah, really, really exciting heat.
Kai Kolas with some big scores, 7.83, 6.50. But watch out because Klusen Suarez is rising up a 6.2. Will that last wave go into his top 2? It does. It goes into his top 2. It's a 3.10. Let's take a break. Let's feast on this 7.83 from the young Australian Kai Kolas. We'll be right back after these messages.
Welcome to day one of competition for the 2024 ISA World Parasurfing Championships, presented by Visit Huntington Beach.
Excellent scores up and riding. David Teixeira, beautiful top turn, sweeping down off the bottom again, setting himself up in the mid part of this wave for another big, nice arcing cutback top turn into the foam, rebounding into a roundhouse again.
Piero from France, beautiful backhand carve right there. That was spicy, and another one back into the whitewater. Beautiful bodywork there in a third turn.
But look at this, drives up, real vertical approach into that one.
First heat jitters, they're quite a thing. Until I got that first decent ride, I was literally panicking. I mean, I lie awake at night thinking that gold is mine, and every year I say that, and every year something happens, and yeah, it's got to be this year. It has to be.
Beautiful looking ride, so much speed from Jocelyn Newmuller from Australia. She's going to make the connection, hit the lip on the last part of the wave.
Team Spain, Sarah Almagro with a 6.17.
It's a big responsibility to be here. It's just a pleasure, and also it's a big effort that the federation did to bring us back here. So let's see if I can bring back the gold medal.
That wraps up day one of competition for the 2024 ISA World Parasurfing Championship. All right, surf fans, welcome back to the 2024 ISA World Parasurfing Championship, presented by Visit Huntington Beach. This is Ben Way, joined by Roy Tuscany, Mr. High Fives, and we are moving on into our men's Prone 1, round 1, heat number 3. And actually, you know what? We've just finished that heat. We're moving into our next heat, heat 4. Harlem Lewis from England, Joel Taylor for Italy, Massimiliano Mate for Italy, and Jonathan Arias for El Salvador. So a lot of action in that previous heat. We've seen some really, really fun surf as we're looking over from our drone view to the south side of the iconic Huntington Beach Pier here in Surf City. And we have seen some great action all day.
And we're going to continue to see some great action here. Joel Taylor from Australia, following in the footsteps of Kai Kolas, who I am predicting will be one of our top heat performers here, just like we saw Kai. The two of them battled it out this year for the AASP World Tour Prone Champion. It actually came down to the last heat, and it went to the highest score of a wave between the two at Oceanside this past year that ended up deciding who was the winner. I know Joel Taylor is super hungry. He's been training nonstop, tons of social media posts. Joel Taylor, being the boogie board world champion before his injury, taking a long time off, and now is, you know, back into competition and not at all losing a skip from where he was previous to injury to where he is now. Joel Taylor is going to be a force in this heat, just like we saw Kai Kolas from Australia was in the last heat.
Yeah, and it's so excited. Joel had taken what I believe is 2 decades out of the water and came back, discovered that there is this amazing adaptive surfing community, this parasurfing community, and there is an option to keep himself in competition, coming from being a champion. Look at this live Harlem Lewis on the float board, and there's our Joel Taylor. Big quick hit off the top on that one in the critical section in that standard bodyboard stance.
And then you watch him push himself and the board back through the whitewash, and he's already out there paddling, ready to take on another wave. One of the things Joel does is he gets a lot of waves. He's quickly back out there. He's really good at his wave selection. But he just ends up surfing a lot of waves in a heat, giving him the opportunity to have a really big score. Getting to watch him transcend into a prone surfer from his previous injury. We'll talk more about that, Ben, as...
Looking forward to hearing from the winner of our last heat down on the glass with Rachel Tilley.
Thanks so much, Ben. Kai, congratulations, coming all the way from the Gold Coast of Australia. How did you make of your heat out there?
It was good. I kind of like to surf in the mornings, and this morning was cooking. It was super glassy and good waves. A bit smaller than yesterday, but I feel like it's kind of hitting the banks a bit better today. The wind kind of come up a little bit in my heat then, but that's all right.
Yeah, definitely getting a little bit tricky out there and pushing you, I think, as a competitor to be adaptable and make strategy. What was your strategy going into that heat?
I'm pretty fit at the moment, so I was just trying and get as many waves as I could, and yeah, it's supposed to be a little bit worse on Thursday, so I thought if I can try and get my 2 good scores today, that'd be better than needing scores on Thursday. So.
Well, talking about your fitness, how do you prepare? How do you work out and get fit prior to coming to this event?
Just physio and free surfing. I do a lot of diving at home, so I guess that kind of helps, but yeah.
Well, representing Australia, is there anything you'd like to say back home to everyone watching on the Gold Coast and supporting you?
Thanks for watching. I miss Mum and stuff and my siblings. Thanks to Quicksilver for hooking us up with the Rip Curl, for hooking us up with the wetsuits, and Pit Vipers for the sunnies, and yeah, shout out to everybody at home. My Auntie Kerry especially, shout out to her. And yeah.
Well, congratulations. Good luck for the next one, and we'll see you around here next time.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Thanks a lot, Rachel and Kai. So that does look like it must be Chicken Joe version 3. There's no Chicken Joe on that board. And looking cool in his Pit Viper sunglasses there. He's moving right in and rocking.
You know, talking to Kai when I saw him here, he was doing his last exam for his final year of high school all the way to Friday night, and then caught his flight here Saturday. Recent graduate from high school in Australia, a part of his high school graduation present, as we see Joel Taylor in here on that one, just getting vertical and then popping back out. It looks like we're getting a couple repeats here just to make sure we can call this one. Or is just Joel completely surfing waves identically as he's just surfing waves identically here.
This was another wave during the interview where he got 2 solid bashes off that one, was able to drive off, so we're stacking up a couple scores. And no, Joel Taylor's not from Italy, he's from Australia, but we'll get that worked out in just a moment. And he has a 7.83 and a 6.67. So he's holding some really, really high scores early on in the heat, and we're barely 5 minutes into this one.
You know, Casey Proud had a high 13. We just saw Kai Corliss with a 14.33. Joel Taylor now with a 14.5. So, you know, as Sam predicted, those 3 are definitely being the force. You know, one person that we're missing here, Ryan Porteous, a Team USA surfer, winner of the Hawaiian and the U.S. Open this year.
From Santa Barbara, right?
From Santa Barbara. He's a satellite refuel engineer. So he's designing satellites that refuel other satellites. And not only is he wave knowledge to the master, he's also incredibly smart. As we spoke earlier with Captain Sarah Betancourt and Dr. Wopat's all in a heat. But
so
back to
he's expected to put on a stellar performance every day.
And he's already calculating how the wave pitch is going to change him and everything along those lines and everything as he's doing it. Look at that. You know, you talk about action. Sam comes in here. He points out Joel Taylor is not from Italy. We make one reference to it, and boom, bada bing, this incredible team already has the scoreboard updated to recognize that Joel Taylor is Australian and not Italian. So not only are we a dynamic announcing force, we are also ensuring that every single athlete is being represented to their highest degree.
We're just like Solarez. We're really quick at fixing dings.
Well, man, we are the 3 of us, as we've been playing this magical chair of rotation here. I think we really are Solarez.
We're the new sun cure.
Yeah,
I love it.
We pop in, we fix the situation, and we get right out.
As long as it's not dark and raining out.
Yeah, exactly. If it's dark and raining out, then it's not. But we're here and visit beautiful Huntington Beach, Surf City, USA. Is it ever raining here? Yeah, it does, but not during our time here.
Hardly.
We've got beautiful weather for the week ahead here of adaptive surfing for the 2024 World Para Surfing Championships. you know, going back to Kai real quick and watching him surf his heat, me and his mom worked a little behind the scenes and got him a graduation present. We flew him to Waco, Texas, and got him surfing for 24 hours straight on the Waco wave there, and watching him progress from time to being, because in the next year, Kai, he's actually improving. Kai being so young, his being, you know, a medical infection being the cause of his injury, Kai might actually have to compete in Neil next year. And seeing him transcend to there is going to be interesting. But while he was at Waco, he spent the first 12 hours, day one, only surfing prone. And then day two started surfing in that Neil position. And I'll tell you what, watch out, Neil division. You got someone maybe joining the ranks just very similar to the addition of AS standing folks like Dariel and Parata. There's more people going into that Neil division, and it's going to become a very highly contested division here in Parasurf.
Well, in Kai's case, I think that use of his upper body and the way he uses his hands on rails and to pivot and kind of initiate the turns in a Neil stance, all of that technique's still going to come into play and work in his favor. So it's basically just a little lower body 30-degree shift, and all of a sudden he's doing the same riding with a little more of a vantage point. And yeah, I could see him being a threat for sure. But speaking of equipment, because we love talking equipment, last year, Joel Taylor, we saw him on the scene. He'd grabbed a board just off the rack in Oceanside. And I don't know if you're familiar, but there's a company called Thunderbolt, which is a carbon construction. Sam Bleakley will tell you all about that. He rides Skin Dog surfboards among a lot of other shapers that have their designs made in epoxy construction with layers of fiberglass and carbon fiber on the outside for a very, very high-tech construction that has flex, that's strong, and that's also very light. On the other hand, they also make a soft top version, which is an epoxy bottom, foam core, and then it has an actual bodyboard style deck, and they call that Surf Crime. They have different models with those, but he was on about I think it was a 5 foot or 5'2", just one of their stock models that had almost a longboard round nose and a blunted tail like a bodyboard. And he goes, wow, that thing looks as close to a bodyboard as something that I would be able to paddle. Took a chance on that, ended up winning a gold medal on it with these little stub fins. And it just so happens I'm good buddies with the owner of the company, so I'm like, hey, dude, this guy just won on your board, and you guys need to make him something even more specific and more custom. So this year he's on something that's very similar, but they've actually moved the fin positioning, and they've done some subtle tweaks to make him perform at an even higher level.
Now, with the adaptation that they did to the board specific to Joel, did he go back to a more traditional fin, or is he still running those little stubby fins, giving him as much release as possible?
Using those little stubby fins, I had suggested, let's watch this live action as we have Jonathan. You see in that Bruno cut back there on the flats, and he's not wasting 1 ounce of energy on this wave as he powers through and kicks on out. But yeah, Joel uses these little stubs that are about 1.5 inches tall, sort of kind of moon-shaped little keels. And so it has enough hold, but it also has that release. So it's still sort of bodyboard-esque, as all of his control that he's used to is on a finless bodyboard where you're all edge work for your control. As we watch Red, Harm Lewis, nice drop here. And he's on a soft top right here. This is that float from England. Slick bottom, foam core, and then you've got that soft deck, which makes it really nice on your body. And they've got that series of handles, both for the rider and for the water team as well, to keep him keep in contact with the rider, keep in contact with the board when bringing him through the wave, pushing him in, as well as that cool ergonomically shaped deck that they've got on that. So people are using their heads to make these competitors perform at a higher level with less effort and less resistance.
You know, one of the things we saw this summer as we were limited in boards on the back of the Mastercraft wake surfing program we created was the one thing that we could do to change the performance or to make something go from almost, you know, very stable and able to ride at ease was we went to those half moon keels. A lot of the wave ski people, as they progressed, as we only had one board, we'd start with a very traditional, almost 3.5 inch, you know, long fin, tons of bite, tons of traction, really giving them. That's Bailey.
Bailey Hensler, she is just amazing with Adam's team, and she's always a really, really great support, great swimmer and surfer herself. And so we've got a mermaid in the crew.
Fun fact, the drone pilot here, I believe, is her boyfriend, or he is one of the drone pilots. So it could be a little bit of highlighting not only his skills, but her skills at the same time. A little dynamic duo. Oh, another alliteration.
I love this. Checking on his girl from above.
Yes, yes. But back to that fin, that you can really change the performance of a board by the way the fins that you use, the way that people are able to release them, and how to take a board that's very stable and instantaneously make it pretty unstable by changing out the fin selection. So when you have an individual like yourself designing these boards and creating it, it really makes the board so dynamic if you know that the fins that you're going to use can change the way that the board surfs, the way the board's stable, the way the board performs, and the way the board allows you to surf certain waves.
Well, it's funny with, let's watch this one at green. Massimiliano Mate sneaking in. That's a nice short board that he's on there. Getting a lot of speed.
A lot of great position on it too, and really able to turn on that dime as he just went, oh, look at that. Yeah.
So really, he's doing that Bruno-esque turn style as well, which I really like. But one thing about the wake is, the funny thing is you need to try and make the board slower than faster rather than faster, because you'll end up on the boat deck before you know it, since you're riding about 2 board lengths away from the boat the whole time. So here we go, Joel Taylor holding some high scores. I'm sure he wants to push it, but 7.83, 7.67 for round 1. He is looking very, very solid to move in.
And unofficially, I would say he is the overall, this division men's prone 1 leader after the 4 heats in this round 1. He in this being heat 4, I can confidently say he has the highest 2 wave scores, followed by Kai Colas and then also Casey Proud, and then Jacob Pacheco was the other heat winner that existed from the 4 heats here.
Yeah, so I think we had just seen Jonathan on a wave. I'm not seeing the bottom of our screen to see if there's a score coming in, but I believe there is a second score coming in for Jonathan Arias, and saying that he needs a 2.0 to move into an advancing position into second. Of course, this is the round robin. Everyone advances, but he will pop into second if he got something higher than a 2. I believe he does have another wave owed to him, as well as green. So we should see things kind of jump around here in the next couple seconds as those scores start to fill in. But 4 minutes and 15, and we've had pretty consistent swell considering that tide's going out. This is where it really kind of starts drawing that energy out to sea and puts those big long lulls. But we've had pretty constant action throughout this heat.
Yeah, and then also, the cloud cover that we're seeing in the distance right here is also helping with that glare. Yesterday at this time, the glare really came on to a point where it was hard to see the color of the surfer, the jersey that they're wearing, and really you don't see as much glare today, making it a much more visible and much more easier for us announcers in here, which I'm also guessing goes along with the judges, the beach announcers, and everybody that is watching this competition from afar, if it's in a fan position or in a staff position like ourselves. The non-glare is definitely helping here. There he is, Santa Stewart.
Yeah, there we have the ISA Executive Director, Robert Fasulo, talking to the new Santa Claus version of Mark Mono Stewart.
Mono running that High Five Surf Club jacket. We brought Mono into the surf club this past year as just such a global ambassador of the sport and just a guy that's really fun to be around. But here we go, surfer in white, and this will be his second wave. great start, you know, just kind of starting a little bit back from the shoulder on it. Came down and is now bringing himself right back out to, as you kind of use the term, the no energy approach to getting himself back out. And there finally is that score that you were talking about. Not only does he best the 2, it's his best wave of the day, a 2.57.
Well, you know what? I had to correct myself because those 2 waves that we had seen were actually replays. So they were both sitting, both Italy and El Salvador were sitting on one single score. So that second wave by Jonathan actually popped him up into second, where he was needing that 2.57. Now we see another score come in where Harlem bumps himself up to second.
You know, I think we're going to see a second, third, and fourth change as, you know, we wrap up the last 2 minutes here. They'll all be catching their last waves. I think we can see a big shuffle. I don't see anybody jumping out in front of Joel. I think Joel has secured his position. He's still out there waiting for that last wave that hopefully he'll catch in the last 2 minutes.
With first priority.
With first priority and sitting in first for his division. I think Joel is sitting in the driver's seat to make his decision in how he wants to close out this heat.
Yeah, and he's probably just letting the clock run out before he decides to strike. And being a seasoned competitor, you know when you have that first priority and any other competitor comes within your reach, you will use that to prevent them getting a higher score. And in the elimination rounds, possibly bumping you out. And so he's going to hold on to that priority card probably till the dying moments and then decide to grab one more, see if he can bump up those scores.
And you can see going into the zone now is our visually impaired, our next division. This is visually impaired 1, who will be coming into the heat after this conclusion of the last minute here in round 1, heat 4 of the unassisted prone 1 male division here. Joel Taylor absolutely putting on a little bit of a clinic. And here you go, just like you predicted. He's really just waiting out the clock. He sees there's less than a minute. He'll now decide when he wants to strike, and we'll see if he can best his 6.67. And if not, he's put together two great waves for this heat. And we saw that from Kai. We saw that from Casey. Really, those 3 are going to be fighting for a gold medal. And then we also have Parker Olnick and Jacob Pacheco from Team USA, who put together great heats and are going to be fighting alongside these to crown what the podium of men's prone 1 looks like. But here goes Joe Taylor looking for that final wave before the buzzer.
Yeah, basically just a victory ride in, and I love how he just nudged it to the last 2 seconds of the heat.
This wave will count.
Yep. So just testing out those little fins, and I love his like really bodyboard-esque squirt turns on the end section where he releases the corner of the tail. And so we're going to watch him finish this one off. I'm pretty sure that will be the highest score line of the division at the moment, 14.50. We are excited to see some more action right after this. And we have seen some amazing stuff. We'll see more in just a bit. We're going to take a quick break.
Hello and welcome to Huntington Beach, California. I'm Kelly Miller, President and CEO of Visit Huntington Beach. Known as Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach boasts 10 miles of coastline and the most consistent waves on the West Coast. Huntington Beach has it all, with endless summer weather, year-round events, outdoor activities, and oceanfront resorts and spas. So get ready to be inspired, be connected, and be here, Huntington Beach. Plan your visit at surfcityusa.com.
Parasurfing has the power to bring us together. Together, we push the limits, further the sport, and go for gold. You've crossed countries to get to the World Championships. Let Access Tracks simplify crossing the sand. Access Tracks, the official beach access pathway of the ISA World Parasurfing Championships.
This message is for all surfers in the world. The oceans need us today more than ever. The Sands of the World ceremony is our way of uniting the world in peace through surfing.
Now let's begin the Sands of the World ceremony.
It's the ISA symbol, and it symbolizes what we know: peace in the world through surfing. It's a meaningful ceremony in which you bring sand from your beach, you pour it there with your teammates. This ceremony stays with them for the rest of their life. When it came to Tahiti, Tahiti embraced the opening ceremony with the sands of the world. And the beautiful box that we have today, it's staying in the Hupo.
To be a surfer is not only to go surfing. It is also to take care of the oceans, to be good people inside and outside of the water.
Welcome back to the action. Thanks for staying with us. A pleasure and honor to have your company through the day. We're moving into the last few heats of the day, but they are important ones. And right now, it's the women's visually impaired one, round one. Of course, this is just a seeding opportunity for the final because there are 4 surfers in this division, but they're big names. Valentine Muscotek, Juliet Mass, Carmen Lopez, Marta Passo. Of course, they are the elite surfers in this division, and the V2 is partial vision, but these surfers are legally defined as blind. I'm Sam Bleakley, joined in the booth by Roy Tuscany. Roy, it is incredible. Even just a trim-faced a takeoff, a controlled bottom turn, or getting in trim is an excellent range bit of surfing.
You know, this division right here really shows the word trust. Obviously, you and your surfing partner have to build an absolute incredible rapport. But outside of that, once you're on the wave, it is just you. And I don't know if you've ever tried. I remember as a kid, I used to try to walk around my house with the eyes closed just to see if I could remember where things were. And, you know, I'd find myself in walls more often. And that is a stable place. The ocean's dynamic. For the type of trust that has to exist to get your body into these waves, you are so honed into your other senses that give you almost the ability to know what the sound of a wave is going to do, or what the feel of a wave is going to do, or even probably the smell sometimes, just by how much of a wave you can feel pushing behind you. But these are truly the most incredible athletes, in my opinion, that surf waves without the ability to see what is behind them, in front of them, or ahead of them.
Absolutely, and the real standout for the last number of years has been Marta Passo. She has been incredible. She's our 3 times ISA World Gold Medalist.
And she is starting out just as she has in other competitions. Surfer in white right here, Sam.
Straight in there, beautiful takeoff, locking on that rail, dealing with the drop, then moving elegantly but with control through to that open section, and then just riding out of that closeout. So that's going to be a significant score. Of course, not the spotter is not able to push the surfer into the wave, but able to communicate with them as Valentine for France gets a really nice controlled right-hander, and Marta just up and riding through the inside, but does not interfere with her ride, so there won't be an interference there. And Juliet has a look at that. She doesn't go, but I really appreciated that controlled ride from Valentine.
I am still every time I watch this, I've spent a lot of time with Josh the Jedi, and one of the coolest things I've ever asked Josh is, and I've never knew Josh before his injury. I said, Josh, what do I look like? And he describes me perfectly as I am. And he says, I can tell by just how you are, from the energy you let off, from the way I hear you, and all these things. And I imagine, that same amount of sense is what's put forth as they catch waves out here, is utilizing every sense possible. Here we go again. Our surfer in blue is up now from this great shot from our drone.
Juliet Mass, our copper medalist from 2023 from Perpignan in southern France on the Mediterranean coast near Mallorca. But here it is. Here's our replay of our reigning gold medalist with a really nice drop, Roy.
Yeah, our surfer in white really taking the face. And then as entering, our surfer in red here, who ends up having a really long length of ride here and has all the other competitors almost kind of saying, hey, you're on a good wave. I'm going to hop on this wave too, as our surfer in white, our surfer in blue, all kind of jump on but don't interfere. Really long length of ride there from our surfer in red. Our surfer in red there, Maso coat from France. Juliette Moss from France is in blue, and then our surfer in white, Marta Paco, all taking that wave on in that beautiful replay.
And what was cool there about Valentine, who's been twice a silver medalist behind Marta for the last couple of years, as we see Carmen Lopez for Spain on a nice insider, a bit of open face ahead, just in control, locked, feeling the sensation, and then just guiding with that leading arm, using the same technique that we have seen from Valentine, where she just follows that leading arm to initiate the turn. And that's a great way to initiate maneuvers when you're learning to surf as well. Of course, these women, all experts in adaptive surfing, great experience, but what they're demonstrating is if you let the chest, the leading arm guide, and then that rotation in the upper body can then apply to the positioning of your feet and the pressure on the toe or heel edge. We really get to see the subtleties of this on the inside here from Carmen Lopez, Roy.
Yeah, as you described that, you know, in most of these cases today, we've watched the surfer where their eyes go, they go. Well, where this leading arm points, they go in this division, and you really see it brought to form here. Again, you know, we're seeing long lengths of ride, and we're really seeing folks that are controlled on their board. Two of the most important things that I think are, you know, a part of this division. You know, the one thing that is unfortunate, we thought some cloud cover was coming in to get rid of this glare, but we can see the glare has returned to Huntington Beach, which makes it hard to see their jersey colors, but when the drone comes above, the glare goes right away.
Absolutely, and I think Marta's going to get the best of that opening exchange. She had the most amount of open face. He stood up high, made the drop. I really like what we saw from Valentine, but it was more whitewater maneuvers. But Marta really had that big drop. So I anticipate Marta Paso will get the best of that exchange with Valentine from France.
And I think we're waiting for about 5 or 6 scores here. You know, a couple of the surfers have surfed multiple waves, still waiting for scores to pop up on our board here so that we have an understanding of what the judges are looking for in this division. As you mentioned, Marta Paca really coming down the face of the wave before going into the whitewash and standing up there, kind of being the most critical of the waves that have been surfed. Now, the other competitors very much going for length of ride, showing how their balance and their strength stay in on that board. But, you know, Marta has definitely surfed in what I've seen as the most critical wave so far in this heat.
So Marta from northern Portugal, Viana do Castelo. It's very close to the Spanish border there. So big shout out to the Surf Club Viana and all of their support for Marta. As we see on the inside, Juliette Mass for Team France. Juliette from the Mediterranean coast of southern France. She's not going to get a significant score on the board. But talking about our Portuguese surfer, have you had the pleasure, Roy, of traveling to Portugal?
I've never been to Portugal. I got to go to Paris, France this summer for the Paralympics, and I've spent some time in Sweden as well for my journeys over across the pond and spending my time in Europe. But yeah, Portugal, obviously, you know, Nazaré is a big part of that culture there.
Yep.
But I would love to go for actually the food of Portugal and Spain.
And I tell you, the coffee, I call it the caffeine coast. The coffee in Portugal is world class.
All right.
You'll appreciate that. And with that, talking of world class, he's our reigning gold medalist, absolute icon from the bodyboard world, representing Lennox Head. Joel Taylor is with Rachel Tilley.
Thanks so much, Sam. Joel, congratulations out there. Getting really tricky. Can you talk to me about how that heat felt?
Yeah, it was pretty difficult, but we watched it for a little while beforehand and just figured if we could get a bit of open face, and yeah, we'll probably be able to get a couple decent keeper scores. So yeah, it's definitely tricky though.
Well, that's exactly what you did. You found those scores, had excellent wave selection. Now, you spent over 20 years out of the water since your accident, only to decide to return and within 12 months becoming a gold medalist here at last year's ISA World Parasurfing Championships. Returning now this year as the reigning gold medalist, how does it feel?
Well, last year was I had a lot of pressure. I put a lot of pressure on myself, and had a lot of support back, like financial support from a lot of people back home. And yeah, so this year I just feel a lot more relaxed and just ready to have a good time and have fun, and yeah, just show the world what I can do without the weight of the world on my shoulders, you know.
Well, returning as well as the team captain, I believe, of the...
Not team captain this year. Yeah, I was team captain last year, but yeah. That also means I've got a little bit less pressure on myself, so I can sort of, just have fun with it.
Well, your Australian team seems like it has a lot of great camaraderie around. Can you talk to how it feels to just be here representing your country and in amongst everyone who's having a great performance? I mean, we saw Kai in the heat just before have a dominant heat performance as well.
Yeah, we've got a really strong team this year. We don't have a big team, but everyone is really good surfers. So hopefully we can come with our aim this year is to get a team medal. That's what we're all set our sights on. So I'm not sure if it's possible, but we're going to give it our best. But yeah, we've got a really strong team and really good really good crew together. So it's good.
Well, I look forward to seeing it, dominant performances, and can't wait to see where you guys end up on that team medal journey. And good luck for the next one.
Legend, thank you.
Back to you guys.
Great stuff. Congratulations, Joel. Roy, I'm not sure if you know Joel's story, but in Pipe, Hawaii 2001, aged just 21, he was paralyzed in a wipeout, became a wheelchair user, stayed out of the water for 20 years. His first international travel was last year. You know that feeling of coming back to sport after a big accident. I mean, how much do you think it meant for Joel winning that world title last year after such a long time away from sport?
You know, a lot of the times when you return to sport, you're not returning to sport in the chance to be crowned or named a world champion. So to do that, it really shows, you know, how important that aspect of your life really is.
Yeah.
And to take 20 years off from being in the water, to taking 20 years off of competition. And also, you know, it's not boogie boarding. You know, prone surfing is not boogie boarding. It obviously has a lot of skills that transcend over. But for him to be able to remember how the ocean works, and I'll tell you what, you want to confuse yourself, go out into the ocean and just try to figure out where the wave is firing every time. It changes every second. So, you know, taking that 20 years off is a long time to really have your mindset have to be honed back into a skill. And it just shows how important the ocean, how important surfing, how important riding waves is to Joel, that it was such a natural condition for him to fall back right into where he was when he got hurt.
And of course, in that period, he did have a family. And, you know, between you and Elena having Gunnar, you know, how much of a difference does that make when you do have a family also? And it's not only about you, it's also about the rest of the family team.
You know, we're really trying our best this week to ensure that, you know, Elena gets the time she needs while I'm also in here. She's an incredible mom who pours everything into Gunnar. And, you know, yesterday she was on the beach with him. He went out surfing for a while, which gave her some time to watch. She's prepping now for her heat. So we've got our good friend Dariel Melendez over there hanging with Gunnar. So
that sounds dangerous.
Oh, no, it's good. It's good.
Well, dangerous in an adrenalized sense.
Yeah.
As in, let's do some fun things, kids.
They have a lot of fun together. I swear they communicate in the same language, which is amazing since there's like a 20-year gap between the two of them. But, you know, going back to Joel, he was kind of showing his board there.
Yeah.
You know, everything that he was doing 20 plus years ago, he's just had to make small adaptations. And I think, you know, there's a statement that we use at High Fives, adapt and destroy. Nice. And I think, you know, Joel has really taken that motto, adapt and destroy, as, you know, adapting his equipment, you know, small modifications, but still feels like boogie boarding. Adapting how he's in the water. Obviously, before he was able to, you know, prop himself up and see a little bit more, and now having to do it more at, you know, the eye level. But again, every single aspect of surfing, he's adapted and destroyed, and continually has shown how successful he is. And, you know, he's vying for another back-to-back world title here at ISA. He's got a little competition from another Australian, Kai Koros.
And from Casey Proud as well.
And then I was going to say from a Hawaiian in the name. And then you can't rule out the U.S. guys. You know, they're here.
Brazilian.
They're here, you know, from Team USA, Pacheco and Olnick. And then obviously the crew, you know, every Brazilian. Anytime there's a Brazilian in the water, watch out. You never know what can happen.
I thought the guy Suarez was pretty handy. I don't think he can rival those three when it comes to gold, but I think he could be a contender for the final.
Totally. And I mean, you look at any Brazilian, anytime they're in the water, they can win. You know, anytime Medina's in the water, anytime, you know, Ferreira's in the water, any of them, you never know how they're going to end up, and they're always got a chance of winning.
Absolutely. As we catch up a little bit on the action, our scores are down, so we're unable to share what the scores have been, but I get the feeling that it's going to be Marta Peso, our reigning gold medalist, going for 4th ISA World Parasurfing title in first position. I think she's got the most significant 2 scores. We saw her getting a really decent backup wave whilst Joel Taylor was being interviewed in that post-heat there. And also looking really good, our surfer in red, Valentine. She's the one just moving out there, and this is a good situation to appreciate the rules, because yes, your guide is going to communicate with you, but your guide cannot help you physically get the wave. No pushing, no touching out there in the lineup.
Yeah, you can see it's really a a following game.
Yeah.
Using whatever they utilize. Is it a word command? Is it a sound command? Is it is it some type of tapping on the water? But it comes down to how they communicate and how they know they can travel back out into the break. As you mentioned it, on top of our surfer in red, I think Carmen Lopez from Spain as well is definitely in. Our surfer in blue here from France, Juliette Moss, trying to roll. And there we go. We started to get some scores in. Cool. Boom, bada, bing. And it's exactly kind of as I was just saying. Paco, as you mentioned, we thought was going to be up in front. That initial score of a 7 was well deserved there for the amount of the drop and the face of the wave she surfed. And then Lopez and Valentina, very similar scores. Valentina from France needs a second wave to truly get a true score on the board. And upon that, I think we'll see her catapulting up into that second position, as she's had she had her first ride being long length of ride, and then Lopez just catching some really good waves. And again, this is easily one of the most talented group of individuals, of athletes, is they are surfing completely on extra senses, and they're not using their eyes to see where they're surfing.
Absolutely. Did you get the opportunity to watch some of the visually impaired categories at the Paralympics in Paris?
We ended up a full day at track and field, and what's really cool about that is there are so many different sports happening at once there. So you just kind of look around the stadium, and Paris did such a great job with the venues and everything like that. We didn't end up seeing the one sport I really wanted to see, goalball, which is just one of the most impressive sports, literally using the sounds of bells to initiate. But here we go. Another ride for our surfer from Spain, Carmen Lopez. Again, as you spoke earlier, that lead arm is literally the direction she points it is the direction she goes.
Yeah, well, she's looking to replace her 2.70. It's going to put more pressure on Valentine. All 4 of these women will compete for gold, silvers, bronze, and coppers in the final. So this is pretty much like a seeding round where it'll get the opportunity to earn the red singlet. The top seed, the surfer with the highest combination of 2 scores, will be seed number 1, wearing red. A lot of pride going into a final wearing red.
Yeah, and I think what's been really cool is we've traveled around in the AASP. They've ordered extra red jerseys for each of the stops, and they've been giving the red jerseys out on top of, the trophy, top of the prize money. They've been giving out the red jerseys, as you mentioned. The red jersey is such a prideful thing. In biking, it's the yellow jersey. Here in surfing, it's the red jersey. And when you get to don the red jersey, you have that extra little bit of energy going out. You have that little bit of like, hey, I know why I'm wearing this red jersey. I've earned this jersey. I know my worth.
Yeah, absolutely. I've been curating a surfing exhibition back home in the UK, and it has a adaptive surf element. And I've got some jerseys and trophies from Melissa Reed, Charlotte Banfield, Pegleg Bennett, and they've been lucky enough to keep some of their winning jerseys. As we can see, Valentine, she looks like she's going to possibly replace her backup 1.07. She needs a 1.26 to move up into second, but like we have just been expressing, all 4 of these women will be in the final. Roy, big question. What do they need to do to really keep a pace with Marta? She just seems to be slightly in a league of her own.
I think it comes down to, the trust that exists between her and her surfing compadre, her assistant out in the water. And here she goes again, like she's going for a critical move, a critical takeoff. And where we've noticed a lot of the other ladies are taking off in the whitewash, Marta is taking off out in the peak, which I think is the big difference. It's going to be where you position yourself in the waves you decide to catch. It's a feat alone to catch a wave without being able to see. But the way that Marta is catching waves farther out and really taking them from the critical drops is why she has a 7 and a 3.5.
Carmen Lopez on the inside getting her last ride. She's got a 2.73 and a 2.70. Takes that all the way through to the sand, and you can really see how stoked she is, Roy. That was beautiful to witness, and there's definitely a massive amount of pride after those rides.
I am still just blown away by this division, you know. And as I mentioned, getting to know Josh the Jedi over the years and knowing like how much he relies on his other senses, you then add a moving floor that's always changing. Really shows how dedicated they are to this sport.
Well, let's have a break. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
Hello and welcome to Huntington Beach, California. I'm Kelly Miller, President and CEO of Visit Huntington Beach. Known as Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach boasts 10 miles of coastline and the most consistent waves on the West Coast. Huntington Beach has it all, with endless summer weather, year-round events, outdoor activities, and oceanfront resorts and spas. So get ready to be inspired, be connected, and be here, Huntington Beach. Plan your visit at surfcityusa.com.
Parasurfing has the power to bring us together. Together, we push the limits, further the sport, and go for gold. You've crossed countries to get to the World Championships. Let Access Tracks simplify crossing the sand. Access Tracks, the official beach access pathway of the ISA World Parasurfing Championships.
Welcome back to the action as we move into round one, heat number one of the men's sits. We have some big names. Guillaume Colline, the mighty Spike Kane, an absolute icon of parasports, and Juan Manuel Camchaco Solano, the Costa Rican 46-year-old, a bronze medalist from 2021 and 2022. But big shout out to Spike Kane. He's just been such a central figure of adaptive sports since the very beginning of parasurf competitions.
Yeah, and you know, he's trying not only to expand his sport, he's also trying to expand, you know, organizations and competitions. You know, looking at trying to combine Great Britain, not just being England, but combining all of the nations that make up Great Britain, which would mean that him and Sponge would be on the same nation. To what that would do to help grow the sport, to help the sport. And here we go, right out of the gate, Juan Camacho, my friend from Costa Rica. Juan is one of the most impressive dudes. That's actually a board I brought to him.
Really?
From the foundation. That's one of Elena's old boards that Juan Camacho needed a board. He broke a board, could not find a board. So this year when we went down to Costa Rica, we packed an extra bag and brought him down a wave ski that he has figured out and has been surfing great. You know, Galam here. Galam was in Australia earlier and then took a little bit of a hiatus. Galam is one of two surfers that can right himself. So if he flips over, he doesn't need to unstrap to pop himself back into his board. Him and Felipe Kizalima are two of those. Kyle Richardson actually too as well, who's now a water safety guy at Nazare, are one of the very few of wave skiers who have figured that out.
Yep.
But Galam here has beaten Kizu. You know, we're saddened to know Kizu's not here to defend his title, but it's not going to just be a handoff to Galam here to grab that gold medal. He's got real competition in Juan being on the podium the last couple of years, and then in the other heat, the dynamic duo from America, Chris Oberle, probably has the best bottom turn of any wave skier in the world, and then by one of the godfathers of the sport, Jeff Munson, who is very much like Freddie,
yep.
Can do 360 360s, can do a bunch of, let's call them stunts, while he's also going. And here he goes from England. The surfer in blue, Spike kind of really uses that side dip, really sets his rail that way, and then from there is able to maneuver on the waves. Spike is a true competitor, used to compete in multiple divisions, and now just fully commits his time to the wave ski. And he's a force to be reckoned with because of his knowledge of the ocean. He knows where a wave's going before the wave even breaks.
Absolutely, being involved in surfing since the 80s in Anglesey, where he learned to surf, moved out to the Pacific Northwest, working in sailing and water sports instruction. Great wave for Juan there. Nice opening face there. Good bit of engagement back to fourth. As we can see, a score coming through soon for Spike Kane. And our French surfer kicks off with a pretty low score from Montpellier in southern France, but you just raised some big names. Great to see Jeff Munson coming back. He hasn't competed for a couple of years, has he, in the ISA World Parasurfing Champs?
You never know. You show up to an event, if Munson's there, Munson's there. If Munson's not there, there's a reason Munson's not there. But, you know, Munson's one of those competitors, too, that when you're out in the water with him, he tells you every wave is a good wave, which is kind of ironic because we all know not every wave is a good wave. But Munson will try to sell you on almost any wave while you're out there. Great little up and down there from Galam. Used the amount of the face that he had. And, you know, we're going to be watching this and the rest of the heat after.
Yep, Marto Peso, our reigning gold medalist representing Team Portugal. The 19-year-old is with Rachel Tilley.
Thanks so much, Sam. Marta, congratulations. Reigning gold medalist, multiple-time gold medalist, undefeated. How does it feel walking in knowing those stats are behind you?
I feel a little bit of pressure, but also I'm so happy to always come back here and try to show the people how I improved, how much I improved in the last year, and that's what I'm trying to do, really.
Well, absolutely. Looking at this past year, what are specific things that you think you have worked on from last year's gold medal to what you're walking into this event?
I want to show people that blind surfers can do more than just surf the white water. So I've been working on like surfing the wave from outside, up and down, try to do some maneuvers. Today I couldn't show it, but next hit is my goal to show it.
Well, the conditions are so tough for that. It's really short, sharp conditions with that low tide. You have your teammate out there with you. Can you talk to me about how that relationship is working with him?
Yeah, Thiago is much more than a coach. He's like a friend, a tutor in all the aspects of my life, not just surfing. So I think that confidence we build in the water and outside as well really does help me to try to do my best in the water.
Well, you did your best and more out there. Congratulations, and we look forward to seeing you for the next one.
Yeah, thank you.
Back to you guys.
Great positive attitude from the 19-year-old there, going for her fourth gold medal. And talking of going for gold, Guillaume from France there with a 6.5, a beautiful top to bottom turn to finish that wave. So he gets the highest score of the heat. Spike Kane on the inside there, waiting for that first score to come through from Spike. Based down in Vista, close to Oceanside. A lot of the parasurfers stay at Spike's place when they visit California or they go on a stop off to Hawaii. Rides the Infinity Prone boards as well. Often rides a Steve Bainey board shaped in Dana Point. He uses the Mac Wave skis. Has quite a quiver, doesn't he, old Spike? Often loaning his equipment to a lot of people. And the fact that he's not only ski, he's also prone.
You know, what's wild is the quiver of boards that Spike has is amazing because, you know, adaptive equipment is hard to find. Adaptive equipment is usually really particular to an individual. But as he continually has found ways to progress his equipment, he then finds like the next person that can utilize the equipment that maybe wasn't quite, you know, tailored exactly to him. We ended up with two of Spike's prone boards that we use all the time for a lot of, you know, getting people back out into the water. We have kind of two versions. We have like the get you in the water, and then we have the get shreddy on the water versions from Spike from his prone days. And he still has a garage chuck full of surfboards, and he's constantly giving them away. I also spent some time in Hawaii where he was trying out a new backrest that ended up breaking, and we unfortunately couldn't get it repaired. So Spike just figured out how to surf in a new position and surfed waves all week long. If there's a wave, Spike will find the way or the adaptation to surf the wave, and his just attitude towards everything is it's a blast to watch, it's a blast to experience, and it's a blast to have someone like him that just wants to share the love of the sport and the equipment of the sport with anybody to get him in the water.
Absolute legend, and at 61, still as youthful and as energized. Born and raised in Liverpool, fantastic city. My mum's actually from Liverpool. I'll tell you, Liverpool, it has an accent like this. That's how Spike speaks. It's a really thick accent, very difficult to understand if you're not actually from Liverpool yourself. Roy Tuscany, do you understand what I'm saying? Man?
It's so good, when you get to spend time with Spike, specifically in his house in Vista, the Vista Pirates headquarters.
Yep.
He's remodeled the whole back area. He's got the yurt back there. He's got the orange trees, and you really just get to hang out, and it feels like time slows down for a little bit, and you get to ask any question, and there's most likely a good reason that Spike will have the answer.
Yep.
He's lived many lives.
Absolutely.
Many lives.
Yeah. Learned to surf in Anglesey in North Wales before moving to the Pacific Northwest to work as a sailor. Worked in water sports, paralyzed in a motorcycle accident, lived a long time in Seattle and got into the parasurf scene very early, and he came to the USA to coach the parasailing and the para-kayaking team. So he's got a huge involvement in parasports globally, trained the Rio Paralympic team for USA, and his grandchildren, Charlie and Elva, they may be listening in. And he told me the other day that his mum turns 95 this month, and she still lives in the same house that he was born in Liverpool, and she had 8 kids. And I would love to meet his mum. That's something we should set up.
Yes.
We should do a film about this.
Yes.
This would be great. Get Spike back to his mum's place before she passes away, and that would be a really special journey. People would really connect with that.
And then, he's already had a lot of success from other film projects when he did the Race to AK. And actually next year, because they've just changed the format of the Race to AK, where it'll happen every 2 years, it is hands down probably the hardest sailing competition in the world.
Yep.
Spike had a documentary of himself, Bruno Hansen, and another individual with a disability as the first ever fully adapted boat that tried to compete in the event. After a lot of turmoil throughout the time, Spike did finish the race alongside some of the members of the team, and upon that, a documentary's been made. Since then, Spike and I have been chatting, and High Fives will be sponsoring his next go. We've built him a super team of individuals, being Bon Camp and Felipe Kizalimu and Ryan Porteous, to be a part of this 4-man roster for this Race to AK. But again, Spike is just, we could spend a whole telecast just talking about Spike, and I'm forgetting that there's other people in this event. We're watching a World Para Surf event, and all we are here is just talking about the radness that is. There's Team USA, there's Charles Webb, there's Chris Oberle, there's Coach Courtney, Cassie Eckroth, my beautiful partner, Elena Nichols, Jeff Munson. They're all chatting about what's going on here. And, I'm excited to see Chris. When Chris's head's in the game, there isn't a guy that has a better bottom turn than Chris Oberle.
And to have the pleasure of getting a little bit of insight from Courtney Conolog there as far as lineups, tides, I mean, that is absolutely game-changing for the US.
It's unreal. It's absolutely unreal.
So our Costa Rican there has just dropped a 3.57 to add to that 5. So he moves up into first position. Our French surfer, Guillaume, he's in second with a 6.5 and a 0.5. Spike Kane with that opening wave of a 1.83. 8 minutes remaining. You're going to be going down soon to support your wife, Elena. How is she before heats? Is she pretty relaxed, or does she still get nervous?
I really let her have her space. One thing I've learned about her is she has a specific way of doing things. And if you mess with her specific ways of doing things, she does not really enjoy that. So what I have found is let her be there, ask for the support she needs if she needs any, but really just let her get in her zone. I mean, she has won multiple world championships in surfing. She's a multi-gold medal winner in a magnitude of sports, and she has a process that's worked. And if you don't mess with that process, it'll keep working.
Yeah, first woman to win golds in both the summer and winter games. Of course, that was important. My question for you, Roy, is where does she keep her medals? Are they on display in the house, or are they hidden in the attic?
You know, it's so funny. People ask that. It's a very common question, and it's mostly usually directed at me, not so much at her. She has this, like, we have hundreds of backpacks and tons of pieces of luggage, and she has this, like, chromy Nike backpack that, like, lives in the back corner of our closet, and inside of it is all of her medals.
No way.
And she has some, as she does so many speaking engagements in her work with Toyota. She has a gold and a silver that she has a gold and a silver that she travels a lot with from Vancouver. But the other medals, you know, the other 4 medals that exist on top of the 2 she travels with, lives in this gray chrome Nike backpack that's like, it's nothing special, and it's in the back corner of our closet.
That's why you guys are so streetwise, because you've got your feet on the ground, you're humble, you're modest, you know what's happening, you got the hip hop vibes all the way, I say.
I love it.
They're the best people. They're who we want to be dealing with. But let's catch up on the action right now. Bit of hustle, bit of bustle. It's Guillaume for France. Beautiful bottom
One of the best rights we're going to see all day in this division right here. And I don't know if you noticed it, Sam, but right before that, Guillaume actually flipped, and he was upside down. Any other wave skier would have had to unbuckle, get themselves flip up, put the buckle back up. He instantaneously flipped and was able instantly to get right back in, pivot, and get on that wave, which shows the advantage that he has being able to do that with no other wave skier, specifically in the 6 that are competing here, with that capability to do that. And you can watch also how he can just barrel over these. As you know, you can't duck dive wave skis. You can't duck dive them.
Punch over the top only. That's going to be a really strong score. Kicking off with a 6.50, you get the feeling that could rival the 6.5. Do you think that's going to go higher?
And watch this. I mean, we'll show it right here where he's going to flip himself up naturally without having to unbuckle. See, look, boom, up he goes. I think 6.5. I think the last one, I don't think it's going to be quite as big as that 6.5. I mean, I could be wrong, but I see a score in like the 5.5 to 5.75 range, which is going to combo nicely. But currently right now, my boy from Costa Rica on a high fives edition wave ski from Mac, a former Elena Nichols board, Juan Camacho. The wild thing about Juan, he drives a standard. I think I heard you talking earlier with Rachel about this. Do you know how to drive a stick shift?
Yeah.
He has a hand-controlled stick shift where he uses 2 arms. One that engages the clutch, one that then engages the brake and the gas, and then he shifts at the same time.
Nice.
It is wild.
Like being a drummer.
It is like being Neil Peart from Rush and being able to drum on a 360-degree rotating drum machine right there.
No way. Brilliant stuff. So some scores come through. That's going to be a good score for Juan. I think that Guillaume's going to get the edge on that exchange, and I'm really interested to see if it's going to go higher than that 6.5. Costa Rican drops a 2.93, doesn't go into his top 2, so that 5 and that 3.57, and it comes in at a 5.93, right on the money, Roy. You said it would come out just lower. It did. Now it's an opportunity for Spike Kane to hopefully add to that 1.83.
I just want to see Spike get on a wave that just really shows, you know, we saw it in the Prone 2. You know, you see the difference between an individual with a higher level injury, such as Jesse Belauer, versus a Freddie Merriman, where it's really, you know, next year they're going to be separating the division to allow for those that have amputation versus, you know, a higher level spinal cord injury to compete in that division. But I really want to have Spike get on a wave because you can really notice the difference in the amount. Spike's a quadriplegic. Guillaume and Juan are both paraplegics, meaning that their body is only affected below the waist, where Spike is affected above and below the waist. And the power that Spike has is not nearly at the same level as these other 2 surfers. So I really want to see Spike get on a wave and show how talented he is, because his deficiency alone does not even come close to comparable to how much more strength and upper body power Guillaume and Juan have compared to Spike.
Have you met his son, David?
Oh, I love David.
Yep.
I love his grandkids. I love his dog. And speaking of really cool people, we've got maybe a special guest joining us.
Okay. You can't find Darielle Gunner. Okay, so Gunner's just come into the
Yeah,
booth.
we got a special guest here.
You can sit here, Gunner.
Yeah,
come in.
Gunner, you want to come
down.
sit next to me? Come on and join me.
2 minutes remaining.
Yeah, just come on and join the
rest
booth.
of this.
Look, our really good friends are out there wave skiing. You love wave skiing, right? Yeah, so. Okay. Well, we are here watching men's wave ski. Our buddy Spike Kane just caught his second wave. Guillaume from France has now put together a couple waves. So we have this opportunity to watch this. And if you want, we can hang out in here and we can watch all the time until Mom comes up, because Mom's about to surf, huh?
Hey, Gunnar, come and sit here, and you can use my microphone.
Yeah, come on over here. We're going to let you onto the live broadcast. Here, hop on over here.
So you got, if you just sit here.
Come on in here. Yeah, here. Ready? Look at this. You get a special mic, and we're going to have you talk on it.
Okay, so now when you speak, you can be heard.
Hello?
Hey, everyone. We've got a special guest joining us in the booth. This is how dynamic Sam is. Sam is bringing in Gunnar here, my son.
Dad, it's kind of loud.
Yep, it is kind of loud. That's you hearing your voice. What do you see right here? What are they doing? Are they surfing?
I think I just saw him turn.
Yep, he turned.
Who said that?
That's the guy in the booth that talks to us and tells us what's going on. Let's look at Ben Way right now, our buddy Ben. We can look at him, get a cool photo.
Oh.
Oh, look. Whoa. Are you on TV?
Hello?
Hello, everybody. It's like you have your own YouTube channel right now.
I can't.
What would you tell people if you were on YouTube right now?
Well, I can't hear, the whole thing if it's not connected.
Okay, so would you tell people to like, subscribe, and share?
I don't know.
Well, there's our good friend Spike Kane. Do you want to say good job, Spike?
Good job.
Okay, and then it looks like our friend Guillaume from France won the heat. His score.
Nope.
What would happen if we took a 6.5 and a 5.93? What would that total?
2.5.
That's close. 12.43. And he's the heat winner. And then our good friend, remember when we went to Costa Rica?
I need to take it off.
Okay.
It's kind of hurting my feet.
Well, hey, bud, I'm going to join you in 2 seconds. Ben's going to take my seat, and we're going to go watch Mom surf, okay?
Yeah. Great job, Gunnar. That was brilliant.
Gunnar, beautiful job joining the team.
Brilliant. Well, let's go to break. Guillaume took the win. We just had Gunnar, the son of Roy Tuscany and Elena Nichols, in the booth. We'll be right back. Coming up, we've got heat number 2. Stay with us.
Oh, thank you guys for being awesome with him. Appreciate it.
Hello and welcome to Huntington Beach, California. I'm Kelly Miller, President and CEO of Visit Huntington Beach. Known as Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach boasts 10 miles of coastline and the most consistent waves on the West Coast. Huntington Beach has it all, with endless summer weather, year-round events, outdoor activities, and oceanfront resorts and spas. So get ready to be inspired, be connected, and be here, Huntington Beach. Plan your visit at surfcityusa.com.
Parasurfing has the power to bring us together. Together, we push the limits, further the sport, and go for gold. You've crossed countries to get to the World Championships. Let Access Tracks simplify crossing the sand. Access Tracks, the official beach access pathway of the ISA World Parasurfing Championships.
Welcome back. Kindergarten's over, and Gunnar is back on the sand to support his mum, who'll be paddling out pretty soon. But right now, we have got to deal with heat number 2. It's Jeff Munson, Chris Oberly, Chris Astill. I'm Sam Bleakley, still in the booth, joined now by Ben Way, Roy Tuscany going out on the sand just to support his wife, Elena. Some big names in this one, Ben. Pretty exciting to see the mighty Munson back in action.
All of these guys are really, really big names. Jeff Munson's definitely one of the godfathers of the sport. And it's great because the conditions have really held up. Chris Oberly.
Big drop, nice hold there. Engages that paddle and just charges through this section with a real lock and a real good acceleration, looking to get back out on the open face there, and he does, and then hooks that back into a little float and rides cleanly. An incredible bit of ability there as he just was able to stay with that super speedy section and not lose that trim line and accelerate and just get back on the open face.
Anyone normally would have given up, but he was just driving, had his eyes on the prize, just drawing himself over to that open face. However, not a lot of corner on there. Had a little cross section at the end section, but that's definitely what you want to do in these conditions, is make sure you get around that wash, especially on those late drops. You got that long section to chase.
Absolutely. 17 minutes is a 20-minute heat, so we just got a little bit of time gone. Plenty of chances for Jeff Munson to get his first score on the board. Waiting for Chris Oberle's first wave to come through. And Chris Astle, of course, the Australian, competed in the inaugural 2015 ISA World Parasurfing Championship further south down in La Jolla. Of course, married to Ling Pai, big kind of parasurf family there. Ling Pai representing Team Canada in visually impaired too. So their relationship been very present at the whole history of the ISA Parasurf events.
Yeah, and it's very cool to see how they kind of work as a team. Sometimes Chris works as the spotter for Ling, and Ling helps to bring his wave ski. Look at this drop. That was just insane. Just engaging that rail, really covering a lot of distance around this difficult section. And you can see there's very little transition in the bottom of that. So he's really just engaging the fins and the rail and using that energy from the wash to get around that.
Really nice attack there from Chris Oberle for Team USA. As we can see, his fellow teammate Jeff Munson out there waiting in first priority. Chris Astle from Australia, a very passionate sit para climber, and a really, really exciting character. You get to read a lot about him if you do a little Google. Chris Astle, one of the interesting things, I don't want to swear on set, but something that he's done is known as the Shipbox Rally, and it's an incredible rally, 3,700 kilometers from Rockhampton in Queensland to Hobart in Tasmania. And the deal is you have to spend less than a couple of $1,000 on your vehicle. So that's why they call it the Shitbox Rally. No swearing on set, though, for the ISA, but it is called the Shitbox Rally.
All right. Well, there you go. Sounds like a crash-up derby to me. I love it.
It raises money for the Cancer Council, raised over $40 million since it started in 2009. And, of course, it kind of takes a route through the outback, through the Australian desert. So it's a real core challenge, a super exciting thing to do.
That sounds super, super cool, man. And just looking at Munson out there waiting for a good one, I've always loved the look of these wave skis. It's such an interesting piece of equipment, mix of an ocean or river kayak with a surfboard, and there's so many little elements from the way the seat is designed. There's many different options for these guys depending on their body condition, but it's such a functional piece of craft.
Chris Astle, more recent to his injury, only in 2022, he had a spinal cord injury whilst paragliding. So very new to adaptive sports, but really doing a lot of different things. I'm looking forward to seeing his technique. I've never seen him competing in the flesh. So this is going to be exciting, but right now, waiting for that opportunity for a little set to come through for Jeff Munson. Talk about conditions, Ben. You know, how have things changed? How lucky have we been that this wind hasn't come on too hard?
Been really lucky. I mean, you can see some texture on it, but as we look from this drone view, it's not chunky, it's not choppy. There's just a little bit of texture, and the tide hasn't gone so low that it's just coming clamping down. There's still a lot of scoring opportunity, as we're going to see Chris digging in.
Nice.
So going right this time.
Straight in there, engaging onto that bottom turn, setting himself up, gets that short right-hander, recognizing the opportunity to kick out, just dropping that paddle for that strong bottom turn. And then look at the technique here. It's what I really appreciate about wave skiers is just the way they just accelerate to punch over the wave, unable to duck dive, of course, just popping over the top of the wave. And the long history of sit surfing, if you go back to the Peruvian original form of wave riding from thousands of years ago, very similar technique.
Made out of straw.
Yeah, the reed canoes.
Yeah, so this is, reeds, I'm sorry. But Yeah, this is just, it's so cool to see how these guys move through the water. It's so different. It's such a different animal because you have the use of the paddle. You can get rolled over, which is a stressful thing for me to see. All of these guys have a great ability of getting themselves back upright, but they have to sometimes take waves on the head while they're inverted up under the water under their ski because they are strapped in. And some of these guys I know use actual car seat belts to keep themselves in their seat, and they have that little emergency lever if they need to kind of come disconnected.
Looks to be a little sneaky left coming through there, just moving to the south, moving away from the pier bowl section there. So opportunities for lefts, for rights, but as that tide gets a little bit lower, Ben, a lot more closeouts. As we can see, Jeff Munson on his first wave, charges left, really engages that paddle and comes off the bottom, goes for the float, decides to kick out, recognizing that he wants something with a little bit more open face.
Yeah, and I mean, these guys, they have a lot more to deal with when they get stuck inside. So both of them saving. You saw Chris kind of quick out quickly. I think Chris's ride was a little bit more of a kind of a relocation move where he was using the right to get a small score, but also kind of move himself over to where those lefts are starting to work.
So score's going to come through for Jeff Munson. We got a 3 and a 1.6 for Chris Oberle's first wave. That 3 set the scale pretty low. I thought that was a pretty radical bit of surfing, but I think that 3 is going to influence the scale and possibly keep things quite low for this score for Munson. Comes in at a 1.63, but plenty of time to really open that scale out now. As live action, we see Jeff Munson taking off. Little bottom turn setup, nice cut back, top turn straight back to the bottom of the wave. Really nice top to bottom surfing there. Good high radical maneuvers as he goes into this foam climb and snaps that and lands cleanly and drives out of that inside turn. And this feels like this is going to really start to use the scale now, and we might see some big numbers coming through, Ben.
Yeah, I think we could predict that. And just as you were mentioning about that 3, it was a great wave. He fought around the section, but it wasn't fitting into the criteria of seeing actual direction changes, seeing rail work, seeing a combination of maneuvers, which Jeff just definitely displayed.
Chris Oberle having a look, decides not to go for that one. Jeff Munson waiting for a score to come through. Here's the replay, Ben.
Okay, so you see him got that paddle in just as a substitute to kind of really initiate that pivot and make a turning point, an axis point on the turns. You saw him get a good degree of turn on those first 2, and that bank off the section, really critical, really committed. He actually floats up and over and keeps it going right here. And so a nice smooth linkage of maneuvers with some good rhythm. I think he's going to be rewarded.
Yep, it comes in at a 5.83 live action. Chris Oberle looks to take off, drops down, low, attacking, driving into the cutback. Really radical on the cutback. Can he continue momentum? He does. Comes out of that re-entry section and just hits that foam. Ends that ride, but I really appreciate that big drawn-out cutback, that floater. I don't think it's going to be as high as Munson's last ride, but I think it might replace that 3.
Yeah, I think as far as at least showing some direction changes, coming off the top, that was what that 3-point ride was lacking. And so I wouldn't be surprised if it got it into the 4 range.
We'll wait to see those scores come through. We've just got a little bit more action today. We're going to be moving through to our final heat of the day. It's going to be women's sit very soon. But first of all, let's go down to our French legend. Guillaume is with Rachel Tilley on the glass.
Thanks so much, guys. Congratulations on your first heat win. It's getting increasingly tricky out there with the low tide. We're talking whether you surfed yesterday afternoon or not to prepare, but you opted for the rest day. How does your preparation normally look?
The preparation looks with the will to go to the water. I always want to go to the water, but yesterday I forced myself to take a day off because I've been on the surf trip for the last 3 weeks, surfing a lot in the French Caribbean, and I came in California 3-4 days ago, so I had a lot of surf in the last 3 weeks. So yesterday, before the day, like the start of the competition for me, I forced myself to take a day off.
Now, was that an intentional trip in order to get a lot of water time to practice for the event, or is that just a nice trip to go surfing?
It was both. It was actually the French Championship, and also like time off and vacation and free surf to get ready.
Yeah, well, so nice. All the preparation obviously is clearly working out there. Now, talk to me about the French team coming as defending gold medalists. How does it feel representing that country and coming in with that camaraderie of the team?
It's great. We have like a huge team. We were supposed to have a full team of 18 surfers, but Laurie, the world champion in stand 2, got injured just a couple of days before taking the plane. So we are 17, which is still a great team with all the staff. We've got the staff, the medical, the physio, the communication, the coaches. It's really, really a good group to be together with a good atmosphere.
Well, it's fantastic seeing all the support from the French Surfing Federation, and looking forward to seeing your performances coming up.
Well, thank you very much. Looking forward to it.
Back to you guys.
Great stuff, an absolute legend. Copper medalist last year in sit from Montpellier, southern France on the Mediterranean there. Guillaume Colline, you got the opportunity, Ben, to travel with him earlier in the year.
Yeah, his nickname's G-Man. And yeah, Guillaume had the rent-a-car that was able to get me back to the airport from Byron Bay after their world tour over there. And completely self-sufficient, just amazing. He gets his chair in the car. He's got a special thing to help work the gas pedal, and gave me a ride back, and we were able to catch up. He does a lot of work with sit kite foiling.
Yep.
And he is just insane. He was getting really, really into that, and over this last season, I've been keeping up on how much he's improving at that.
Yeah, and he studied actually civil engineering in Brisbane. 2015, a glider accident in the French Alps that has caused his impairment. And you talk about that interest: wind foiling, free diving, hand biking. You can follow him at Colin, COLIN_surf, and find out all about him, or look at his biography on the ISAsurf.org website. But right now, Ben, how's it going between Munson and Oberle?
Man, they're just going back to back. I'm trying to figure out where Chris is.
I think he's still doing that. I won't use the swear word again. He's probably still on that rally in Australia. It doesn't look like he's made it.
Yeah, I'm wondering. So it looks like it's a two-man heat at the moment. And you know what? And any of these first rounds, it's a one-man heat, because
Absolutely.
You're basically just trying to get yourself some scores.
Yeah, Munson, the legend from San Diego, 2 times ISA World Para Surfing gold medalist. Chris Oberle competed at the inaugural 215 World Para Surfing Champs, married to Ling Pai. He's really looking sharp and lively. He's got a 3.73 and a 3. I think the scale was set quite low from his opening ride. I reckon that he'd get something out on the open face. That score's going to have the opportunity to go a lot higher. 5.83 is the highest score so far for Jeff Munson, backed up with his opening 1.63. We move into the last 5 minutes of this heat, then we'll shift into the final heat of the day. It'll be our qualifying round for the women's sit. We'll have our defending gold medalist Elena Nichols. We'll have Cass Croft for Team USA. We'll have Alina Garbuzo for Hawaii and Lisa Franks for Canada. So that's going to be all of the women who will compete for gold in the final, but this is an opportunity just to earn the seeding for that grand final. So the surfer with the highest score will go into that final wearing the red singlet.
Yeah, it's exciting stuff out here, and Surf City has just provided all day long.
We had
definitely didn't expect such good weather.
We had a great final in the sit last year, of course. Elena Nichols got a perfect 10-point ride with an incredible barrel, and Kizu Lima took the win on the men's side for Brazil. Of course, Kizu not here. A couple of people missing. No Douglas Hendricks for Team South Africa, who was in the final last year, and no Ethan Carrier for Team USA. So it's going to be a new winner this year for the men.
Yeah, it's wild, because both Ethan and Philippe, at least, are the names that you would expect to see here always. And Ethan being right down the beach in Oceanside.
Yep.
Would have loved to see him in this one.
But Guillaume Colline, he got copper in that final last year, so he looks like he's kind of boiling the chain, you know, getting ready, kind of working through the gears. But Jeff Munson, I mean, let's not rule out Jeff. I mean, looking at Chris Oberle and Jeff Munson, who do you feel has got the edge as we move into the final with the performances you've seen in this?
Well, so far in this heat, I think the wave selection has definitely gone in Jeff's favor, as we're going to watch him on this one. You can see he's got that running section, but there is some scoring potential. Oh, it looked like it was almost like an initiated drift on that one, but I think the fins might have just slipped out from driving too hard. One interesting thing about these wave skis is the tri-fin cluster. All of these are basically running a tri-fin cluster that is lined up directly under where they sit. So it's 2/3 up the board, and they run very small fins. They run about 3-inch fins that are the size of the side bites of your longboard.
Yep.
But a set of 3 equally sized fins, and it's because the board has so much drive. The other thing is that big bubble of foam that's behind their seat, that acts as a motor. The more they lean back, the more that thing wants to take off, because it's so much float and volume behind them that it's literally impossible to keep that thing underwater.
Jeff Munson just paddling back out. He's got a second score to drop, comes in at a 2.07. Chris Oberly drops a 0.4, so it doesn't go into his top 2. So just for that takeoff alone, Chris Munson replacing his opening 1.63. Little fin slide there. Looked like it was going to be intentional, but then as the drone clip just pulled away and you got to see that it was a closeout, you recognize that he was just using that technique to kick out of the wave.
Yeah, and not easy with that much board. You do have that nice, really extreme rocker in the nose of these boards. You can see it looks like an elf shoe. That's what helps drive them straight up and over those whitewash when they're on their way out. But also they're able to come out in maneuvers almost completely vertically without purling the board.
Look forward to hearing about why we've not been able to see Chris Astor. We're hoping to see him for the Irukandjis. But Team Australia well represented. We saw a lot of good performances today. Highlight Kai Colis and Joel Taylor looking really good in Prone 1 for the Irukandjis.
Yes.
Mark Mono-Stewart coming alive as well. That was exciting. Other standout performances for you today, Ben?
Kai Collis for sure.
Yep.
Love Kai Collis's interesting approach of maneuvers in the critical zone and just fitting in places that we haven't seen any of the surfers fit.
Yeah, using all of his body, as we can see. Chris Oberly, he's done well here with that 3 and that 3.73. So this is going to be a good opportunity for him to build on scores, because they'll have a second qualifying round and the top 4 surfers will move through from those 2 qualifying rounds to go to that grand final, go for gold, go for silver, go for bronze, go for copper, of course. Jeff Munson wants to get that 3rd gold medal. Now that there's no Felipe Kizu Lima for Brazil, it really opens the door, and Munson riding right-hander, smaller wave, but a beautiful big cut back there into the foam, just bounces hard off that foam as we move into the last 5 seconds, and he possibly going to replace his 2.07, maybe not, but it won't matter because he's carrying a 5.83 and he's looking good, Ben.
Yeah, that was a great performance by Jeff. And Chris as well. Yeah, Chris took some really gnarly drops that I don't think people would normally make.
Okay, just one more heat to go. The joust is on. It's going to be Elena Nichols coming up, representing Team USA. She's our defending gold medalist. She's surfing in the last heat of the day. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
This message is for all surfers in the world. The oceans need us today more than ever. This Sands of the World ceremony is our way of uniting the world in peace through surfing.
Now let's begin the Sands of the World ceremony.
It's the ISA symbol, and it symbolizes what we know: peace in the world through surfing. It's a meaningful ceremony in which you bring sand from your beach, you pour it there with your teammates. This ceremony stays with them for the rest of their life. When it came to Tahiti, Tahiti embraced the opening ceremony with the Sands of the World. And the beautiful box that we have today, it's staying in the Hupo.
To be a surfer is not only to go surfing. It is also to take care of the oceans, to be good people inside and outside of the water.
Hello and welcome to Huntington Beach, California. I'm Kelly Miller, President and CEO of Visit Huntington Beach. Known as Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach boasts 10 miles of coastline and the most consistent waves on the West Coast. Huntington Beach has it all, with endless summer weather, year-round events, outdoor activities, and oceanfront resorts and spas. So get ready to be inspired, be connected, and be here, Huntington Beach. Plan your visit at surfcityusa.com.
Welcome back. Thanks for staying with us. Thanks for tuning in. If you are in the Elena Nichols fan club, then it's great timing because she's going to be surfing here. We just seen Alina from Hawaii, the doctor with a PhD, originally based in San Diego, the scientist who lives by the motto, infuse your life with action. That sounds like a kind of motto you, Ben Way, would live by.
Well, she definitely infused that takeoff with action and pulled that complete barrel roll, was able to stick with the wave and keep going. And that was what I was just mentioning. They're so used to going upside down and getting themselves back in that upright position that they can actually do that in motion.
Elena Nichols, late takeoff there, Ben, but charging, holding the line there. Fantastic approach, just really digging in and recognizing the opportunity to just project out the back of this wave here as that afternoon sparkle factor really starts to glow. Beautiful sight there as we can see the conditions stayed pretty much an improvement from yesterday, a little bit smaller, but certainly we had more spectacular conditions in the morning yesterday, but they didn't deteriorate as much today. So grateful for the fact we still got some good peelers out there for these women. Elena Nichols, Cass Eckroth, Alina Garbuzov from Hawaii, and Lisa Franks from Team Canada.
Yeah, this is it's been a picture-perfect day here in Surf City on the south side, and we're seeing that swell hold. A lot of buzz on the outside is about tomorrow's Santa Ana winds.
Yeah.
And the Santa Ana winds this time of year make for these beautiful barreling conditions. You'll see nice groomed conditions, and it'll hold everything in its place. The only opposite side of that is it's going to make the takeoff a little harder, and some of those lips are going to come crashing down as it really wants to open up and hollow out the surf.
Yeah, we could see some tube rise tomorrow. Live action. It's Cass, Team USA, late takeoff. Can she make this drop? She flips over. She doesn't make that drop. So some scores coming through. A 3.33 for Alina from Hawaii. Elena has got a 2.27, so our Hawaiian just gets the best of that first exchange. A 1 for Lisa Franks' first score, and it looks like a score just coming through for Cass there, as we can see Elena Nichols has got a second score on the board, Ben.
Yeah, as we've seen from those first few rides, there's not as much open face left for these girls as the tide's getting lower and lower, and you can see where our water safety is now standing in waist-deep water well out from the shoreline. We know that it's getting really shallow out there, and as we lose water on top of the sandbar, everything comes crashing down at once. So it's going to be really hard to make good wave selection and find that open face scoring opportunity.
Of course, Elena Nichols, the first female to win gold medals in both the Summer and the Winter Paralympic Games. 2008, she won team gold with Team USA in Beijing in wheelchair basketball. In 2010, then she won 2 gold medals in alpine mono skiing. And she competed in 4 consecutive Paralympics since 2008, winning 2 golds, 2 silvers, 1 bronze, and in Rio competed in Paralympic para canoeing. And I asked Roy Tuscany, Ben, I'm not sure if you were listening, where she keeps her medals, and apparently she keeps most of them in a rucksack. She does have them on display. I love that. Legit grassroots.
That is classic.
Humble, modest, down to earth.
That reminds me of the story that I had of a young Tom Curran driving around in a Volvo with winning checks from all of his contests, just floating in the back seat. And every time he'd run out of money, he'd just pull a check off the floor and go and cash it at a bank. Love that stuff.
Oh, brilliant. You got the opportunity to appreciate the surfing of Tom Curran at the ISA World Surfing Masters. You can watch that back on the ISA website. That was very recently in El Salvador, but right now we're in Surf City, Huntington, and the San Diego sit skier, the wave skiing legend, 2 times ISA World Parasurfing Champion, Jeff Munson, is on the glass with Rachel Tilley.
Thanks so much, Sam. Jeff, congratulations on that heat win. Tricky conditions out there, but you made it happen, taking out that. Talk to me about how that feels.
That was tough conditions. Good conditions all day, tough conditions right there. So glad it's the last couple of heats. Everybody, I saw some really good waves today. So I want some of those tomorrow or the next day, whatever.
Yeah. Well, that tide's draining, and so watching your competitors all morning, how does it feel getting inspired by seeing some really excellent performances by other teammates on Team USA?
Oh, sick. Every year sick like that. Getting better every year. No, I saw some really good heats, some of those high-scoring heats of the prone assist. Wow. Yeah. My favorite division. But we're missing a bunch of guys up from some divisions this year, but that's okay. We're missing the Felipe, we're missing the Hawaii, Rich, Julian, and some of those guys aren't here, but still good waves.
Yeah, well, you guys, regardless, have an amazing team and an amazing performance thus far. Is there anything you'd like to say back to your family that would be watching on the broadcast?
No, everybody's here. We're home, so yes, home.
Yeah, well, good. It's great to see. Fantastic performance, and good luck for the next round.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Back to you guys.
Thanks, guys.
I describe that as one of those post-heat interviews with breathing space.
I loved it.
Home is where the heart is.
No, and there was definitely a lot of heart in there as he was talking about Richard Julian, which is also a huge figure in the space and in charge of the Hawaiian tour.
Yep.
And yeah, it's great to have that love between all of these guys. Everybody loves Philippe. Philippe's just such a guiding light in this ski division. But yeah, what fun! It's like you don't get more local than that. Jeff Munson just had like if you had a southern slur, that's like as California as it gets.
Absolutely. So scores coming through. Little situation change. It looks like Elena from Hawaii is out there in the lead with a 3.33 and a 2.83. So we saw Elena Nichols has dropped a couple of scores there in the mid-2 range. So she's sitting there in second position. But all of these women will go into the grand final. So this is an opportunity to determine some seeding. Top seed will be in red, second seed in blue, third seed in green, fourth seed in white. When we move on to that grand final, we're expecting our finals to be towards the end of the week. Saturday is our finals day. Am I seeing a few dolphins out there, Ben?
Yeah, we got a little afternoon dolphin action coming through to see what's happening out here.
Nice.
The best body surfers in the world.
Absolutely. Lisa Franks representing Canada, 3 times Para-Olympian herself, a influential keynote speaker.
Hey, we know that, dude.
Gunnar. Yeah, there we go. So, of course, Gunnar was just on set with Roy Tuscany there, who's been calling the action there. Watching Mum right now.
No, he's actually not watching Mom. Look at him. He's not looking at the ocean at all. Roy better tell him to turn around. Gunnar, turn around. Your mom's getting waves. He is so much fun.
Yeah.
He goes, hey, can I go in and talk to my dad real quick? I'm like, yeah, charge it. I'll go with you. And then all of a sudden he was gone. And now I see him on camera.
Okay, Elena riding. She's looking to replace a 2.83. Feels like it's not going to come from this ride. The Hawaiian is out there in the lead. In 2015, she fell 60 feet while rock climbing in Yosemite.
Oof.
Fractured her L1 vertebrae, recovered in Stanford Hospital, paralyzed from the waist down, but does a lot of work with the High Five Foundation. I've recently been reading a blog she wrote of a trip to Portugal. As we can see, Emma Dieter's there. Kirk Watson. Kirk, what a cool dude he is. Absolutely one of my favorites, defending gold medalist as well.
Kirk on board. Love that dude. And yeah, it's amazing. I love these the visually impaired athletes. They recognize your voice a year later. You can just, hey, every time, hey, Kirk. And usually I would go, hey, it's Ben. But yeah, they'll just call you out, and it's like they have that extra receptor.
Yep. And on the northern beaches there, Emma doing some fantastic work there for the parasurf community. So really exciting to see her get the opportunity to surf again in the next couple of days. Of course, it's still in the qualifying round. So by the time we're through today, we've got to repeat everything over the next 2 days. Everybody moves into their second qualifying rounds. We've had the second qualifying rounds, however, for the men's 2 prone, and we have got the top 12 as well determined. So that's pretty exciting.
That is exciting, and that's That's a lot to go on in a couple days.
Absolutely, yeah. And they were the only division to surf into their second qualifying round today. But 9 minutes remaining. Alina takes the drop, takes the nosedive, but good effort there.
Yeah, wow. It's really digging in and going for it. But, man, tail over nose on that one as we're just watching the conditions get more shallow and things are coming down all at once as all that water on the flats is draining out and this ocean energy is just forced over those shallow bumps out in the sandbar.
And we were talking about those top 12 who've qualified for the knockout stage of men's prone to Davi Teixeira takes #1 spot, Freddie Maramon second, Jose Martinez third, Tomokai Fujiwara fourth, Jesse Balawa fifth, Cliff Gralton Cliffo in sixth, Mateus van der Huth Luna from Montezuma, Costa Rica in seventh, and Angel Curiel from Spain in eighth, and then Scott Davies in ninth, Mark Mad Dog Hager in 10th, and then Afonso Faria for Portugal in 11th, and just squeezing in. He was a finalist last year. He got a copper, our Spaniard, Onda Goenaga. He gets that 12th spot. So, Ben, they are the 12 surfers for men's prone 2 who have now surfed twice in qualifying round 1 and 2 and now move into the knockout division, cutthroat, do or die. First to progress through each round until we have the finalists.
Yeah, and you know what? I have a feeling, I mean, we saw some amazing riding by them.
Yeah.
But I think that everyone was kind of holding back their A game, knowing that they just needed to get some scores, play it safe. Don't try and injure yourself. Don't try and push it too hard. Just get some scores, and then the next round, I think they're really going to turn up the volume.
Yeah, well, we did see real A-game from Davi Teixeira, Freddie Maramon, and Jose Martinez, but I feel some of the other surfers, particularly some of the quadriplegics, including Jesse Balawa, that you know, they're already surfing at an incredible level, and I just hope the wave shapes give them the opportunity to really emphasize the qualities they can bring, you know, the more drawn-out, elegant lines.
Yeah. Freddie and Davi seem to have some extra tricks up their sleeve.
Yep.
They've been like, what are you holding out? And they're like, yep, can't tell everybody.
Yep.
It's going to be pretty exciting.
Could be a bit of fin release going to the air. We could see the potential to go to the air for some of our prone 1 surfers as well. And also Sarah, Captain Sarah Betancourt, Captain Cool. She talked about why not bring it on, why not go to the air.
You renamed her Captain Cool. I used to call her Captain Crunch. That's an American cereal. But I'm not sure which one she likes better. We'll have to ask her.
Yeah, absolutely. 6 minutes remaining here. So Alina in second, Alina in first, Lisa in third, Cass in fourth. So pretty nice considering the fact that yesterday we had all of that glare. We had some real awkward, windy, dumpy conditions to end things. But all of these surfers will want to get the benefit of a morning session in those cleaner conditions with Santa Ana winds forecast tomorrow. As we can see, Cass taking off late, dropping in, hooking, radical, controlled acceleration now back onto a little bit of a face there. And then can she keep composure through this foam section? She finishes that ride there. She'll take the wipeout, but I like what I saw up to that point. It could be a significant score.
Yeah, that was definitely a tricky drop there, and that end section, just that converging energy of whitewash got the better of her board, but she had got some damage done before that one, so she was only holding a 0.43. She should be sitting in a much better position after that wave, I would figure.
And also a passionate sit skier starting to race at the moment, and also only been wave skiing really since 2022, so very new to the wave ski activity here, but doing a great job. The 24-year-old waiting for that score to come through. I think it's going to be pretty significant. It could change the situation.
Yeah, seeing how Alina's top score was a 3.33, quite a few direction changes and such, I'm guessing in the 2.5 range. What do you think?
Yeah, I think it's probably going to be exactly on the money as we see Elena Nichols having a look at this. Alina, our heat leader, she works as a scientist in a laboratory that studies spinal cord injuries, as we can see her dropping into that wave and controlling that takeoff with composure, driving through that section into the foam there and just hanging on as we see Elena Nichols again taking a drop, challenging conditions, a lot of closeouts, not easy opportunities to get out on the open face. So all of these women really doing a brilliant job considering how closey the conditions are.
Yeah, one thing I wanted to point out with Alina, just on that last ride, at the end you saw her drifting completely laterally without the wave ski flipping over. And that was exactly what I saw when I started moving the fins up for the prone riders.
Yep.
That I would see in that same position getting dumped off on their heads with the fins in the back of the board.
Yeah, so why is that? When the fins are too far back, why does that initiate the board to flip over?
The fins are stuck, and then you've got all of that rail that wants to go underwater.
Yep.
Whereas if the fins are more in the middle of the board, it's only catching certain parts of the rail at a certain time.
Yep.
Where you have all of that surface that surrounds the fins, keeping the board stable and keeping it sliding on top of the surface. And so that's made life a lot easier, I think, for a lot of the prone riders that used to just sometimes accidentally, maybe sometimes the whitewash moves faster and catches the board laterally and would just dump them off. And it just gives them that extra chance to drift, regain control, engage those fins, and then keep riding on. But that's all came from wave ski.
Absolutely great insight there, Ben. So 3 minutes remaining, waiting for those last few scores to come through for Elena Nichols and Cass Eckroth for Team Canada. It's been a really fantastic day. So much joy. We've seen a fantastic men's kneel round one. We've seen Llewellyn Sponge Williams looking good, but watch out, Elena Nichols on a beautiful left-hander out on the open face. Bottom turn, top turn, hooks that float and rides out with an excellent bit of control, and then climbs and keeps it juicy and stylish, and really is proud of that ride. And I think that could well go up into the excellent range, Ben.
That was exactly what she's been waiting for. She's been scouring the lineup this entire heat. It's been 17 minutes to find an actual wave with scoring potential. And, man, she just got all over that thing.
Absolutely. Great wave selection. But she stayed busy all heat looking for something with an open face, and then finally got the opportunity to really demonstrate her prowess, her brilliance. That's why she is the defending gold medalist in the sit division, and she really set that field alight with a combination of maneuvers, pocket surfing, and I love the way she finished with that good floater. I'm expecting a pretty massive score from the judges.
So we're pretty close right now. So we called 2.5 for Cass Eckroth's last one, 3.13. Judges were a little bit more generous than we were.
I'm going to go 8 for this.
Okay, I'll take it.
I'm going excellent range. I mean, have a look at this, Ben. It's fantastic.
So you can see this angle from the back. You can see how much space she's covering. You can't see quite how extreme that. This is the good one. Here we go. Okay, so you see a redirect. She actually does a down carve to make more space coming off the bottom of this.
Nice.
And just times it perfectly. And that was kind of like a converging section right there where it actually pushed back against her and brought her back in to finish.
And near enough an 8. It comes out to 7.83. I felt that was going to be a good one. It was. Courtney Conolog stoked. She's going down to the water's edge to celebrate.
All right, you're better at scores than I am. So I think I already owe you a margarita, but I think I owe you a beer now too.
I think you owe me 18 margaritas.
Oh, geez.
Over the last 4 years. But then I probably owe you a few things as well. You've looked after me. You've loaned me surfboards, skateboards, good times, good banter. And it will continue, Ben. We've had a really fantastic day. I mean, it's been brilliant, hasn't it? There's been, again, world-class performances. A little bit of disappointment for some of those Prone 2 surfers who will have been eliminated. I mean, a big shout out to Claudio Morales from Chile, lives up in Santa Cruz in Northern California, the psychologist. A couple of your friends, Japanese team.
Yeah, Ja Lee, that's his nickname, Ryoma. And I didn't know that was round 2. I wasn't aware that he had been out, but he's taken it well, and he said he's just cruising with the team, enjoying California. And I think everybody else as well. Everyone's good friends. Even if they're out of the competition, they got to be really stoked for everyone who's still in it.
Absolutely. It's been a brilliant day, and as we round things up there, Elena Nichols takes the win with a 7.83 and a 2.87. Alina in second with a 3.33 and a 2.83. So Elena will retain the red singlet moving into that grand final, most likely on Saturday. Could be on Friday. She was one of those surfers who did have a final when she won gold last year, the day before the other finals, because they do divide them up a little bit. So could be Friday, could be Saturday. But
a whole lot of divisions to work with, so we'll see how the scheduling goes.
Absolutely, but wearing red, I mean, how much extra confidence does it give you when you move into a final wearing red?
Yeah, she was wearing that red singlet when she got that 10-point ride, which we always see in those highlight videos of her getting barreled on a 6-foot wave here at Surf City.
Yeah, well, if you've not checked it out, definitely look at Elena Nichols' perfect 10-point ride in the final last year for the 2023 edition of the ISA World Para Surfing Championship. It was absolutely beautiful. She ends this final heat of the day with a near excellent high 7.83, so demonstrating that she is still the top contender to take gold. Of course, absolute icon of Paralympics, as we get to appreciate her on the drone clip there. We're going to get to talk to her very soon. Let's go to a highlight package, a little joyous opportunity to see some of the great performances as Gunnar comes down to congratulate Mum, and we'll be back real soon for that post-heat interview with Elena Nichols. Well, I hope you enjoyed that red-hot highlight package. Ben, there were some good moves there. I mean, Kai Kolas's body surfing approach there, mixing not only prone riding, but hand-plane body surfing techniques.
There are so many single rides that I'd forgotten were all in today.
Yeah.
And I was just thinking in my head, I was like, we've come so far to see the amount of performance compared to 2 years ago in Pismo. It's just unbelievable.
Yeah, I think we both really recognized that when we were looking at those clips.
That was a great highlighted video.
Yeah, under the lip projection, you know, covering more ground, more creativity, more innovation, and also the opportunity to be more expressive, you know, that element of creativity, certainly with a lot of the athletes.
Such a variety of approaches, same wave in so many different ways. It's such an exciting event.
I think one thing that we're really heating up for is that battle for gold between Casey, Prone 1. You've got Kai Kolas, Joel Taylor, Casey Proud. That is going to be a great battle.
That's going to be a great battle, but I'm still not putting my money on anybody. I think we're going to still have some surprises.
Yeah, I mean, it's very interesting. I'm really appreciating some of the creativity that Kai is bringing, but Joel is going to be very difficult to beat with his stalwart approach. But somebody who is going to also be difficult to beat, she just had a fantastic final heat of the day. Elena Nichols, our defending gold medalist, is on the sand, on the glass with Rachel Tilley.
Thanks so much, guys. Saving the best for last and really saving that buzzer beater for the end of the heat. Talk to me about that.
Yeah, you know what? I struggled all heat just to figure out where to be surfing out there. I mean, last heat of the day, the conditions have all deteriorated. It was so bumpy out there, and, you know, we moved the comp site far down the beach. So it was just a lot of variables. And then, yeah, I made some bad decision. And then finally, right at the end, I was like, I told Coach Courtney Conolog, I said, I don't like going left, but if I have to, I will. And sure enough, I dropped in late on that one, and I had a lot of speed going into it, and it was just so sick. I've been working on my floaters, so to be able to finish that out felt really good.
Now, talk to me. You were saying, gosh, I was getting a lot of bad ones, making bad decisions. How do you mid-heat change that mentality so that you can stay calm, cool, and collected all the way until the final minutes?
You know, I think it's like that mental voice in your head, not allowing that to get overwhelming, and also keeping it positive, right? Like I was like, okay, well, that didn't work, you know, and that didn't work, and that didn't work. So let's see what does work. And in my head, I was like, you don't need a big wave because obviously low tide, it's closing out. So it took me all heat to put it together in my head. Go for a mid-sized wave, you know what I mean? So for me, it's just all about like being graceful with myself and being gentle with myself and being like, that didn't work, but you don't suck. You know, you're doing great. Like, let's just keep getting better, making better decisions.
Well, turns into a series of process of elimination almost. Former gold medalist. Talk to me about your expectations going into this event.
You know what? I was a little bit nervous because last year it was just such an epic experience for me. I got my first barrel and I got a 10, and you know, so it was like, it can't be that good, but I'm gonna be open to it being great, you know. And so, you know, we're just stoked to have 4 women in the wave ski division, and you know, I'm just such a big fan of this movement. Like, I just want to be a part of it. It doesn't matter how it goes personally for me, but of course I'm gonna get out there and do my best and cheer on everyone else doing their best as well.
Oh, that's a great mentality and great way to round out day 2 of the competition. Is there anything you'd like to say to everyone back home?
Oh man, thank you guys for supporting. Thank you guys for, you know, just being believers in this movement. I really think it's one of the most inspiring experiences you can have coming down to the beach. Like, anybody watching at home, if you're in the area, come out and support us. The more eyes we get on this, the more support we get, the more finances we can rustle up for people to do what they love the most. So I just want to say thank you so much to the High Fives Foundation for their support. You know, Team Toyota is one of my favorite sponsors, and I'm grateful for their love and support. And you know, the ISA this is our biggest platform, so we couldn't do this without the ISA. So thank you guys so much for having us here in Huntington Beach.
Well, thank you so much. Congratulations. Thanks to ISA, and back to you guys.
Great stuff. Congratulations, Elena Nichols. Really flying the flag, and thanks for everything you have done. It's been a fantastic day. Thanks so much for tuning in, but stay with us because tomorrow we'll be moving into day 3 as we continue the ISA World Para Surfing Championships live from Huntington Beach.
Hello and welcome to Huntington Beach, California. I'm Kelly Miller, President and CEO of Visit Huntington Beach. Known as Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach boasts 10 miles of coastline and the most consistent waves on the West Coast. Huntington Beach has it all, with endless summer weather, year-round events, outdoor activities, and oceanfront resorts and spas. So get ready to be inspired, be connected, and be here, Huntington Beach. Plan your visit at surfcityusa.com.